Chapter 1 God Level System. On a rainy night, after work, Lu Fan took a taxi to meet his girlfriend happily. He also took out an exquisite little box in the car. He planned to propose to his girlfriend today. When they arrived at the agreed hotel, Lu Fan got out of the car, but the scene in front of the hotel left him stunned. His girlfriend Lulu was standing at the door with a middle-aged bald man. When she saw Lu Fan standing there, Lulu frowned. "What are you doing there now?" Lulu's voice was cold. "Lulu, is this your uncle?" Lu Fan asked carefully. "What did you say?" "This is my new boyfriend." Lulu shouted loudly with her face flushed red when she heard Lu Fan say that the person next to him was her father. "He is your boyfriend? Then who am I?" Lu Fan said with his eyes wide open in disbelief. You are just my ex-boyfriend. I called you here today to tell you, Lu Fan, let's break up." Lulu's eyes were cold, as if she was talking about something very ordinary. Crack! With a loud bang, a flash of lightning flashed across the sky. Lu Fan just stood there, not disturbed by the lightning. "Why?" Lu Fan took a long time to utter this sentence. "Why? Look at yourself. Everything you own costs less than 200 yuan. There's no future in being with you. Did you see the bag in my hand? It costs more than 30,000 yuan. My husband bought it for me. You can't afford it in your lifetime. Lu Fan, you're a waste." Lulu said sarcastically. Ding! The host's dignity has been trampled upon, and the God level system has been activated. Along with the sound of rain, a mechanical voice sounded in Lu Fan's mind. Lu Fan's body trembled. System? As an old reader of the Tomato novel app, he was very familiar with the system. When Lulu saw Lu Fan standing there motionless, she thought that Lu Fan was shocked by the fact that one of her bags was worth more than 30,000 yuan. "Husband, look, he's been scared silly. People like him will always be at the bottom of society." Lulu rolled her eyes at Lu Fan and continued to mock him. Lu Fan was still thinking about the system. He only reacted when he heard Lulu's ridicule. "Haha, I have a system. How dare you, a bitch, mock me?" "Humph. Lulu, you don't feel ashamed to call a man older than your father your husband, and you still have the nerve to mock me?" With the system, Lu Fan no longer indulged Lulu. After hearing what Lu Fan said, Lulu felt like her tail was stepped on. She jumped up and down, pointing at Lu Fan and cursing. "You've grown up and dare to scold me? My husband and I truly love each other. Even if my husband becomes poor and destitute in the future, I will still follow him. What do you think?" Lulu was angry and embarrassed. Lu Fan felt disgusted when he heard Lulu calling this old, ugly, and balding man husband. "Ugh, Lulu, please don't disgust me. Go away with your father and your husband. I want to vomit." After saying that, Lu Fan really bent down and made a retching gesture. "Boy, I know you envy me. If you were as rich as me, how could Lulu leave you?" "Work hard," said the old man next to Lulu. "Honey, don't pay attention to him. Let's go home and I'll cook for you." After saying that, the two of them got into a BMW 5 Series. The car stopped after passing Lu Fan and Lulu rolled down the window. "See? This is my husband's car, a BMW 5 Series, which costs more than 500,000 yuan. You don't have to think about owning it in your life. Kiss me, husband." After saying that, Lulu took the initiative to kiss the old man on the mouth in front of Lu Fan. Ugh! Lu Fan couldn't bear it any longer and vomited in disgust. Seeing Lu Fan's reaction, Lulu angrily closed the car window and left with her father, no, husband. Lu Fan, standing at the door of the hotel, felt nauseous for a long time before he felt better. "You bastard, you're so disgusting that you're not going to punish me? And you even kissed me. What's the difference between this and chewing a pig's butt?" Lu Fan patted his chest and felt much better before he stood up. "System? I am here," a mechanical voice sounded. Oh, fortunately it didn't disappear. Lu Fan sighed. "What functions do you have?" Lu Fan asked curiously. As an old reader of Tomato novels, Lu Fan knew that there were many types of systems. Don't let him practice Taoism. In modern society, those who practice Taoism will be caught and sliced into pieces. The main function of the system is to help the host become the richest man in the world, nothing more. "It's over? So simple?" Lu Fan asked in surprise. "Yes. Lu Fan was so happy that his heart was beaming with joy. It really was a god-level system. Brother Tonzi, is there any gift package for beginners or something like that? Lu Fan knew very well that there would usually be a gift package for beginners when the system was first bound. Yes, does the host need to open the novice gift pack? Need it, hurry up. Lu Fan was a little impatient. Ding. Open the novice gift pack for the host. Host obtains random rebate function. What is random rebate? Lu Fan was puzzled. The money spent by the host will be returned to the host by the system at a random multiple. What? Doesn't that mean I will have endless money to spend? Lu Fan felt that his brain was not enough. Yes, the system replied. Lu Fan was stunned for several minutes, his face showing surprise and happiness at the same time. When Lu Fan came to his senses, he was about to go home, but when he looked up. Why would I go home? Lu Fan raised his legs and swaggered into the 5-star hotel in front of him. After entering the hotel, Lu Fan looked at the bank card balance displayed on his mobile phone 86421. This was the money Lu Fan had saved in the 2 years since graduation, which he usually didn't afford to spend on food or clothes. Sir, do you want to book a room? The etiquette lady at the front desk asked respectfully. Although the clothes Lu Fan was wearing looked like cheap goods, the etiquette lady was still very polite and had a strong sense of professionalism. That's right. May I ask how much does the most expensive presidential suite here cost per night? Lu Fan was very confident. He still had more than 80,000 yuan in his hand. He could afford any house. Sir, the price of our hotel's luxurious presidential suite is 99,999 per night. Plop. After hearing the price, Lu Fan was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. What kind of house is so expensive? Well, is there anything a little cheaper? Lu Fan no longer had the confidence he had at the beginning and asked cautiously. One level below the deluxe presidential suite is this deluxe presidential suite, which costs 77,777 per night. Hearing this number, Lu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. If he couldn't afford to live in this room, he would lose all his face. Okay, let's get this room. Lu Fan took out his bank card generously. Ding. The host has spent 77,777 yuan, triggering a tenfold rebate, and received 777,770 yuan. Chapter 2: The Friend Circle exploded. The system's voice rang in Lu Fan's mind, and then he picked up his phone incredulously to check his bank card balance. The balance in your account is 786,414 renminbi. Ah ha ha ha, it's done. When Lu Fan saw the balance of his bank card, he laughed out loud, scaring the etiquette lady at the front desk. Sir? Are you okay? The etiquette lady asked carefully. Oh, I'm fine. Lu Fan took the room card with a smile and walked into the elevator. The second most luxurious suite is on the 24th floor. The highest floor of this hotel is the 25th floor. I guess the 25th floor is the luxurious presidential suite, right? Lu Fan swiped the room card and walked in. He was stunned by the scene in front of him. The presidential suite was decorated very luxuriously. The suite was 240 square meters in total. There was a crystal chandelier above the middle of the living room. Lu Fan didn't recognize it, but it looked very expensive. The balcony in the living room is a 270-degree viewing balcony. From the balcony, you can see the bustling street downstairs and the people coming and going. Lu Fan looked at the scenery and then lay down on the sofa. It turned out that even the sofa in a luxurious hotel was more comfortable than his own bed at home. Goo, goo, goo. Lu Fan then realized that he had rushed here after work and had not eaten yet. He called the hotel front desk and asked them to prepare a dinner for him. The standard? Of course it was the highest standard. He had no shortage of money now. After finishing the call, Lu Fan picked up his phone and walked to the balcony, where he found a nice and tricky angle to take pictures of the night scene. In the past few years with Lulu, he almost became Lulu's personal photographer, so he had mastered the technique of taking pictures. Ring. 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 The doorbell rang and Lu Fan got up to open the door. Hello, sir. The dinner you ordered is here. A young waiter wearing a suit, white gloves, and a white towel on his shoulders walked in pushing a food cart. It really is a high-end hotel. Even the waiters wear suits. Lu Fan sighed. Okay, just leave it here. Lu Fan ordered, and then took out $200 bills from his pocket and gave them to the waiter. Now that he has money, he must show off his status and must give tips. Thank you, sir. Enjoy your meal. The waiter said happily when he saw the tip from Lu Fan, and his attitude was even more respectful than before. By the way, do you have any drinks to recommend? Lu Fan looked at the table full of dishes and thought, how can everything be done without wine? We have everything here, which one do you need, sir? Any recommendations for red wine bars? When eating Western food, of course you should drink red wine. For red wine, we have. Before the waiter could finish speaking, Lu Fan interrupted. Bring me the most expensive red wine you have. He now has more than 700,000 yuan in his bank card, which makes him confident. The waiter went out and came back 10 minutes later with a bottle of red wine. Sir, this Romane Conti is from the 19th century and is worth 88,888. Is this one okay? Lu Fan almost fell to the ground after hearing this. How could a bottle of shabby wine be sold so expensively? Okay, let's take this bottle. Lu Fan suppressed the shock in his heart and ordered. How much is the total? Please pay by card. This meal is 16,800, plus this bottle of red wine. I'm the boss here. Can I charge you a total of 100,000 yuan? Lu Fan nodded. Ding. Check the host's consumption of 100,000, triggering double rebate of 200,000. Double? That's a little less. Return to the host, the rebate multiple is randomly determined. Okay, less is fine. Lu Fan was not greedy. After the waiter left, Lu Fan looked at the large table of food and the bottle of red wine. What a pity that there is no one to share such a big table of food with me, tut tut tut. Lu Fan was shocked. He took out his mobile phone and took 2 photos from a good angle. He also posted the night view he had taken before on his moments, but blocked his parents. If his parents knew about this, they would scold him. He had to slowly make the fact that he was rich known to the public. After the fight, they started to feast. How dare you sell this crappy wine so expensive? Lu Fan complained after taking a sip of the red wine worth 88,888. In his opinion, it was not as delicious as the wheat puree he had drunk before. The taste of this dish was really good. After eating and drinking, Lu Fan walked into the bedroom. He hadn't taken a good look at the bedroom in such a long time. No matter how expensive a house is, it is for sleeping. The suite has 2 bedrooms. Lu Fan came to the master bedroom. In the middle of the master bedroom is a large bed covered with a velvet quilt. Lu Fan took off his clothes and walked naked into the bathroom in the bedroom. The bathroom had separate dry and wet areas, which was much better than the one in his house. After taking a nice bath, Lu Fan lay comfortably on the soft big bed. All the hard work and fatigue of the day disappeared. As for being betrayed by Lulu, that was nothing. I had plenty of money and could find anything. As he thought about it, Lu Fan felt sleepy and fell asleep with his eyes closed. It was already bright outside when he opened his eyes. After washing up, Lu Fan called for breakfast, then sat at the dining table and started eating while browsing his phone. But as soon as I opened WeChat, it showed that my circle of friends already had 99 plus. What's going on? Lu Fan clicked on it, and wow, besides liking the posts, some people were commenting and asking if he had found a wallet, and some were even asking if he was being kept by a rich woman. Some people even started discussing it under his comments section. Lu Fan looked at these comments with a smile. Most of the people were his colleagues in the company. Lu Fan did not have any good feelings towards these colleagues. They were all a bunch of snobs. When I first joined the company, I also wanted to make friends with them, but this group of people were scheming against each other every day to get promoted. Faced with these intrigues, Lu Fan was alone and gradually distanced himself from them. Just then, a phone call came. Supervisor Lee is shown above. Lu Fan frowned. This Supervisor Lee was his immediate superior. All the work he did was assigned by Supervisor Lee. When he first joined the company, Supervisor Lee gave all the dirty and tiring work to Lu Fan, almost making Lu Fan vomit blood from exhaustion. Hello? Lu Fan answered the phone. Damn it, Lu Fan, do you want to work now? Look at the time now, why haven't you come to work yet? As soon as I picked up the phone, I heard a burst of angry curses. If this happened in the past, Lu Fan would have tolerated it, but now? Fuck Li Honglin, I just don't want to do this anymore. Stop yelling at me in the future. Li Honglin on the other end of the phone was stunned when he heard Lu Fan's words. He didn't expect Lu Fan to dare to scold him. Well, you little bastard, just wait, you are fired from the company, come here tomorrow to pack up and get out. Sabi. Lu Fan cursed and hung up the phone. Tomorrow? I can go whenever I want. Chapter 3, Money is not that easy to earn. After hanging up the phone, Lu Fan didn't take Li Honglin seriously at all. He looked down at his clothes. TSK, TSK, TSK. As the saying goes, a good horse deserves a good saddle. Otherwise, people will look down on you wherever you go. Lu Fan thought about how even the security guard at the door sneered at him when he walked into the hotel yesterday. Thinking of this, Lu Fan planned to buy some clothes and change into the sub-luxury presidential suite when he came back. This suite was not suitable for his current status. In the past, he really had no money, but he had to save money to buy clothes, delicious food, and travel for Lulu. Lu Fan thought that it was like slapping himself in the face in the past. He was really a dog licker. Lu Fan walked out of the hotel, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the largest shopping mall in Suzhou to spend some money. Ding! The host has spent 15 yuan, triggering a tenfold rebate of 150 yuan. Well. When he arrived at the shopping mall, he was dazzled by the various shops. He would never dare to go shopping in such places before. The clothes he bought were all bought on Taobao or at night markets. He picked a shop with the most people and walked in. In Lu Fan's impression, the place with the most people is the best. Lu Fan asked the clerk to match several sets of clothes according to his body shape and temperament. Lu Fan took a set and went to the fitting room to change. When he walked out, he attracted many female clerks in the store. To be honest, Lu Fan is 1.82 meters tall, with broad shoulders, thin waist, slender thighs, and a perfect clothes rack. Coupled with that outrageously handsome face, how can he not attract women when he puts on such high-end clothes? Seeing the looks around him, Lu Fan knew he had made the right purchase. He swiped his card and left without even asking the price. Ding! The host's consumption was detected to be 32,000 yuan, triggering a triple rebate of 96,000 yuan. When Lu Fan heard the voice, he smiled evilly. What's going on here? Lu Fan went into several more stores and spent more than 10,000 yuan in each store. Ding! The host's consumption was detected to be 47,000 yuan, triggering a five-fold rebate of 235,000 yuan. Ding! The host's consumption was detected to be 64,520 yuan, triggering a double rebate of 129,040 yuan. Damn, just twice? This is too low. Brother Tongzi, you are not strong enough. Lu Fan complained in his heart. Ding! The host is not satisfied with the rebate multiples, triggering a special reward. The host's next rebate will be 100 times, with no upper limit. Oh my god, now he has to pay for it. Brother Tongzi, you are really thoughtful. I'm sorry for wrongly accusing you just now. Lu Fan kept apologizing in his heart. 100 times, what should I buy? Oh, I don't have a car yet. How can a successful person like me not have a car? Let's see how much money is left in the card. Lu Fan took out his mobile phone to check the balance of his bank card. The balance in your account is 1,203,069 renminbi. Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the balance of his bank card. In just one night, there was already more than 1.2 million in his bank card. He took the things he bought to the store just now, asked them to deliver them to his hotel, and then walked out of the square. Lu Fan stopped a car and planned to go to the 4S shop. No! Brother Tongzi said that I will get 100 times the rebate for my next purchase. Shouldn't the money I spent on the taxi also be considered as consumption? Lu Fan asked the system the second sentence, but the system did not speak. Lu Fan thought about it and decided to give up. If he wasted this opportunity on taking a taxi, it would be a waste of time. Hey! Are you leaving or not? The taxi driver who was stopped saw Lu Fan holding the door with one hand but not getting in the car, and just stood there and shouted loudly. Oh! Sorry, master, I won't leave. Lu Fan apologized with a smile. Why are you stopping the car if you're not going to move? Let go, you're crazy. The taxi driver cursed and drove away. Looking at the taxi driving away, Lu Fan couldn't help but sigh. Where is the 4S shop here? Lu Fan looked around. He has been working in Sioux City for 2 years. Usually, he only goes between the company and home and can't tell the way at all. Lu Fan entered the address into the navigation system and planned to follow it. Damn, is that true? Lu Fan looked at the screen of his mobile phone. The nearest 4S store to him was Porsche, 10 kilometers away. Oh my god, this is too far, right? Lu Fan secretly groaned in his heart, but what could he do? Let's go. Lu Fan followed the navigation instructions and walked step by step towards the Porsche 4S store. He was so thirsty on the way that he didn't even dare to buy a bottle of water. Ouch. I'm in so much pain. 3 hours later. Ha, ha. I'm so tired. Finally, we're here. Lu Fan looked at the huge Porsche logo in front of him and felt as if he saw the dawn. He felt that his feet were blistered. It's really not that easy to make money. He staggered into the 4S shop and was greeted by a female salesperson. Lu Fan weakly raised his head and took a glance at her, but this one glance made him unable to look away. Just because this female salesperson is so pretty. She is like a lotus emerging from the water, so beautiful that she can make fish sink to the bottom of the water, so beautiful that the moon hides in shame. It's a mess. The pretty female salesperson looked at Lu Fan staring at her infatuatedly, her face blushing, and she felt a little embarrassed. Sir, what kind of car do you want to see? Let me introduce it to you. The female salesperson said very politely. Can you get me a bottle of water first? Lu Fan said a little embarrassedly. His throat was already smoking when he said this. The saleswoman was stunned for a moment when she heard Lu Fan's words, then politely said, wait a moment. Lu Fan found a place to sit down. Not long after, the female salesperson brought a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Lu Fan, and even opened the bottle cap considerately. It really is a high-end luxury car 4S shop. Even the mineral water is from Iyun. Lu Fan picked it up and gulped it down. The saleswoman stared at Lu Fan as he drank the bottle of mineral water, thinking, how long has it been since you last drank water? Burp. Lu Fan burped and felt much better. Thank you, please show me the car. Lu Fan stood up and said. What kind of car would you like to see, sir? Ha! This question stumped Lu Fan. He didn't know what kind of car he wanted to buy. To be honest, even though he had 1.2 million in his pocket, he still felt a little unsure about buying a car from Porsche. Well, do you have any cars in stock? If you do, take me to have a look. Yes, sir. The female salesperson brought Lu Fan to a Panamera car. This is a Panamera 4S, equipped with a 2.9L V6 twin-turbocharged engine with a maximum power of 440 horsepower and a peak torque of 550 Nm. The female salesperson introduced the car very skillfully. But when he heard the final landing price, Lu Fan wilted. This car costs 1.6 million yuan, and he can't afford it now. Chapter 4, Porsche Cayenne, winning the heart of the female salesperson. Hearing the price of the car, Lu Fan shook his head, but he couldn't say that he couldn't afford it. I don't like it very much. Lu Fan said with difficulty. Seeing that Lu Fan didn't like the car, the female salesperson took him to change another car. Lu Fan knew that this car was the Porsche Cayenne, and he had once regarded it as his dream car. The female salesperson explained to Lu Fan the various configurations of this Porsche Cayenne. When it came to the landing price, Lu Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. Great, the car's landing price is 1.19 million, which just meets my standards. Lu Fan was very happy. Okay, this one. Lu Fan nodded. The female salesperson was stunned and thought, just bought it like that? Without even trying it? She had been working here for more than a year, and this was the first time she had seen a customer like Lu Fan. Sir, would you like to reconsider this? The saleswoman asked. Don't think about it. I can pay the money and sign the contract now. How long will it take before you can drive away? Sir, after you pay the money and sign the contract, you can drive away in about 2 hours. Okay, then let's sign the contract quickly. Lu Fan urged. He didn't have anything to do anyway, and 2 hours was not much. Lu Fan found a place to sit down. 10 minutes later, the female salesperson came over with a POS machine and a contract. Sir, please take a look at the contract. If there is no problem, you can sign and pay the money. By the way, would you like to pay in installments or in full? The female salesperson asked. Oh. Full payment. After saying that, Lu Fan began to read the contract carefully. He was rich now, but he should still read the contract carefully. Being rich didn't mean he could squander it. The female salesperson was shocked when she heard Lu Fan said he would pay in full. Judging from his appearance, Lu Fan was no more than 22 or 23 years old. He could actually pay in full for a car worth over 1 million yuan. He must be a second-generation rich. It took about 10 minutes to confirm the contract. Lu Fan signed his name on the contract and paid the money. Ding! The host's consumption was detected to be 1,190,000 yuan, triggering a rebate of 100 times 119 million yuan. Damn, I'm a billionaire in the blink of an eye? Lu Fan felt incredible. Lu Fan took out his cell phone and checked his account balance. The balance in your account is 119,013,069 renminbi. The money indeed arrived, but Lu Fan was a little worried at this time. What should he say if he was investigated? Ding! The host's doubts have been detected. All the money the host has received through consumption rebates comes from formal channels, and there is no illegality or crime. Hearing Brother Tonzi say this, Lu Fan felt relieved and secretly sighed that Brother Tonzi was so thoughtful, it was worthy of being a god-level system. There are still 2 hours before the car is officially picked up. Lu Fan's feet still hurt after walking such a long way, so he doesn't plan to go out and will wait here until the car is ready. It was already noon and time for lunch. I'm so hungry. Lu Fan touched his rumbling stomach and found the female salesperson. He asked if he could order takeout here. The female salesperson also saw that Lu Fan might be hungry. Of course you can, but if you don't mind, you can have our staff meal. Oh, no, thank you. Lu Fan refused and took out his mobile phone to order takeout, which was delivered half an hour later. Ding! The host's consumption was detected to be 820 yuan, triggering a rebate multiple of 3 times 2,460 yuan. The female salesperson was very sensible and went to get the takeaway for Lu Fan. Since Lu Fan paid for the Porsche Cayenne in full, her commission was quite a lot, which was enough for her 2 months' salary. The female salesperson who took the takeaway was surprised when she saw the bag in her hand. How much stuff do you want? The female salesperson delivered the takeaway to Lu Fan with some difficulty. Sir, your takeaway has arrived. Sit down and eat with me. Lu Fan took the initiative to invite. No, sir, I've already eaten. The saleswoman evaded. I can't eat so much by myself, and it would be a waste to throw it away. Isn't it your break time now? Eat some with me. Finally, the female salesperson couldn't resist Lu Fan's enthusiastic invitation and agreed to help Lu Fan open the takeaway boxes one by one. Wow, Lu Fan ordered 8 dishes in total, filling the entire table. The other salespeople nearby looked at Lu Fan with surprised expressions, and at the same time they were a little envious of the female salesperson. Not only did she sell a car worth more than 1 million yuan and get a lot of commission, but she was also able to have lunch with a handsome guy like Lu Fan. Here, this is delicious. Lu Fan took the initiative to pick up some food for the female salesperson, which made her very embarrassed. By the way, what's your name? Lu Fan asked. My name is Mulanting, what's yours, sir? Mulanting? What a nice name. My name is Lu Fan, and my name is very ordinary. Lu Fan said with a smile. No, Lu Fan, it sounds smooth and nice to call you. The two of them ate and chatted, and Lu Fan kept picking up food for Mulanting. The salesman on the side looked at them like a young couple, except that Mulanting was a little shy. Mulanting looked up at Lu Fan who was eating. Could he be attracted to me? To be honest, this Lu Fan is really handsome and tall. He bought a car worth more than 1 million yuan without any hesitation and paid in full. He is definitely tall, rich, and handsome. Although I am not a gold digger, such a high-quality guy is hard to come by. It would be nice if I could really be with him. Mulanting muttered to herself, her face flushed. After a while, Lu Fan finished eating, and there was still a lot of food left, so Mulanting took the initiative to throw it away. A high-end car shop like Porsche usually doesn't have too many customers, so Lu Fan and Mulanting have been sitting together chatting during this period, sometimes even giggling. Mr. Lu, you are so humorous. At this time, another salesperson came over. Sir, your car license and insurance have been arranged and can be delivered at any time. Do you need a delivery ceremony? Lu Fan thought about it. Let's do it. This is my first time buying a car, so it would be better to have a ceremony. After the car handover ceremony, Lu Fan took a photo and prepared to drive away. However, when he passed by Mulanting, Lu Fan remained silent. Finally, he mustered up the courage to say, "Can you add me on WeChat?" Although Lu Fan is already a billionaire, he has very little love experience. Generally, boys of his age would have had a lot of girlfriends, but he has only had one girlfriend, and that was a gold digger like Lulu. Mulanting thought Lu Fan was going to leave directly, and felt a little disappointed. She wondered whether she should add him on WeChat. Would it be unladylike if she was too proactive? Unexpectedly, just when she was hesitating, Lu Fan would take the initiative to add her on WeChat. Sure enough, this Lu Fan must have taken a fancy to me. Mulanting was delighted. She added Lu Fan on WeChat and exchanged phone numbers. "I'll contact you when I have time." Lu Fan left a message and drove away. Mulanting looked at the back of the car and smiled sweetly. "Everyone has left, why are you still grinning like an idiot?" A female salesperson who had a good relationship with Mulanting sneered. Ding! Detected that the host actively asked for the girl's contact information, rewarded the host with the function of viewing the girl's profile. Chapter 5, Amazing Intimacy. Lu Fan, who was driving, was startled by the sudden sound. When Lu Fan heard the system introduce the function of the new reward, his eyes widened in surprise. "Oh my god, this reward is amazing. Can I see anyone's information? How should I see it?" Lu Fan asked the system impatiently. After the host selects the target, just silently say check. The system patiently explains the functions in usage. "Ah, brother Tonzi, I love you." Lu Fan excitedly confessed to the system. Warning! The system is male, not gay. Omega. You take it seriously? TSK. Lu Fan complained about the system and prepared to start testing this new feature. Checking the information of girls on the street. "Ha? Brother Tonzi, what is this charging times?" Lu Fan asked when he saw the charging times item in the information. The number of recharges represents how many people the subject has had actual contact with. A recharge of 1 means one person, and 0 means a perfect body. Ah? Then the girl just now showed 83? Put. Lu Fan got goosebumps just thinking about it. He wondered which unlucky person would marry this woman in the future. Lu Fan observed a few more, some with 3 times and some with 4 times. These were okay, but he gave up observing them because he felt they were uninteresting. "By the way, brother Tonzi, can I see the information of people I knew before?" Lu Fan thought of Mulanting. He had added her WeChat, and maybe they would meet in the future. Yes, the host can just silently recite the name of the object. Hearing the system's answer, Lu Fan opened it with great joy, silently thinking of Mulanting in his heart. Name, Mulanting. Age, 24 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 89. Charge times, 0. Intimacy, 30. Looking at Mulanting's information, what surprised Lu Fan the most was Mulanting's charging frequency. She was 24 years old and had never had a boyfriend, and her appearance was as high as 89 points. "Brother Tonzi, what is intimacy?" Ding. Reply to the host. Intimacy represents the relationship between the observed object and the host. 0 is a passerby, 110 is an acquaintance, 1120 is an ordinary friend, 2130 is a good friend, 3140 is a close friend, 4150 has a good impression of the host, 5160 is a lover relationship, 6190 is a family relationship, 91100 will obey the host's orders, be loyal for life, and never betray. And every time a woman's intimacy with the host reaches 100, she will get the ultimate reward. Brother Tonzi said a lot at once, and Lu Fan was stunned. "I didn't expect that Mulanting and I have become good friends after just knowing each other for a few hours. It seems that having money is good." Lu Fan was very proud. He put away the system, whistled and came to the shopping mall again. He still had a lot of things to buy. The first thing to deal with is his own mobile phone. The phone in his hand has been used for 5 or 6 years and is no longer in good condition. In the past, Lu Fan was reluctant to change it because he wanted to save money to marry Lulu, but now it no longer exists. As for mobile phones, of course we have to support domestic ones. Lu Fan came to Warwick. "Hello, sir. What would you like to see?" A female salesperson at the Warwick store greeted Lu Fan warmly when she saw him come in. When Lu Fan heard the voice, he took a look and saw that it was another beauty, whose appearance was no less than Mulanting. Since he had the system, there were suddenly more beautiful women around him. Thanks, brother Tongzi. Let me take a look at the Mate X5. Of course I want the largest memory. After saying that, Lu Fan checked the information with the female salesperson who received him. Name, Xia Ruoi. Age, 26 years old. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 90. Charge times, 0. Intimacy, 18. We are just ordinary friends after just meeting? She must have been attracted by my handsome appearance. Moreover, the charging number is 0, and she is already 26. Lu Fan was a little surprised. After a while, Xia Ruoi came over with a brand new Warwick Mate X5. Sir, this is the phone you want to see. Lu Fan took the phone and started playing with it. Our domestically made mobile phones are really great. The more you look at them, the more you like them. Okay, I want it. It would be best if I could get a pair of headphones, a laptop, and a tablet. Xia Ruoi was shocked by Lu Fan's words. Is this person here to purchase goods? These items together cost tens of thousands. He is such a rich man. Xia Ruoi looked at this tall and handsome man, and Lu Fan's image in her mind improved a little. Ding! Xia Ruoi's intimacy +2. Ha! The intimacy level has been improved like this? He is indeed a rich man, ha 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 ha. Lu Fan laughed in his heart. Sir, in this case, I suggest you choose our Warwick family bucket. Xia Ruoi suggested. Oh? Okay, then let's do as you say and choose a family bucket. Lu Fan waved his hands indifferently. He was not short of money now, but he lacked intimacy. Xia Ruoi was delighted to see that Lu Fan agreed without hesitation. If she sold a family bucket, her commission would be more than in the past month. Ding! Xia Ruoi's intimacy +2. Sure enough, the intimacy has increased again. Lu Fan was very satisfied with the result. Xia Ruoi was busy for a long time and brought over the Warwick family bucket, which included Warwick's smartwatches and smart glasses. Who will wear these two things? Forget it, take them back to mom and dad when you have time. Lu Fan took out his bank card and handed it to Xia Ruoi, who went to pay with the card in ecstasy. Ding! The host's consumption is detected to be 50,994 yuan, triggering a 5-fold rebate of 254,970 yuan. Lu Fan was already a billionaire, so he felt nothing when faced with a mere 200,000 yuan. After Lu Fan paid the bill, he took the initiative to ask Xia Ruoi for her WeChat. When Xia Ruoi saw that Lu Fan actually asked for her WeChat, her pupils trembled and her heart was pounding. Lu Fan saw that she didn't react. If you don't agree, forget it. Lu Fan turned and was about to leave. No, I didn't react. I agree. Xia Ruoi hurriedly explained when she saw Lu Fan was about to leave. Finally, the two of them added each other on WeChat. Lu Fan's purchasing work for the day was almost finished and he was ready to go home, oh no, back to the hotel. Ding! Xia Ruoi's intimacy +6, the system's voice sounded again. Oh? Is this how much the intimacy increases when adding WeChat? Lu Fan called up Xia Ruoi's panel information. Name, Xia Ruoi. Age, 26 years old. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 90. Charge times, 0. Intimacy, 28. The intimacy level has reached 28, and before they knew it, the two of them had become good friends. Lu Fan drove back to the hotel and, to the surprise of the receptionist, booked a luxurious presidential suite for a month. Ding! The host's consumption is detected to be 2,999,970 yuan, triggering a triple rebate of 8,999,910 yuan. By the way, sir, there's also your delivery. Lu Fan thought about it and realized that it should be the clothes he bought. Ask someone to help me take it up, along with these things. Lu Fan also handed the family bucket in his hand to the waiter. The waiter's eyes widened as he looked at the thing in his hand, and his expression changed when he looked at Lu Fan's back. Isn't this a nouveau riche? Chapter 6, Closer Relationship with Mulanting. Lu Fan was stunned the moment he walked into the luxurious presidential suite, but he remained very calm on the surface. Lu Fan calmly took out 200 yuan and gave it to the waiter who helped him get his things. The waiter thanked him with a happy face and then walked out. When the waiter closed the door, Lu Fan could no longer suppress his inner excitement. This is so beautiful, much better than the sub-presidential suite. Although it is only one floor higher than the second presidential suite he stayed in yesterday, Lu Fan feels that the view here is better than that one. I walked around the room with curiosity and excitement. After all, I would be living here for the next month, so I should figure it out to avoid making a fool of myself. After getting familiar with the layout of the room, Lu Fan sat on the comfortable curved sofa and replaced the SIM card in the new phone. As for the old phone, he just threw it into the trash can. Lu Fan fiddled with his new phone and opened Douyin to watch various videos. Because Lu Fan had focused all his attention on Lulu before, he could hardly see any beautiful female anchors in his Douyin. Before he knew it, Lu Fan had been browsing the web until dark. He felt a little hungry, so he decided to call the hotel front desk to ask for some food. Lu Fan liked the food here very much, but it was really expensive. But does Lu Fan still care about this little money now? Just when Lu Fan was about to make a call, ding. A WeChat message came. Lu Fan clicked it and saw that it was Mulanting. Mulanting, Mr. Lu, do you have time now? Lu Fan took a look and replied. Lu Fan, now? Yes, what's the matter? Mulanting, I want to treat you to a meal. Don't get me wrong, it's because you bought a car from me and the store gave me a generous commission, and I want to thank you. Of course Lu Fan didn't believe this. Are you treating me to a meal just because I spent money at your place? Are you treating everyone who spends money at your place? Although he thought so in his heart, Lu Fan did not refuse. Lu Fan, okay, I'll pick you up wherever you are. Then Mulanting gave Lu Fan an address. Lu Fan was a little surprised to see the address. The house he rented was in this place, an old community in the old city of Sioux City. Oh. I was so poor before. I lived in the same community with such a beautiful girl, but I had never met one. Lu Fan sighed, then picked up the car keys to pick up Mulanting. I drove to the community where I lived before and found Mulanting standing at the gate of the community. At this time, Mulanting had changed into her own clothes. They were not so gorgeous, but very simple. She wore a white t-shirt, tight jeans, a pair of white shoes, and a high ponytail. She looked very refreshing. Mulanting saw Lu Fan's car and waved with a smile. Get in the car. The car stopped and Lu Fan said directly. Sit in the front. Lu Fan said immediately. Because he found out that Mulanting actually wanted to sit in the back, and I am not your driver. Mulanting was a little embarrassed, then reopened the passenger door and got in. Why do you want to sit in the back? Lu Fan asked. I'm afraid that Mr. Lu's girlfriend will be unhappy, because the co-pilot seat is usually reserved for girlfriends. Mulanting said embarrassedly. Lu Fan looked at Mulanting, who was sitting in the passenger seat. He didn't see her clearly because she was too far away. But now Mulanting was right next to him. He noticed that her jeans had become a little white due to washing, and it was obvious that she had been wearing them for a long time. Considering that she lived in the same neighborhood as before, he could see that Mulanting was not very wealthy. Just sit still. I don't have a girlfriend, so there's not much to worry about. Lu Fan said calmly. Oh? When Mulanting heard that Lu Fan didn't have a girlfriend, a hint of surprise flashed across her face. Why? Is it weird that I don't have a girlfriend? No, I just think how can a successful person like Mr. Lu not have a girlfriend? Mulanting spoke out her true feelings. Lu Fan chuckled. He had a girlfriend before yesterday, but she is gone now. My girlfriend dumped me yesterday. Lu Fan did not hide it. Why? Mulanting was very surprised. She couldn't imagine that a rich man like Lu Fan would be dumped by his girlfriend. Can I ask why? Mulanting asked cautiously. He despises me for being poor. Sigma. How high are the standards of your girlfriend, no, ex-girlfriend? Mulanting did not continue the topic, but the look in her eyes when she looked at Lu Fan changed. Ding. Mulanting's intimacy +2. Can this be added? What do you want to eat? Where to go? Lu Fan also changed the subject and asked. Today I am inviting Mr. Lu to dinner, so of course Mr. Lu has to decide where to go. Lu Fan smiled slightly when he heard that and started the car. The car went around and came to a small alley. Although it was night, the alley was full of life and people were coming and going. The only drawback was that it was difficult to park. Lu Fan finally found a place to park. Okay, get out of the car. Mulanting got out of the car and walked behind Lu Fan. The two of them walked straight to a barbecue restaurant. The restaurant was very small, one of those fly-infested restaurants, but the taste was excellent and the prices were low. Lu Fan often came here. Boss. Lu Fan walked in and called out. Hey! Xiao Fan is here. The boss greeted Lu Fan familiarly. Yeah, I haven't been here for a long time, and I'm craving it. Lu Fan also answered enthusiastically. Mulanting walked in and looked at this small restaurant full of fireworks. She didn't expect Lu Fan to bring her here. Was it to save her money? She immediately liked Lu Fan more. Ding! Mulanting's intimacy +5. Lu Fan was stunned. More? So much? Is this girl imagining something else? I am really craving the skewers here. Lu Fan ordered a lot of skewers and asked Mulanting what she liked to eat. The two of them sat down on a small stool and the table was not very big. I didn't expect Mr. Lu to come here to eat, said Mulanting. This place is also great. Although it looks shabby and dirty, the food is really good. Also, don't call me Mr. Lu anymore. Just call me Lu Fan. Okay, Lu Fan, then you can call me Ting Ting. Unconsciously, the relationship between the two people became much closer. While waiting for the skewers, they chatted about all sorts of things. Just like when they were buying a car today, Mulanting giggled from time to time. Ding! Mulanting's intimacy +5, Lu Fan has become accustomed to listening to the system's voice. Anyway, this girl will fill in the blanks in her mind from time to time. Lu Fan also took the opportunity to check Mulanting's information. Name, Mulanting. Age, 24 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 89. Charge times, 0. Intimacy, 42. Lu Fan was very satisfied. He went from 0 to 42 in just one day. This meant that Mulanting already had a good impression of him. We are not far from defeating Mulanting, it is just a matter of time. Not long after, the grilled skewers were served. The two of them ate and chatted. From Mulanting's narration, Lu Fan also learned that she was a miserable person. She lost her father when she was young and depended on her mother for life. Her relatives at home were all a group of snobs. It can be said that her grandmother and uncle didn't love her. After listening to Mulanting's narration, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel a little sorry for her. After the meal, Mulanting went to pay the bill and Lu Fan did not stop her. According to his guess, the meal did not cost much. Sure enough, in the end, they only spent more than 200 yuan. Mulanting felt a little embarrassed. She originally wanted to treat Lu Fan to a good meal, but ended up coming here. Although the food here is really good, she still felt a little bad. After dinner, Lu Fan sent Mulanting back to the old community and went home. Now Mulanting, who was standing at the gate of the community, was looking at the rear of the car. A trace of worry flashed across her face. But Lu Fan couldn't see these. Chapter 7: Being a Big Brother on the Internet. After returning to the hotel, Lu Fan took a shower, changed into the high-end bathrobe prepared by the hotel, and lay on the sofa fiddling with his mobile phone. Lu Fan looked at his account balance, 125 million. He would never have dared to think about it in the past, but now he is somewhat dissatisfied with the status quo. Although this more than 100 million can allow him to live a life without worries about food and clothing, now that he has a system, he should have higher goals. Lu Fan lay on the sofa and fell into deep thought. He already had a car, and he would definitely have more in the future. He also had houses. The money he had was enough to buy most of the houses in Sioux City. However, he always felt that he was alone and it would be more comfortable for him to stay in a hotel. Lu Fan was browsing Douyin with some boredom. Ha! Brother Tonzi. I am here. May I ask what the host requires? Can I get rebates if I give gifts on Douyin? Lu Fan thought of a way to make money quickly. Yes, host, any consumption behavior of the host will be rebated. Lu Fan jumped up happily after receiving the affirmation from Brother Tonzi. Brother Tonzi, you are such a nice person. I will treat you to a drink some other day. System. After exiting the system, Lu Fan immediately recharged 10 million in Douyin, which is 100 million Do coins. Ding. Detection host consumption 10 million yuan, triggering a triple rebate of 30 million yuan. Ha ha ha, awesome. I want to be a big brother on the internet too. Lu Fan took out his mobile phone and started watching the live broadcast. He never watched live broadcasts before, but this time he was very interested in making money. He spent a long time browsing but didn't come across any interesting live broadcasts, and every time he saw a female anchor, he would use the system to check their appearance and take a look at the charging count, just by the way. Wow, they all looked pretty on the phone, but after using the system to observe, these female anchors were exposed. The female anchor with the highest appearance only scored 73, but she looked like a peerless beauty in the live broadcast. These liars and those fools are still giving gifts to their goddesses. Would you cry if you knew what your goddesses really look like? Lu Fan complained. At this moment, Lu Fan came across a live broadcast room with the online name Siki Baby. The host was a female anchor with a mask on her face. She looked to have a good figure, but Lu Fan couldn't believe that a 200-pound fat man could be beautified to look like 90 pounds in the live broadcast room. Lu Fan used the system to check. Name, Shinseki. Age, 21 years old. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Appearance, 92. Charge times, 0. Intimacy, 5. Oh my god. Appearance is 92? Lu Fan's eyes widened when he saw the column for appearance. Mulanting and Xiaorui were already very beautiful, but even so, their appearance did not exceed 90. What does an appearance of 92 mean? Lu Fan took a look and saw that there were only 10 people in the live broadcast room. Why were there so few people watching such a beautiful woman? In Shinseki's live broadcast room, everyone was asking her to take off her mask. Lu Fan sent a barrage. Fan Xin Luyu, what's the point of scanning? It depends on your face. Lu Fan said it very straightforwardly. Shinseki on the screen naturally saw this comment and had a slight liking for Lu Fan for a moment, because everyone else asked her to take off the mask directly, and some even said that she wore the mask because she was ugly. Ding! Shinseki's intimacy +1. Ha! Just posting a comment will increase your intimacy by 1? Brother Fanshin Luyu, you can see Seki's face by swiping a dream castle. Shinseki's voice is very nice, a lowly voice, and Lu Fan enjoys listening to it. Dream castle? Lu Fan checked and then laughed. This girl is not greedy. This dream castle only costs 888 dubi, which is only 88 yuan. Lu Fan directly clicked on the dream castle, and then a special effect appeared in Shinseki's live broadcast room. Shinseki's eyes were wide open. She had been doing live broadcasts for 3 months, and this was the first time she received such an expensive gift. Thank you, brother Fan Xin Luyu, for the dream castle. Wait a moment, it's a bit troublesome to take off this mask. Shinseki said while taking off the mask. Lu Fan immediately sent another barrage, don't pick it up, just send it to me in a private message. Shinseki read the comments posted by Lu Fan, and the people in the live broadcast room naturally saw it as well. They all scolded Lu Fan for being narrow-minded, and some even started swearing. Facing them, Lu Fan just laughed. I'm giving gifts while you guys wait for ready-made ones. How can it be so good? Okay, brother Fanshin Luyu, I'll send it to you after I get off the air. Shinseki was very happy. This was the first time that her income from live streaming exceeded 10 yuan. Fan Xin Luyu, let us go PK, I'll protect you. Immediately afterwards, Lu Fan sent another barrage, saying that there were more than 20 people in Shinseki's live broadcast room, and they came in because of the gifts he had just given. I don't know why, but Shinseki gained confidence when she saw Lu Fan said he would protect her. She didn't dare to PK before, one reason being that she was embarrassed, and the other was that she would definitely lose. Fan Xin Luyu, go ahead, just find those big anchors, small anchors are boring. After Lu Fan's comments were published, the comments section was buzzing with comments saying that Lu Fan was showing off. This kid is really good at showing off. He thinks he's the boss just because he cleared a fantasy castle? Ugh. That's right, this kind of person is just trying to show off. The 88 yuan might be something he saved from his frugal life. Don't say that. He stole his father's labor insurance. Lu Fan looked at the comments section and ignored them. For these online trolls, nothing could slap them in the face better than using facts. Shinseki connected for a long time and finally found a female anchor. Lu Fan took a look and saw that there were only more than 6,000 people in the opposite live broadcast room. Although Lu Fan felt that it was a bit small, when he thought about the fact that there were so few people in Shinseki's live broadcast room, it was already very good that people were willing to play with her. Lu Fan used the system to check the other person's appearance. Wow, the score was only 63. Was he disfigured? He looked at the number of charges again, which made Lu Fan even more crazy. The number of charges was 235. This is definitely a bus. No, it's a long-distance train. Lu Fan complained. Shinseki decided on the punishment with the other party and then turned off the microphone. After turning off the microphone, the opponent's score directly reached 30,000. It was obvious that the opponent's big brother had won the carnival, and Shinseki's score went straight to the bottom. Lu Fan smiled contemptuously. Compared with me? Do you have a system? Lu Fan found the carnival and directly brushed 20 carnivals like clicking on the little hearts. Shinseki in the live broadcast room was stunned when she saw the endless carnivals. No one posted any comments in the comments section. After a long time, someone said, "This is a real big brother." Chapter 8, Meeting Mulanting again. It took Shinseki a long time to come back to her senses. "Thank you, brother Fanshin Luyu, for the carnival." Shinseki thanked excitedly. At this time, the host on the other side was a little anxious. There were thousands of people in her live broadcast room, and she felt very embarrassed to lose the PK with a host in a room with dozens of people. At this time, the big brother of the host on the opposite side also began to catch up, but in Lu Fan's eyes, it was just that. Lu Fan's hand kept poking at the carnival. He saw that Shinseki's live broadcast room was full of carnival. The number of people in her live broadcast room also increased from dozens to thousands. Many of them were fans from the opposite live broadcast room. Until the last second of the PK, Shinseki won with a crushing momentum. After the PK was over, Shinseki stared at the phone screen with shocked eyes. It was a long time before she expressed her gratitude to Lu Fan after being reminded by her fans. Lu Fan was in an extremely happy mood at this moment. His level also increased from level 0 to level 53. He had already become the big brother of the live broadcast room. "Okay, I'm going to log off." Lu Fan typed a barrage. "Thank you, brother Fanshin Luyu." Shinseki bowed in gratitude, and then Lu Fan left the live broadcast room. It feels so good to be the big brother. Lu Fan smiled happily as he recalled the scene just now. Feeling a little sleepy, Lu Fan walked into the bedroom, lay down on the soft big bed and fell asleep soundly. He believed that he would have sweet dreams tonight. The next morning, Lu Fan woke up and rubbed his messy hair. He planned to cancel the lease today. After all, he was already a billionaire, and the small house was no longer suitable for him to live in. Lu Fan opened his phone and found that there were new messages in the private message box between him and Shinseki. After Lu Fan clicked it, he saw a photo. Lu Fan's eyes widened when he looked at the photo. She is indeed a beauty with a score of over 90. She is so beautiful. Lu Fan sighed, but then he thought, no matter how beautiful she is, she cannot escape from his palm. After washing up, Lu Fan changed into a new set of clothes and immediately picked up the car keys and went to the old neighborhood where he used to live. Ding! 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 Just then Lu Fan's cell phone rang. Lu Fan glanced at his phone and frowned. It was his ex-girlfriend Lulu calling. Lu Fan thought about it and answered the phone. "Lu Fan, are you home? Please pack up my clothes and jewelry, I'm moving out." Lulu on the other end of the phone said in a commanding tone. Lu Fan frowned and said, "Damn it, you've cheated on me and you still dare to order me like this. I'm at home. As for your things, you can come back and pack them up yourself. I tell you that if you come back late, I will throw them all away." Lu Fan hung up the phone without waiting for Lulu to speak. What the hell? Lu Fan cursed angrily. Lu Fan drove the car into the residential area. For such an old residential area, a Porsche Cayenne is definitely a rare species. Lu Fan parked the car downstairs, but unexpectedly he saw Mulanting coming downstairs to throw away the garbage. "Lu Fan? Why are you here?" Mulanting saw Lu Fan downstairs of her house and asked in confusion. Then she thought to herself, is he here to see me? Thinking of this, her face couldn't help but blush. Ding! Mulanting's intimacy +5. What is this girl imagining? Lu Fan asked puzzledly after receiving the system prompt. Ting, I'm here to cancel the lease. Lu Fan did not hide it from Mulanting. Cancel the lease? You rented a house here? Mulanting couldn't believe it. How could a rich man like Lu Fan rent a house here? Seeing Mulanting's expression, Lu Fan smiled. I rented it when I was poor, and now I am ready to return it. Then, can I go up and take a look? Mulanting asked a little embarrassedly. Lu Fan was stunned for a moment, then he felt happy. No problem, it's just that my ex-girlfriend is coming to get something later. Lu Fan explained. It's okay. I also want to see what your ex-girlfriend looks like for breaking up with you. So the two of them went upstairs. The door opened, and a small room of less than 50 square meters appeared in front of Mulanting. Although this house is small, Lu Fan kept it very clean. As the saying goes, a small house may have all the necessary facilities. Sorry, the house is a little small. Mulanting shook her head. It's very heartwarming, but it's definitely not worthy of you now. Mulanting also spoke out her true feelings. This sentence is very useful to Lu Fan, but of course it is not worthy of him now. Lu Fan asked Mulanting to sit down, then brought her a bottle of drink and considerately unscrewed the cap for her. Afterwards, Lu Fan called the landlady and told her that he wanted to cancel the lease. After the call, Lu Fan also sat on the sofa and chatted with Mulanting. About an hour later, there was a knock on the door. Lu Fan thought it was the landlord, but when he opened the door, he saw a face he hated. I gave you face, didn't I? How dare you hang up on me? Lulu saw Lu Fan saying angrily, and behind her was the bald, greasy man who might be older than her father. Lulu, did you live in a place like this before? The bald, greasy man looked disgusted. There's nothing I can do. It's my fault that I chose the wrong person before. Will my husband let her live in a big house in the future? Lulu said with a flattering look on her face as she looked at the bald and greasy man leaning on him. Lu Fan felt so disgusted when he saw it that he couldn't help but shiver. Mulanting was sitting on the sofa at this time. When she saw Lulu coming in, she frowned slightly. Lulu was pretty, otherwise she would not have become Lu Fan's ex-girlfriend, but she was not so stunning. What gave her the confidence to leave Lu Fan? Mulanting was a little confused. At this time, the bald greasy man and Lulu also noticed Mulanting sitting on the sofa. Lulu saw Mulanting frowning. She didn't expect that just after she broke up with Lu Fan found such a beautiful girlfriend, so beautiful that made her jealous. The bald, greasy man couldn't take his eyes off Mulanting's beauty, which made Lulu push him angrily. Okay, Lu Fan, you're quite capable. You found a new girlfriend right after breaking up. Lulu said sarcastically. Ha, I'm not as capable as you. You found it without breaking up. Lu Fan didn't indulge her. You. Lulu's face turned red with anger. Lu Fan's words clearly meant that she had cheated on her. Although it was the truth, she didn't want others to think so. What do you mean? Take your junk away quickly. I have something else to do. Lu Fan urged. He didn't want to see Lulu at all. What can you do? Go to that crappy class of yours? Lu Fan, you're really a person who has no ambition. Lulu smiled with disdain. Hearing Lulu mocking Lu Fan, Mulanting at the side couldn't help it and she felt that she should do something. Ms. Lu, right? I would like you to take your things away quickly and not delay my date with my boyfriend. Mulanting walked up and took Lu Fan's arm, staring at Lulu as if to provoke her. Do you have the right to speak here? Lulu refused to be outdone. I'm Lu Fan's girlfriend. This is our home. I don't have a say in my home, so how can you have a say? Lu Fan didn't expect that although Mulanting looked so weak, her little mouth was actually quite powerful. He gave Mulanting a thumbs up out of admiration. Humph. Lulu had nothing to say. She walked into the bedroom and packed up her things. Then she glared at Lu Fan and Mulanting and left with her father's arm around her. Chapter 9, Keep Your Word. When Mulanting saw them leave, she pulled her arm away from Lu Fan's arm, and her face turned a little red. Lu Fan looked at Mulanting with some gratitude. Thank you for what you did just now. It's okay. I just couldn't stand her arrogant look just now. Mulanting explained. But you just admitted that I'm your boyfriend. Lu Fan teased Mulanting with a smile. No, I was just trying to help you out. Don't take it seriously. Mulanting said nervously. Oh? So you don't keep your word? No, I am. Mulanting didn't know how to explain herself. Lulu and the bald and greasy man walked downstairs, but there was still a hint of anger on her face at this time. For some reason, she was unhappy to see that Lu Fan had found such a beautiful girlfriend. I didn't realize that your shabby community can afford a car like the Porsche Cayenne for women. The bald man saw the Porsche Cayenne with a hint of envy in his eyes. His car was just a BMW 5 Series, more than half the price. Lulu also noticed the car. In her impression, there didn't seem to be such a car in this community. Could it be that someone had just moved in? Honey, with your ability, buying this car should not be a problem, right? Lulu was trying to pooh the bald man again. The bald man felt a little elated when he heard Lulu's words. Of course, this car is nothing. I can get it in minutes. The bald man raised his head proudly. I know my husband is the best. Just then, two old ladies passed by and were surprised to see Lulu calling such an old man husband. Young girls nowadays are really shameless. That guy could be her dad, right? That's right. Can't you see that his hair is almost falling out? He has less hair than my wife. Lulu naturally heard their conversation. Her face suddenly turned dark and she urged the bald man to drive away quickly. She didn't want to stay in this place for even a second. At this time in the rental house, Mulanting was so embarrassed by Lu Fan's teasing that she couldn't even raise her head. You have to keep your word. You are my girlfriend now. Seeing that Mulanting did not deny it, Lu Fan added fuel to the fire. If you say so, then so. Mulanting already had a good impression of Lu Fan, so how could she bear such affectionate words from Lu Fan? Hee, since you are already my girlfriend, should I charge some interest? Lu Fan approached Mulanting with a wicked smile. What interest are you charging? Mulanting said nervously as she looked at the face slowly approaching her. What do you think? I don't know. Mulanting's eyes widened as soon as she finished speaking, because Lu Fan had kissed her on the lips. As a soloist for more than 20 years, Mulanting had never experienced such stimulation before, and she didn't know what to do for a moment. Slowly, as Lu Fan went deeper, Mulanting closed her eyes and responded to Lu Fan's attack. 10 minutes later, Mulanting felt that she was having difficulty breathing, so she pushed Lu Fan away. Lu Fan felt a little embarrassed when he saw Mulanting breathing heavily. I'm sorry. I was a little impulsive. Lu Fan scratched his head. It's okay, this is my first kiss, I'm not used to it yet, please give me some time to get used to it. Mulanting didn't dare to look up at Lu Fan. Ding! Mulanting's intimacy plus 10. So much more? Lu Fan quickly called up Mulanting's information panel. Name, Mulanting. Age, 24 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 89. Charge times, 0. Intimacy, 57. Oh my god, the intimacy level is already 57. Doesn't that mean they are already in a romantic relationship? And it will soon be upgraded to a family relationship. Lu Fan couldn't help but feel grateful to Mulanting. To be honest, Lu Fan is somewhat in love with this girl, but now that he has the system, it is impossible for him to have only this one girlfriend. He can only say sorry about this matter. Lu Fan, what about our current relationship? Mulanting asked proactively. Do I even need to ask? Of course you are my girlfriend. Mulanting smiled, feeling very happy, but more shy. Looking at Mulanting's shy face, Lu Fan's adrenaline soared sharply. Just when he wanted to take action, there was another knock on the door. Needless to say, it must be the landlady coming over. Lu Fan went to open the door somewhat awkwardly, and it turned out to be a middle-aged, somewhat fat lady, his landlord, Aunt Wu. Xiao Fan, why do you want to move when you're living so well? Aunt Wu asked, with some reluctance in her tone. Aunt Wu, I changed my job, so of course I have to choose a place that is closer to home. Lu Fan said as he poured Aunt Wu a glass of water. Lu Fan has been renting here since he graduated from university, and it has been 2 years. During this period, Aunt Wu has always taken good care of him, and his rent has been reduced again and again, and finally he felt a little embarrassed. Just then Aunt Wu noticed Mulanting standing nearby. Who is this? Aunt Wu asked. She knew Lulu, so she was a little surprised when she saw Mulanting. Aunt Wu, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Tingting, and this is Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu has always taken good care of me. Lu Fan introduced the two to each other. Hello, Aunt Wu, thank you for taking care of my boyfriend for so long. Mulanting felt grateful to Aunt Wu when she heard that she was so nice to Lu Fan. Oh! The girl is so pretty. Aunt Wu's eyes lit up when she looked at Mulanting. Although she didn't know when Lu Fan changed his girlfriend, she could feel that this girl was much better than Lulu, not only in appearance, but also in her behavior and conversation. Finally, Lu Fan and Aunt Wu discussed the termination of the lease. Aunt Wu said that she would return Lu Fan's deposit to him, but Lu Fan refused. Then Lu Fan transferred 10,000 yuan to Aunt Wu as compensation for reducing the rent for him over the years. That won't do. You've just graduated for less than 2 years. How can I take your money? Aunt Wu said as she was about to return it. Aunt Wu, if it weren't for you, I might have had to sleep under the bridge. You must take this money. I don't need it now. Lu Fan persuaded, and Mulanting also joined in. Aunt Wu finally had no choice but to accept the money. After settling everything here, Lu Fan said goodbye to Aunt Wu and left with Mulanting. As for the things in the house, Lu Fan didn't plan to take them away. Many of them were bought by him later, but Lu Fan planned to leave them all to Aunt Wu. With his current net worth, does he still need to care about this? Chapter 10 Sexy and Sensual Woman. Are you interested in visiting my house? Mulanting said as the two of them walked downstairs. Oh? Are you trying to trick me into your house and do something bad to me? Lu Fan pretended to be shy. No way, if you don't want to forget it, then forget it. Mulanting's pretty face turned slightly red. Go away, go away. My girlfriend invited me, so why shouldn't I go back? Lu Fan smiled and took Mulanting's hand. The moment she touched Lu Fan's hand, Mulanting's whole body trembled. What's wrong with you? We're boyfriend and girlfriend, why should we be so nervous about holding hands? I know, but it's just that it's my first time holding hands with a boy and I'm a little uncomfortable. Mulanting said with her head down. It's okay. You'll get used to it after holding it for a while. Under the guidance of Mulanting, Lu Fan came to her small home. As soon as he walked into the room, Lu Fan smelled a fragrance. Is this the room for a girl living alone? Lu Fan exclaimed. Mulanting's home is generally decorated in pink tones, which shows that she still has a girlish heart. Sit anywhere. It was the first time for Mulanting to bring a boy to her home. She felt a little shy, but more excited. By the way, I'm the only one at home, so I didn't prepare any boys' slippers. These are mine and I haven't worn them yet. You'll have to make do with them. Mulanting took out a pair of brand new pink slippers from the shoe cabinet, with 2 Hello Kitty characters on them. Lu Fan took off his shoes. His size 44 feet were indeed a bit tight in the size 36 slippers. Mulanting found it a little funny to see Lu Fan with half of his foot exposed. Lu Fan walked around the house in his slippers. The house was not big, only about 60 square meters at most, but it was much bigger than his previous house. Lu Fan walked to the balcony and saw Mulanting's underwear hanging there. He couldn't help but stare at it in a daze. Mulanting, who came out from the kitchen to get water, saw Lu Fan looking at her underwear. Her pretty face flushed. After a long time, she put down the cup and walked over. You are not allowed to look. Mulanting quickly blocked Lu Fan's eyes and pushed him away. Hey, boyfriend, what's the problem with you taking a look? Lu Fan was quite shameless. That won't work either. Mulanting frowned and said shyly. Okay, if you don't want to watch it, then don't watch it. Then Lu Fan looked around and found that Mulanting seemed to be particularly fond of flowers and plants. There were many flower pots next to the TV cabinet and on the balcony, and the flowers in them had already bloomed. You seem to like flowers very much? Yes, every day after get off work I would sit on the balcony and look at these flowers, and my bad mood would be relieved. As an employee of a Porsche 4S store, your salary should be quite high, right? What worries you? Lu Fan asked curiously. At this point, Lu Fan noticed that Mulanting's eyes looked a little lost, probably because she was worried about something, but she quickly adjusted herself. No matter how rich a person is, he or she will have worries, let alone me, Mulanting explained. Lu Fan nodded. Are you hungry? Can I cook for you? After hearing what Mulanting said, Lu Fan actually felt a little hungry. Okay. Let me see how my girlfriend's cooking skills are? Lu Fan said with a smile. Mulanting blushed and walked into the kitchen. Not long after, the sound of skilled cutting of vegetables was heard in the kitchen. Lu Fan walked over with some curiosity, and his eyes lit up when he saw Mulanting's skillful technique. I didn't expect you to be so good at swordsmanship. You're almost as good as me. TSK. How dare you? Someone as rich as you can also cook? I don't believe it. Mulanting obviously didn't believe it? Yo-ha? You don't believe me? Open up, I'll do it. When Mulanting questioned his cooking skills, Lu Fan decided to show off his cooking skills himself. Can you do it? Mulanting asked doubtfully. Humph. Don't eat your tongue later. Then Lu Fan started cutting the vegetables skillfully. Mulanting's pupils gradually dilated as Lu Fan cooked the dishes. She didn't expect that Lu Fan could actually cook. What's going on? You actually can cook? Mulanting asked in surprise. How is it? Are you surprised? I tell you that I came from a poor family. Cooking for myself is much cheaper than eating out, so I thought about cooking for myself when I was in college, and that's how I developed the skill. Half an hour later, under Mulanting's surprised gaze, Lu Fan prepared 4 dishes and a soup. Since Mulanting didn't eat much meat, these dishes were all vegetarian, but the taste was amazing. These days, Lu Fan has been eating delicacies from land and sea every day, which is a good opportunity to change his taste. Come, how about trying it? Lu Fan and Mulanting sat down opposite each other. Mulanting picked up a piece of food and put it in her mouth. Wow! It's really delicious. Mulanting's eyes widened, feeling incredible. It really tasted much better than what she cooked. Hee. You see, I really didn't lie. Lu Fan felt proud. Since I'm such a slut cooking for you, shouldn't you reward me later? Lu Fan took the opportunity to make a request. What reward do you want? Mulanting asked shyly and with some concern in her voice. He wouldn't want to do that kind of thing with me, right? Although as his girlfriend it's normal, we have just confirmed our relationship. Isn't it a little too fast? Mulanting thought to herself. But to be honest, if Lu Fan really wanted that, she wouldn't refuse. Let's talk after dinner. Lu Fan kept it a secret. 20 minutes later, the two put down their bowls and chopsticks, and Mulanting felt very full. After dinner, Lu Fan kept his eyes on her. Mulanting felt a little scared, so she gritted her teeth and went for it. Tell me what reward you want. Can you have whatever you want? Lu Fan asked in surprise. Hurry up and tell me, or I might change my mind later. As soon as Mulanting finished speaking, she felt her lips being wrapped in the warm and moist place before. 20 minutes later, Lu Fan took the initiative to push Mulanting away. Both of them were breathing rapidly because Lu Fan's hands had begun to grope around. In fact, even if Lu Fan went further, Mulanting would not resist him, but Lu Fan did not intend to do so. He not only wanted Mulanting, but also her heart. Sorry, I'm excited again. Lu Fan adjusted his breathing. Am I very good this time? Mulanting asked boldly. It's really amazing that it can last so long the second time. Lu Fan nodded with satisfaction. Then why don't you continue? When Mulanting saw Lu Fan pushing her away, she doubted her appearance for the first time and didn't care about being shy anymore. Lu Fan was a little confused by Mulanting's words. Good guy, you are so proactive, right? This isn't the right time to do this. I'll get you after you truly fall in love with me. Ding. Mulanting's intimacy +5. Are you moved again? You are such a sexy and emotional woman. Chapter 11 Lu Fan 2 Torturing. Ding ding ding. Just as the two were chatting, Mulanting's cell phone suddenly rang. Mulanting picked up the phone, and Lu Fan noticed that Mulanting's phone was similar to the one he used before, and it seemed that she had been using it for many years. What's up? Oh. No, it was a message from a colleague in the store, asking if we should go to the bar together after they get off work in the evening. Really, if you don't believe me, just see for yourself. Mulanting looked at Lu Fan with a strange look, thinking that Lu Fan suspected her. You misunderstood. I didn't doubt you. I was just wondering, do you go to bars often? No, I don't like that kind of place very much. Mulanting shook her head and said. So you're going to refuse? Mulanting nodded. No. I have never been to a bar in my life. Promise me, we'll go together and see if your colleagues will diswelcome me? Lu Fan asked with a smile. Okay, I'll ask them. When Mulanting heard that Lu Fan was interested, she asked her colleagues. Afterwards, Lu Fan saw that Mulanting's pretty face was visibly red, and he didn't know what they were talking about. Okay, they said we'll have dinner first and then go to the bar. Mulanting said, putting down her phone. Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Mulanting saw Lu Fan staring at her. Yes, it's kind of cute. Ugh. This kind of old-fashioned love talk is so disgusting. Lu Fan was also a little embarrassed. He had seen these words on the internet and it was the first time he said them. He didn't expect that Mulanting would dislike him. What are you talking about? Why is your face suddenly red? No, nothing said? Mulanting said hesitantly. I want to know. Let me see. Lu Fan looked like he would not give up until he knew the answer. Mulanting then handed the phone to Lu Fan, then covered her face with her hands and dared not look at him. Lu Fan looked at Mulanting's phone. Mulanting had a small group with 5 people, who should all be her close friends. Mulanting, can I bring my family with me? Su Jiajiao? Huang Mengqin? Hu Xiyao, what's going on? Zhang Wan, there are melons to eat? Sure, of course you can bring your family members. Is he handsome? Su Jiajiao, he must be very handsome. Our Tingting is so pretty. Mulanting, you will know when we meet in the evening. The chat ended here, and Lu Fan smiled slightly after reading it. You are so shy, this conversation is normal. I'm not shy anymore, I'm just a little embarrassed. Mulanting argued. Isn't this the same thing? Lu Fan shook his head. Lu Fan and Mulanting stayed at home for a while. Let's go. Let's go out. Lu Fan stood up and said. Why are you going? It's still early. I'll take you shopping. Lu Fan looked at Mulanting's clothes, which had faded from washing. How could his woman, Lu Fan, be so shabby? Forget it. My clothes are clean and still wearable. No need to spend money. If I say use it, then use it. You will be my woman in the future, so there is no need to be so frugal. You are alone and work in a Porsche 4S store. Your salary is not low, so why are you so frugal? Lu Fan was also a little puzzled. Mulanting lowered her head and said nothing, but Lu Fan could tell that she seemed to be worried. However, since she didn't say anything, it was not convenient for him to ask. Let's go. Lu Fan urged. Mulanting had no choice but to go out with Lu Fan. 2 people came to the shopping mall. Let me change your phone first. I see your phone seems to have been used for a long time, right? No need, my phone is fine. No need to spend any more money. Mulanting said, holding the phone. Listen to me. Lu Fan pulled Mulanting to the door of Warwick's mobile phone store. Finally, Mulanting was stunned and bought a Warwick Mate 60 RS Extraordinary Master, which was worth 12,999 yuan. Ding! The host's consumption is detected to be 12,999 yuan, triggering a 5-fold rebate of 64,995 yuan. Ding! It is detected that the host is spending money for his girlfriend for the first time, triggering a critical hit reward, God-level drinking capacity. Oh my god, it can trigger a critical hit? Brother Tongzi, I love you so much. Host, I don't want to do this. Okay, I get it, leave now. Lu Fan interrupted the system before it could finish. System Superscript 33. The 2 people walked out of the Huawei flagship store. Mulanting was holding the newly bought mobile phone, and her eyes were unconsciously a little red. What's wrong? Lu Fan looked at her puzzledly and asked. This phone is so expensive. No one has ever been so nice to me. Mulanting said with tears falling down her face. What's the big deal? The real show hasn't even started yet, so my girlfriend is the best match for me. The 2 of them spent the rest of the afternoon in the shopping mall, going from one store to another, and Mulanting tried on one piece of clothing after another. Mulanting has become numb from the initial rejection. In the end, Lu Fan spent a total of 86,999 yuan on Mulanting and received a rebate of 260,997 yuan. Lu Fan, let's not buy any more. I really can't afford to change it anymore. Mulanting said with a bitter face. Lu Fan looked at the things in his hand. Although he felt a little unsatisfied, he had no choice but to agree when he saw Mulanting looked tired. Your girlfriends should be getting off work soon, right? Ask them and tell them I'm treating them to dinner. Oh. Mulanting took out her phone and typed. Okay, they agreed. I'll give them an address when the time comes. Lu Fan nodded, and then the two walked out of the shopping mall. After getting in the car, Mulanting breathed a sigh of relief. It was the first time she felt shopping was so tiring. She never wanted to go shopping again. Lu Fan was too torturous. Lu Fan felt satisfied in his heart as he looked at Mulanting's appearance in the driving seat. Letting his woman buy clothes until she is tired is the greatest compliment to a man. Lu Fan drove to a Michelin one-star private restaurant in Suzhou. Lu Fan had seen this restaurant many times on Douyin's local app, but his wallet didn't allow it before. This time he planned to give it a try. After arriving, the two did not get out of the car. Lu Fan took out a pack of cigarettes and lit one. He used to smoke when he was in college, but later he quit smoking because of Lulu. Mulanting didn't have any thoughts when she saw Lu Fan smoking. It was nothing for a man, especially a successful man like Lu Fan, to smoke. She didn't mind it anyway. Let's go. Lu Fan put out the cigarette butt and threw it into the trash can. Lu Fan asked for a private room. Seeing that it was almost time, this place was close to where Mulanting worked, and her besties should be here soon. 10 minutes later, Lu Fan heard a burst of chattering and laughter coming from outside the door. Mulanting knew that her best friends had come. She knew her best friends' personalities very well. They were always noisy wherever they went. She looked at Lu Fan apologetically. Tingting, now that you're rich, why are you booking a meal here? Tingting, where is your boyfriend? 4 girls pushed the door open. Hello? Lu Fan greeted with a smile. Oh my god. So handsome. Chapter 12 Deluxe Dragon Set. Ah. You, didn't you go to buy a car that day? At this time, a girl pointed at Lu Fan with her eyes wide open. Yes, it's me. Nice to meet you. Lu Fan stood up politely. Mulanting introduced her best friends to Lu Fan, but he didn't remember any of their names. However, Mulanting's best friends did remember Lu Fan's name. I was wondering why Tingting asked us to eat in a place like this. Turns out it's handsome Lu who is here, said Su Jiaojiao. I just got together with Tingting today, so I might delay your time for eating and shopping in the future. I invited you here today to apologize. Just order whatever you want to eat. It's my treat today. Lu Fan's words were very beautiful, leaving a good impression on Mulanting's girlfriends. Since handsome Lu said so, we won't be polite. Several people picked up the menu and started ordering. It was fine at first, but gradually Mulanting's expression changed. Jiao, there are already 12 dishes. Why are you still ordering? Mulanting's face flushed, blaming Su Jiao for being impolite and embarrassing her. Humph. You really have a boyfriend now. Now you know how to save money for him. Hi. Tingting was just joking. Just order whatever you want. It's okay. Lu Fan waved his hand generously. Oh. Forget it, that's all. Tingting will be unhappy if I order more. After saying that, he looked at Mulanting provocatively. Mulanting glared at her, then lowered her head embarrassedly. This is so embarrassing. I shouldn't have agreed to Lu Fan's invitation to dinner. Mulanting muttered to herself. After a while, the dishes they ordered were served one after another. Looking at these dishes, Lu Fan's eyes lit up. Not only did these dishes taste good, but the presentation was also very exquisite. We discussed that we would go to the bar later, so we didn't drink while eating. After the dishes were finished, Lu Fan wiped his mouth with satisfaction. Mulanting and her girlfriends had almost finished eating. Wow! I'm so full. I've never eaten such delicious food. Su Jiaojiao lay on the chair without caring about her image. Humph. You'll die of stuffing. Mulanting glared at her. Brother Lu, look at your Tingting. Okay, it's about time, let's go to the bar now. Which one? Lu Fan had never been to a bar in his life, and he didn't know where to have fun. I have booked the bar, let's go bao. Su Jiaojiao said. It's just that my car can't accommodate so many people. Lu Fan was a little embarrassed because they had one more person. It's okay. We won't disturb you too. Let's take a taxi. Zhang Wan said at this time. Lu Fan smiled and nodded, but Mulanting blushed when she heard Zhang Wan say that she and Lu Fan were a couple. Check out. Ding. The host's consumption is detected to be 26,480 yuan, triggering a triple rebate of 79,440 yuan. When Su Jiaojiu and the others heard that the meal cost more than 20,000 yuan, they felt embarrassed. They didn't expect this place to be so expensive. On the way to the bar. I'm sorry, Lu Fan, my friends are a bit unruly. Mulanting said embarrassedly. I feel pretty good. I'm quite cheerful. Isn't it a bit too cheerful? Lu Fan and his friends drove faster, so they arrived at the door of the bar first. After waiting for a while, Su Jiaojiu and her friends arrived. Led by Su Jiaojiu, Lu Fan and his friends walked in. As soon as he walked into the bar, Lu Fan's ears were filled with the music from the bar. It was his first time there, so he felt a little uncomfortable. Several people came to a scattered stage. Brother Lu, what kind of wine would you like to drink? Su Jiaojiu said loudly. What kind of drinks are available? This is the environment in a bar, and you have to shout when chatting. Finally, a bartender came over and recommended some wine to Lu Fan. Suddenly, Lu Fan saw a deluxe dragon set on the wine list, which cost 88,888, the most expensive one here. This is it. Lu Fan said. The salesperson looked at Lu Fan with some surprise. Are you sure? Lu Fan suddenly felt as if he had been insulted. Don't waste time, I want this one. Let's get a set first. I might need more later. Lu Fan swiped the card. Ding. The host's consumption is detected to be 88,888 yuan, triggering a five-fold rebate of 444,440 yuan. Seeing that Lu Fan was getting impatient, the salesperson apologized and left. Hey! He is really a rich man, bringing so many beautiful girls to the bar, and he wears a luxurious dragon suit right from the start. When can I be so cool? Brother Tonzi, can you please not remind me every time I spend money? It's scary when I'm reminded of it all of a sudden, okay? Okay. Seeing that the system agreed, Lu Fan sighed that it was a very personalized system. After a while, more than a dozen young men dressed as waiters came over carrying a set of luxurious dragon suits, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the bar. When the waiters put the things in front of them, Su Jiaojiu and Zhang Wan were stunned. Handsome Lu, you actually ordered the deluxe dragon set? Su Jiaojiu often came to the bar, so she was of course familiar with the deluxe dragon set, but she had never ordered it. Just have fun when you're out, don't worry about it, it's my treat. Su Jiaojiu and the others happily thanked Lu Fan when they heard this. At this time, Mulanting asked Zhang Wan next to her how much these things cost. When Zhang Wan told her the price, Mulanting's mouth opened wide, and then she smiled helplessly. It seemed that the gap between her and Lu Fan was not ordinary big, it was like an insurmountable chasm. At this time, the movement of Lu Fan and his group also attracted other people, and even many young and beautiful girls in revealing clothes came to talk to Lu Fan, but when they saw Mulanting's unfriendly eyes and her beautiful appearance beside Lu Fan, they reluctantly retreated. In fact, even if Mulanting was not there, Lu Fan would not pay attention to them. Just now, Lu Fan checked their information through the system. Wow, the number of times they have been charged is almost enough to form a reinforced company. Although Lu Fan did not add their contact information, Mulanting felt a little uncomfortable at this time. She knew that a man like Lu Fan would never be short of outstanding women around him, and a situation like today was definitely unavoidable. Ting Ting, what are you standing there for? Drink up. You never come when I call you normally, and now that handsome Lu is here, why aren't you drinking? Su Jiaojiu handed a glass of wine to Mulanting. Mulanting looked at the wine in front of her, remembered her own situation, and her mood fluctuated a little. She picked up the wine and drank it all in one gulp. After swallowing the wine, a hot feeling surged up from her stomach. Drink slowly, this liquor is very strong. Lu Fan said worriedly. It's okay, I can do it. Mulanting suppressed her discomfort and drank another glass. Lu Fan looked at Mulanting with some doubts in his heart. What is going on here? Lu Fan stopped thinking about it anymore because he had adapted to the atmosphere here. No wonder those rich people liked to come to the bar. The atmosphere here was really refreshing. Moreover, the girls here were all dressed simply, which was a feast for Lu Fan's eyes. But he can't choose a woman here, he still likes the clean ones. Chapter 13. If you want, you can do it at night. After drinking a few glasses of wine, Mulanting felt hot all over and her face turned red. Ting Ting, are you okay? Su Jiaojiao saw that Mulanting's eyes were a little difficult to open, and she was obviously drunk. It's okay, I can still drink. Mulanting waved her hand and said. Well, people who say this must have drunk too much. Forget it, Tingting, don't drink anymore. Su Jiaojiao persuaded. Lu Fan, who was standing by, felt a little distressed when he saw Mulanting's appearance. Then you guys go play first, I'll take her away first. Lu Fan said. Okay. You guys should be careful. Really, I don't know what happened to Tingting today. She doesn't usually drink. Lu Fan helped Mulanting up and walked out of the bar. Lu Fan, I really can still drink. Mulanting leaned on Lu Fan's shoulder, even her steps were frivolous, but she was still shouting that she wanted to drink. Hey! Yes, you can drink the most. Let's go back and drink some more. Lu Fan had no choice but to agree with her. He helped Mulanting into the car. Since he had been drinking, he couldn't drive. There were many designated drivers waiting for work outside the bar, so Lu Fan found one. However, they did not return to Mulanting's home, but returned to the hotel where Lu Fan was staying. It was not because Lu Fan had any ideas, but because the hotel was relatively close to here. When they arrived at the hotel, Lu Fan took out 200 yuan from his bag and gave it to the designated driver. Thank you, sir. If you need a designated driver in the future, please contact me. The designated driver left with a smile on his face. Lu Fan carried Mulanting to his presidential suite because Mulanting was unconscious at this time. Hey! If you can't drink, why are you drinking so much? Although Lu Fan complained, he did not delay his actions at all. Walking into another bedroom, Lu Fan put her on the bed. Looking at Mulanting lying on the bed, Lu Fan couldn't help feeling a little excited. He was also a normal man, and it was hard for him not to have some thoughts when facing such a Mulanting, but he was not the kind of person who would take advantage of others. He covered Mulanting with a quilt and was about to go out. Lu Fan, can you hug me? At this moment, the drunk Mulanting was calling Lu Fan in her sleep. Originally Lu Fan was planning to leave, but when he saw Mulanting's appearance, he felt a little reluctant. Lu Fan did not leave. He walked to the bedside and took Mulanting's hand. Unexpectedly, after holding Lu Fan's hand, Mulanting's breathing became smoother and she no longer yelled for Lu Fan to hold her. Just when Lu Fan thought she had fallen asleep, he was planning to take a shower, but the drunk Mulanting vomited on him, and she wasn't done yet, the quilt was covered with vomit. This scene caught Lu Fan off guard. My aunt, can't you wait until I leave before vomiting? Lu Fan looked at his body. Even Mulanting's body was covered with her work. It seemed that he could not sleep in this room. When Mulanting showed no signs of vomiting, Lu Fan picked her up by the waist, walked into the bathroom, and put her in the bathtub. Tingting, I'm not taking advantage of you. I'm sorry. Lu Fan sighed and began to take off Mulanting's clothes and help her take a bath. But during the bathing process, Lu Fan was very proud. Mulanting was so beautiful, with fair and delicate skin, that Lu Fan couldn't let go of her. Lu Fan suppressed the discomfort in his body, gave Mulanting a bath, put on a bathrobe for her, carried her into his bedroom, covered her with a blanket, and walked out. Oh! I'm such a kind person. I remain motionless in the face of such a situation. I'm sorry to have to inconvenience you. Lu Fan said, looking down at him. Lu Fan went to the bathroom, took a shower and then lay down on the sofa. Having drunk a lot of wine, Lu Fan felt a little sleepy and fell asleep after a while. The next morning, Mulanting woke up and rubbed her aching head. Where is this? Looking at the unfamiliar environment around her, it was obviously not her home. This place was much better than her home. Suddenly Mulanting widened her eyes, lifted the quilt and looked at herself. She was wearing a bathrobe at the moment, and she could feel that apart from the bathrobe, she had no other clothes on. Lu Fan! Mulanting subconsciously thought of Lu Fan. He hurriedly walked out of the bedroom and saw Lu Fan sleeping on the sofa. For some reason, Mulanting breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lu Fan. She tiptoed to Lu Fan and squatted down, admiring his sleeping face. Subconsciously, he reached out and touched Lu Fan's face. Feeling a little itchy, Lu Fan scratched his face, but did not wake up. Ding! Mulanting's intimacy plus 10. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly appeared in Lu Fan's mind, which scared Lu Fan and made him sit up suddenly. Mulanting was also startled when she saw Lu Fan suddenly sitting up. Lu Fan, are you having a nightmare? Lu Fan shook his head and glanced at Mulanting, then he realized that it was the system's voice. Fuck you, didn't I tell you not to tell me this kind of thing again? Do you want to scare me to death all of a sudden? Lu Fan cursed the system. The host just said that I don't need to tell you about the rebate for consumption, but didn't he say that I don't need to tell you about the increase in intimacy? Lu Fan rolled his eyes. Wake up. From now on, you don't need to notify me when I'm sleeping. You can do whatever you want after you wake up. After talking to the system, Lu Fan asked it to exit. Are you awake? Lu Fan asked Mulanting, who was squatting in front of him. He could vaguely see that perky breast through her nightgown, but Lu Fan had already seen it yesterday, so he didn't feel anything now. Why are you sleeping here? Mulanting asked puzzledly, and Lu Fan then recounted what happened yesterday. After hearing this, Mulanting's face turned red and she apologized to Lu Fan very uncomfortably. Then why don't you go to your room and sleep? After asking this question, Mulanting's face turned even redder. How could I sleep with you without your consent? Lu Fan looked righteous. You've already seen me naked, and you still care about this? Well, there is a reason for this. I can't just watch you lying on the bed in all filth. Lu Fan was also a little embarrassed. Actually, I don't care. Mulanting said with a blushing face. What? Louder? Lu Fan was a little surprised. I mean, I don't mind doing that with you. Mulanting said, covering her face and running back to the bedroom. Oh damn, then I've been enduring for nothing for so long. Lu Fan slapped his head, wondering why he was being a ninja. Ting Ting, can I just think about it now? Lu Fan followed Mulanting into the bedroom. He. It's too late now. Mulanting smiled playfully, which was unusual for her. This was the first time Lu Fan saw this side of Mulanting. It's over, the opportunity is missed. Lu Fan felt regretful. You can do it at night if you want. Chapter 14 Xiaoruoi's lewd words. Lu Fan was stunned for a moment, then called up Mulanting's information panel. Name, Mulanting. Age, 24 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 89. Charge times, 0. Intimacy, 72. Damn, Mulanting's intimacy has reached 72 without me noticing. Does that mean Mulanting now treats him as a relative? Lu Fan thought to himself, feeling incredible. Ding, ding, ding is the sound of WeChat messages on Lu Fan's mobile phone. Lu Fan took out his cell phone and looked at it, then a smile appeared on his face. Ting Ting, you should rest in the hotel first. I have to go out for a while. If you need anything, just call the front desk and they will send it to you. After Lu Fan finished speaking, he transferred another 200,000 yuan to Mulanting's WeChat. Originally, he wanted to transfer 1 million yuan, but he was afraid of scaring her. Mulanting was shocked when she received the transfer and didn't dare to accept it. Lu Fan, why did you transfer so much money to me? You are already my girlfriend, so of course I have to support you. This is your living expenses. Lu Fan said with a smile. Does this mean I'm being kept by you? Mulanting said with a wry smile. What do you mean by keeping a sugar daddy? That's so ugly. You are my girlfriend. Lu Fan put on his clothes and fixed his hair. He gave Mulanting a goodbye kiss and left the hotel. As for why Lu Fan was in such a hurry to leave, it was because Xiaoruoi sent him a message asking him out. As for what she was going to do, Lu Fan didn't know, nor did he need to know. Maybe you are attracted by my handsome face. Lu Fan boasted while driving. The place where Xiaoruoi asked him to meet was a coffee shop. After parking the car, Lu Fan walked in and saw Xiaoruoi sitting there from a distance. Why did you think of asking me out? Lu Fan walked over and sat down generously. I miss you, so I want to ask you out. This time, Lu Fan won't be able to deal with it. Sister, we have only met once. Although I really want something to happen between us, you are too direct. Seeing that Lu Fan was a little embarrassed, Xiaoruoi covered her mouth and smiled. I didn't expect you to be so shy. You are too bold. Lu Fan said with a wry smile. If he didn't have the system, he would be shy. Since he had the system, he has become much more cheerful. Lu Fan, do you have a girlfriend? If not, how about considering me? Puff. Lu Fan, who had just taken a sip of coffee, spat it out when he heard this. Damn, beauty, you are too direct, aren't you? Lu Fan stared at Xiaorui with wide eyes. He now doubted whether the information about Xiaorui given by the system was accurate or not. Name, Xiaorui. Age, 26 years old. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 90. Charge times, 0. Intimacy, 42. Ha! When did the intimacy level increase? How come I didn't know? Lu Fan was a little surprised when he saw the charging times and intimacy. Why are you staring at me? You haven't answered my question yet. Xiaorui felt a little embarrassed when Lu Fan looked at her. Ahem. Sorry, you are so beautiful, but I have a girlfriend. Lu Fan said. Do you mind having another girlfriend? Cough cough cough. Fortunately, Lu Fan didn't drink anything this time. This girl's words are more shocking than the last. Listen, what kind of vicious words are these? Don't worry, I won't compete with your girlfriend for status. As long as you have me in your heart, that's enough. Xiaorui quickly explained when she saw Lu Fan's big reaction. Beauty, are you upset by something? Or are you mentally ill? Why do you say that? Xiaorui pouted unhappily. Isn't this simple? Which woman would be eager to be someone's mistress? Lu Fan said what he was thinking, not afraid that Xiaorui would be unhappy. My mother once told me that outstanding men will always have women around them. It's better to be with such a man than with a mediocre man. Ugh. Your mom is such a good person. Don't worry, I won't destroy the relationship between you and your girlfriend. Xiaorui looked afraid that Lu Fan would reject her and quickly expressed her thoughts. Have you eaten? Lu Fan didn't answer her. No. Let's go. I haven't eaten yet. Let's eat something together. Lu Fan took the initiative to invite. Okay. Xiaorui said happily. Although Lu Fan did not answer her directly, he did not refuse her either, so she had a chance. Lu Fan stood up and extended his hand to Xiaorui. Xiaorui was stunned when she saw Lu Fan's actions. What? You don't want to be my girlfriend? Lu Fan looked at her with a smile. No, I do. Xiaorui grabbed Lu Fan's hand and held it very tightly, as if Lu Fan would leave her if she let go. Ding! Xiaorui's intimacy plus 10. Hearing the system's voice, Lu Fan smiled. Lu Fan took Xiaorui into the car. Xiaorui was delighted when she saw that Lu Fan was driving a Porsche Cayenne. Lu Fan, how much is your car? Not much, about 1.2 million. After Lu Fan said that, he clearly saw a hint of surprise flash across Xiaorui's eyes. He could see that Xiaorui was a gold digger, but it was a wonder that she could keep her chastity. She was a gold digger, as long as she didn't cheat on him. As for money? Did he lack money? He could afford to support as many gold diggers as he wanted. The two of them came to the private restaurant where Mulanting's daughter was entertained yesterday. The waiter who greeted them was the same one from yesterday. She remembered clearly that Lu Fan brought a very beautiful girl yesterday, and then a few other girls came. She didn't expect that there was a different one today. He was indeed a rich man, but it was a pity that her appearance was not up to standard. Wow! Honey, it's so beautiful. It must be very expensive, right? Xiaorui was attracted by the decoration of the box as soon as she arrived here. Just now in the car, Xiaorui asked for Lu Fan's consent, so she started calling him husband. It's okay. The food here tastes good. When Lu Fan came here yesterday, he praised the taste of the food here. Mr. Lu, what would you like to order? The waiter from yesterday came over. Lu Fan was a little confused when he heard her call him Mr. Lu. Do you know me? Oh. Didn't Mr. Lu come here yesterday and even signed up for a platinum membership? Oh. Lu Fan obviously didn't remember this waiter. Lu Fan handed the menu to Xiaorui, who took it, looked at it for a few seconds and then gave it back to him. This is my first time here and I don't know what to eat, so you should order it, husband. Lu Fan took the menu without saying much and ordered a few delicious dishes that he had eaten yesterday. Okay, that's all. The waiter took note of the dishes and left. Honey, you came here yesterday? Did you bring your girlfriend with you? Yes, and her colleagues. Lu Fan did not hide it. So, I am the second girlfriend you brought here? Xiaorui said excitedly. If Lu Fan said that he would not date other women except her in the future, she would never believe it, but being able to get the second place is not bad either. Xia Ruoyi thought about this and smiled secretly. Chapter 15. The system feels that you are not good enough. After having dinner with Xia Ruoyi, Lu Fan took her to the shopping mall and bought a lot of clothes. Xia Ruoyi's intimacy with him increased sharply. Honey, where are you going tonight? Xia Ruoyi asked, with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. I have to go back in the evening, my girlfriend is waiting for me at home. Oh. Xia Ruoyi agreed, but she felt a little disappointed, but she quickly adjusted her mood. Then you must come to see me when you have time. I will give you a surprise and tell you a secret. I am still a grown girl. Xia Ruoyi whispered in Lu Fan's ear. Lu Fan smiled, of course I know you are, otherwise why would I look for you? Lu Fan thought. After saying goodbye to Xia Ruoyi, Lu Fan returned to the hotel and saw Mulanting sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV, still wearing the bathrobe. Huh? Why are you still wearing this? My clothes are dirty and they're not dry yet after I washed them. Didn't I give you money? Why don't you order takeout or send you clothes? Lu Fan felt angry and amused. I dare not use that money. Mulanting said with her head down. So you didn't even eat? No, I ate, but I ordered takeout, not hotel food. Lu Fan slapped his face suddenly, expressing his speechlessness. Is this girl a little too rational? The money I give you is for you to spend. The more you spend, the happier I am. But I dare not. What if you leave me one day and ask for the money back? What will I use to pay you back? Mulanting said confidently, as if Lu Fan would really leave her. Am I such a person? Lu Fan asked back. Mulanting lowered her head and said nothing. Lu Fan could tell from her expression that she just felt that she was that kind of person. Lu Fan walked over reluctantly and held Mulanting in his arms forcefully. Mulanting felt a little embarrassed by Lu Fan's actions and leaned in Lu Fan's arms, not daring to move. As long as you don't take the initiative to break up with me, I won't leave you. Real? Of course it's true, and you can spend the money I give you as you like. As Lu Fan's girlfriend, there's no need to live frugally or squander money. Do you understand? Lu Fan waved his hand, and Mulanting couldn't help laughing at the look on his face. You know what, Mulanting is quite cute when she smiles. Seeing that Mulanting's eyes were a little tearful, Lu Fan took the initiative to kiss her. After 2 personal experiments, Mulanting's skills seemed to have improved a lot. 10 minutes later. Lu Fan, please take me. Mulanting looked at Lu Fan's eyes with some affection. If Lu Fan could still bear it at this time, the author deserves to be scolded. Lu Fan picked up Mulanting and walked towards the bedroom, not forgetting to close the door with his feet. For a moment, clothes were scattered all over the huge bedroom, and pink hearts filled the entire room. Half an hour later, the battle slowly ended. Just as Mulanting went to the bathroom to take a shower, Lu Fan looked at the plum blossoms scattered on the white sheets and nodded with satisfaction. Ding! It is detected that the host has successfully captured Mulanting, and the reward is a golden kidney. Ha! Golden kidneys? You know what the reward is just by listening to the name. Lu Fan, who had experienced a great battle, suddenly felt full of energy. At this rate, fighting until dawn was definitely not a dream. Lu Fan excitedly thanked Brother Tongzi. This gift was the best reward he had ever received since he got the system. Ha! That's not right? Brother Tongzi, how did you detect it? Did you see everything that happened just now? Lu Fan suddenly widened his eyes. Although he was thick-skinned, he still blushed when he was seen by outsiders doing such things. Not only did I see it, but I also saw that the system felt that you were not very good. That's why I gave you this reward. You should thank me. This system follows its master. After following Lu Fan for a few days, the system has also learned to be talkative. You can't do it. Can't you see? I'm only a man for half an hour. A man hates it most when others say he can't do it. Lu Fan cursed angrily. Oh. In that case, I'll take back the reward. When Lu Fan heard that the reward was being taken back, he was outrageous. Brother Tongzi, I'm just joking with you. I also feel a little weak and I really need this reward. Lu Fan's expression changed faster than turning a page of a book, and he begged Brother Tongzi with a flattering look on his face. But can I ask you for a favor? Next time something like this happens, can you please cover your eyes? Okay. You think I want to see it, little thing? When Lu Fan heard the system mocking him, he was immediately furious, but when he thought that his lifelong happiness depended on brother Tongzi, he had to swallow his anger. When Mulanting came back from taking a shower, she saw Lu Fan lying on the bed, looking at her with a smirk on his face. Her face immediately blushed and she felt a little embarrassed. Bad guy. Mulanting glared at Lu Fan and squeezed onto the bed. Seeing a stain of red on the bedsheet, her face turned even redder. Lu Fan felt a little excited when he saw Mulanting's delicate appearance, but when he thought of Mulanting's body, he controlled his emotions. Mulanting pushed Lu Fan off the bed and took away the physical evidence that proved her advancement from a girl to a woman. Lu Fan smiled slightly and called the front desk to ask for another bedsheet. After making the bed, Mulanting snuggled in Lu Fan's arms. Are you hungry? Shall we go out for dinner? I don't want to move, let's order takeout. Mulanting felt pain all over her body. This guy didn't know how to pity others at all. Okay. Lu Fan ordered food at the hotel, and the two of them started eating in the room. When Lu Fan paid the bill, Mulanting was shocked again by the price of the food here. Just one dinner cost more than 8,000 yuan. The world of rich people is really incomprehensible. After the two of them had dinner, Lu Fan fell asleep holding Mulanting in his arms. Early morning. Mulanting got up early, washed and put on the clothes that Lu Fan had ordered for her yesterday. Do you have to go to work? Lu Fan lay on the bed and looked at Mulanting, who was about to go to work, feeling a little reluctant. Of course I'll go. I don't want to be a canary. I'm still so young, it's impossible for me not to work forever. Mulanting was very stubborn and opinionated about this matter. Seeing this, Lu Fan had no choice but to agree. After packing up, Mulanting gave Lu Fan a goodbye kiss and went to work. Oh. Lu Fan sighed, and he was alone in the room again. Feeling bored, Lu Fan picked up his phone and watched some videos. I don't know what Shinseki is doing? Lu Fan hasn't contacted her or watched her live broadcast in the past 2 days. Lu Fan found Shinseki's homepage and discovered that the number of this girl's fans had increased from 100,000 to over 500,000. What are you doing? Chapter 16, Stealing my girl right in front of me? Lu Fan planned to tease Shinseki and ask her to send him a cool photo or something. Ding. 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 Lu Fan didn't expect that Shinseki would reply just after he finished sending the message. Brother Fanxin, you finally talked to me again. I thought you ignored me. Sad. I've been a bit busy these past 2 days. Are you going to do a live broadcast today? I didn't want a live stream, but if Brother Fanxin wants to watch it, I'll do it. Lu Fan looked at the phone screen and smiled. Okay. By the way, please add me on WeChat. Lu Fan then remembered that they didn't have WeChat yet. Okay, Brother Fanxin, please send me your WeChat QR code and I'll add you. Lu Fan opened his WeChat QR code, took a screenshot and sent it to Shinseki. Soon, he received a friend request on WeChat, and the other party even specifically noted Seki baby. Lu Fan nodded in agreement. Brother Fanxin, what is your real name? I want to make a note for you. By the way, my name is Shinseki. Shinseki asked. Lu Fan found it funny and said, I already knew your name was Shinseki. My name is Lu Fan, and I'm Shinseki's little sister. Fan Xian Luyu, Lu Fan, it turns out that Brother Lu Fan's online name is his real name? It sounds so poetic. Lu Fan chatted with Shinseki for a whole morning. He felt that this girl was quite interesting and not as reserved as she was in the live broadcast room. From the conversation, I learned that Shinseki is a junior student at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Finally, Lu Fan asked Shinseki to send some cool photos. Shinseki refused and said no, but Lu Fan didn't know the tone of her words. Lu Fan smiled and was not angry for not receiving the cool photos. A minute later, another message came to Lu Fan's phone, which was a photo. When Lu Fan clicked on it, he almost had a nosebleed. It was a photo of Shinseki's legs. She was wearing half-length socks. Lu Fan stared at the screen for a long time. If Shinseki was in Modu instead of Sioux City, he would have wanted to invite her out directly. But he could only wait until later. Lu Fan put down the phone, stretched, got out of bed and washed up. After washing up, I changed into clean clothes and dressed myself in front of the mirror. Perfect. Lu Fan praised himself conceitedly, took out his cell phone and asked where Xiaoruo was. 2 minutes later, Xiaoruo replied. Husband. Have you been with your girlfriend? Where are you? Do you have time to go shopping? Originally I didn't have time, but my husband asked me to have time now. Lu Fan smiled. Xia Ruoyi was really good at flirting. She was completely different from Mulanting. Mulanting was the kind of girl who blushed easily, while Xia Ruoyi was bolder and knew how to show herself. It was strange that Lu Fan liked both types of women. Ha 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 ha. Lu Fan picked up the car keys and went to Xia Ruoyi's workplace. When he arrived at the entrance of the shopping mall, Lu Fan saw Xia Ruoyi standing there waiting for him and saw his car jogging towards him. Why don't you wait inside? Isn't it hot outside? I want to see you soon. Xia Ruoyi gave Lu Fan a thoughtful look. Lu Fan drove Xia Ruoyi to the ancient town. It was summer at that time and many people came to the ancient town for tourism. This is the reason why the saying fireworks are everywhere in March is true. Honey, there are so many people here, it's so lively. Xia Ruoyi was very happy to be able to go out and play, and she herself was a person who really liked being in a lively atmosphere. Yes, it's the peak tourist season. The two of them walked hand in hand with the crowd, admiring the beautiful scenery along the way. Honey, can we take a rowboat together? Xia Ruoyi suggested. Of course Lu Fan would not refuse. He had hardly gone out to play in all these years in Sioux City, and this time he planned to relax. The beautiful women and scenery around him made him very happy. Sitting on the rowing boat, because they were close to the water, with the gentle breeze blowing on their bodies, both Lu Fan and the others felt refreshed. At this time, the boatman was singing a Wu dialect folk song. Although Lu Fan couldn't understand it, he could still feel the comfort in the song. The whole process took about 20 minutes. Lu Fan took Xia Ruoyi's hand and went ashore. Lu Fan planned to visit the former residence of Shinsan, who was known as the richest man in the world in ancient times. After arriving at Shinsan's former residence, even the systematic Lu Fan was shocked by its ridiculous size. The sign at the door said that there were more than 200 rooms. The two people visited the building. It is said that Shinsan had a treasure bowl, and then he became the richest man in the world. This is similar to his own system. Old Shin, just wait, I will also become the richest man in the world. Lu Fan said confidently. What a joke. With such a powerful system, can't you achieve such a small goal? Is it the system? Well. In a blink of an eye, it was noon. Lu Fan and Xia Ruoyi went to taste the famous dish of the Shin family's banquet Shinsandy. After eating it, Lu Fan praised it highly. Moreover, this Shinsandy also has a special meaning, which is to attract wealth. After finishing their meal, the two continued to stroll around. Honey, I want to eat ice cream. Xia Ruoyi said, holding Lu Fan's arm. Okay. The two of them walked to the door of an ice cream shop. What flavor do you want? I'm not picky, anything is fine. Then you can enjoy the cool here first, I will go buy it. You're so nice, husband. Lu Fan smiled. What he liked most about Xia Ruoyi was that she was good at providing interest value. Just then, a handsome man walked up to Xia Ruoyi. Beauty, you are so beautiful. Can I add you on WeChat? The handsome boy seemed a little reserved and said with a slightly blushing face. Lu Fan walked over with an ice cream in his hand, and naturally saw the scene, and immediately felt a sense of mockery in his heart. Brother! Can you do it? If not, please move aside, it's my turn. Lu Fan said to the man. Why not? You want WeChat too? Please go and queue up behind me, I haven't finished yet. The man glared at Lu Fan. Lu Fan was not annoyed and just stood obediently behind. Xia Ruoyi couldn't help laughing when she saw the scene, but she could also tell that Lu Fan wanted to tease this person, so she cooperated with Lu Fan and acted out a play. Sorry, I have a husband. Xia Ruoyi politely rejected him. You actually have a husband? I'm sorry. The man scratched his head. He. I told you that you can't do it? Lu Fan pushed him behind him and said to Xia Ruoyi seriously. Beauty, can you add me on WeChat? Lu Fan grinned. Okay. Give me your ice cream and I'll agree to it. The man next to him looked incredulous when he saw this scene. Don't you have a husband? Why? Ahem. Honey, how did I behave just now? Xia Ruoyi couldn't continue making up stories when she saw that this man was so honest. Brother, you are trying to steal my girl in front of me? That's really unkind of you. Lu Fan also looked at him with amusement. At this moment, no matter how stupid the man was, he understood that Lu Fan and the other man were teasing him, and he left very uncomfortably. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 17: The Surprise Prepared by Xia Ruoyi. It was just a small episode and Lu Fan didn't take it seriously. He walked around Zhouzhuang with Xia Ruoyi again. Before they knew it, it was getting dark. They found a place to have dinner. However, this casual dinner cost Lu Fan more than 30,000 yuan, which made Xia Ruoyi stunned. "Honey, I'm a little tired." After dinner, Xia Ruoyi leaned on Lu Fan and said coquettishly, "Don't you want to enjoy the night view of Zhouzhuang? I heard that the night view here is very beautiful." "Is the night view of Zhouzhuang as beautiful as mine?" Xia Ruoyi leaned her face closer and blew fragrance towards Lu Fan. How could Lu Fan, who had already obtained golden kidneys, bear this? He almost executed her on the spot. "Of course not. Let's find a hotel with a view. It's the same if we watch it in the room," Lu Fan said with a smile. "What a joke. What night view? You can only look at it but not eat it. Honey, I have prepared a surprise for you. I'm sure you'll like it later." "Oh? Then I'm quite looking forward to it. I hope you won't let me down." Lu Fan pinched Xia Ruoyi's small nose, making Xia Ruoyi shy. "I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Lu Fan shook his head. This little girl was too flirtatious. The two found a hotel where they could see the night view of Zhouzhuang and booked the most luxurious presidential suite. Since Zhouzhuang is full of ancient buildings, this presidential suite is only on the 3rd floor, but it is also the hotel with the best view in the whole Zhouzhuang. After entering the room, Lu Fan couldn't hold back any longer. He picked up Xia Ruoyi and started kissing her. Xia Ruoyi responded enthusiastically. If it weren't for the systematic information, Lu Fan would have thought she was a veteran in the love field. "Honey, I'm going to take a shower first," Xia Ruoyi said tenderly. "Let's wash together." Lu Fan grabbed her hand. "No. You're not honest." There was no way Lu Fan could do but let go of her hand. While waiting for her to take a shower, Lu Fan was standing on the balcony, looking at the night scene with lights everywhere, and his heart was filled with admiration. "Once upon a time, I was a poor young man working 996, but in the blink of an eye, I became a billionaire, and there were endless beautiful women around me. It was really fate. Just quit when you get back." To be honest, Lu Fan had no good feelings towards this company where he had worked for 2 years. The whole company was full of intrigue, and people didn't even have the most basic trust in each other. It was simply the tragedy of humanity. "Honey, I'm done washing, you go ahead and wash." At this time, Xia Ruoyi had come out wearing a bathrobe. Her loose hair was stuck to the bathrobe with some water droplets on it. The loose bathrobe on her body did not hide her curvy figure, which made people feel excited. Lu Fan resisted the throbbing in his heart and walked into the bathroom. Men take showers quickly, and 5 minutes later Lu Fan put on his bathrobe and walked out. "Ha? Where's she?" After Lu Fan came out, he found that Xia Ruoyi was not in the living room. Lu Fan walked into the bedroom and found that the light was off. "Ruoyi, are you here?" Lu Fan asked. "Won't you see me if you turn on the light?" A shy voice came from the bedroom. It was the first time Lu Fan came here, and he finally found the light switch. The moment he turned on the light, Lu Fan saw Xia Ruoyi's figure, but the next second his nosebleed started flowing uncontrollably. "It's so exciting." Xia Ruoyi was seen wearing a short pink and white cheongsam, and black stockings with letters on her legs, which made her slender legs without any fat look even more stylish. She was also wearing a pair of black high heels on her feet, which matched the black stockings. What Lu Fan couldn't stand the most was that Xia Ruoyi was wearing a pair of pink bunny ears on her head. Is this the legendary cosplay? At this time, Xia Ruoyi's face was also flushed. Although she was very bold, she was a grown girl after all. It was the first time she dressed like this in front of a man, which made her feel very shy. "Lu Fan, do you like it?" Xia Ruoyi didn't call him husband this time, but Lu Fan felt that calling him by his name made him more comfortable. "I like it." Lu Fan wiped the blood from his nose. No, if he continued like this, he would get anemia. The only way was to reduce the internal heat. "Ruoyi, I'm here." Lu Fan pounced on her. "Lu Fan, you have to be gentler." For a moment, the hustle and bustle outside the window and the noisy crowd did not affect the battle in the room at all. After an hour, Lu Fan stopped fighting with some reluctance. Husband, how can you be so strong? Xiaorui lay on Lu Fan's chest, the blush on her face had not yet faded. You don't like it? I like it, but I just feel like I have the will but not the ability. Xiaorui felt useless at this moment. It's okay, you'll get used to it later. Aren't you mad at me? Why are you angry? Do I look like a sex-hungry ghost? Resembling. Xiaorui complained mischievously. Well. Honey, I'm sleepy. Go to sleep. Lu Fan quickly fell asleep while holding Xiaorui, and they didn't talk all night. The next morning, Lu Fan and Xiaorui got up early because Xiaorui had to go to work today. What surprised Lu Fan was that neither Xiaorui nor Mulanting were willing to quit their jobs. Their excuse was the same, they didn't want to be a canary. Lu Fan had no choice but to let them do as they pleased. After sending Xiaorui to work, Lu Fan returned to his lonely life. Hey! It seems I have to go to the Magic City when I have time. Lu Fan smiled evilly. There is a little sister waiting for him in the Magic City. Lu Fan drove to the company where he used to work. He parked the car in the parking lot but did not get out. He opened the window and smoked a cigarette before getting back in. On the way to the company, Lu Fan met many former colleagues, but none of them greeted Lu Fan. Lu Fan was not surprised. He thought that they might have already known about him and Li Honglin, and it was too late for them to hide from him now. Lu Fan walked straight to Li Honglin's office and slapped the prepared resignation letter on Li Honglin's desk. You fucking bastard! Li Honglin, who was sleeping, was startled by Lu Fan's sudden move. Just as he was about to curse, he saw Lu Fan standing in front of him. You dared to come back? I am officially notifying you that you are fired. Li Honglin was furious when he saw Lu Fan. He was very angry when Lu Fan scolded him. There's no need for you to fire me. Just take a good look at the resignation letter. Lu Fan didn't waste any more words with him. Li Honglin was a little surprised when he saw Lu Fan's resignation letter. What's the matter? Have you become too powerful? Or are you being kept by some rich woman? Otherwise, how dare you resign? Li Honglin mocked as he looked at the resignation application. Chapter 18 Lu Fan? New chairman? Lu Fan looked at Li Honglin's sarcastic and mocking face. In the past, when Lu Fan worked under him, of course he would look at his face, but now? Ding! The host's dignity has been insulted, triggering the mission option. Option 1, choose to ignore Li Honglin and be rewarded with the title of coward. Option 2, choose to strike hard, reward 60% of Hongyuan Group's shares, and become the chairman of Hongyuan Group. Lu Fan was confused. Hongyuan Group? Didn't the company he worked for belong to Hongyuan Group? Lu Fan was stunned for a moment. I choose to. Lu Fan said silently in his heart. He. Li Honglin, you're in my hands now. I won't let you off easily. Lu Fan sneered in his heart. Poor Li Honglin didn't realize that he was in big trouble and was still mocking Lu Fan. Boy, what's wrong? Did I get it right? Why aren't you talking? Weren't you very confident just now? How about this, if you apologize to me obediently, I might keep you. Li Honglin looked very arrogant. At this time, the employees outside heard the quarrel in Li Honglin's office and crowded over to watch the fun. I'm telling you! Lu Fan shouted angrily, and then punched Li Honglin in the face. Ouch! Li Honglin fell to the ground. The employees standing at the door saw Li Honglin being beaten but did not come in to help or separate the fight. What a joke! Li Honglin usually takes advantage of being their immediate superior to bully others. All the work that should have been done by him has been handed over to his subordinates. To put it bluntly, Lu Fan's punch on him also made many people feel relieved. After being knocked to the ground, Li Honglin struggled to stand up and wanted to fight back, but when he saw Lu Fan's face that looked like he wanted to eat him, he backed off. You dare to hit me? Just wait, security guard, go call the security guard. Li Honglin shouted. At this time, one of Li Honglin's lackeys squeezed in. When he heard Li Honglin was going to call the security guard, he hurriedly ran out. Everyone at the door looked at him coldly, obviously looking down on him. This man seemed to be a distant relative of Li Honglin. Just then, Lu Fan's cell phone rang. Lu Fan sat on the sofa in the office with a swagger, not taking Li Honglin seriously at all. Hello? Hello? Lu Fan answered the phone. Excuse me, is this Lu Fan, Mr. Lu? A young woman's voice came from the phone. I am, who are you? Hello Mr. Lu, I'm Li Qingru, the general manager of Hongyuan Group. I know that Mr. Lu has acquired 60% of the shares of our Hongyuan Group and has become the chairman of Hongyuan, so I called to ask when Mr. Lu will come to the company to take over? Li Qingru's voice sounded particularly pleasant. Lu Fan, who was originally very angry, calmed down a little after hearing this voice. I will find time to go over there. Jinfeng Technology belongs to Hongyuan Group, right? Lu Fan asked again. Yes, Mr. Lu. Li Qingru answered respectfully. Ask the general manager of Jinfeng Technology to come to the office to find me. I'll wait for him here. Lu Fan ordered. His current identity as the so-called general manager of Jinfeng Technology did not allow him to make a phone call in person, even if this was someone he had never been able to contact before. Li Qingru could tell that there was something wrong with Lu Fan's tone, so she replied, I know, and hung up the phone. Li Honglin, who was standing by, heard Lu Fan's words and smiled contemptuously. You even asked our company's general manager to come see you. You must have drunk too much fake wine. Have you ever met the general manager? Lu Fan ignored him, but looked at him as if he was a dead person. After a while, the company's security arrived. You've come at the right time. This kid is causing trouble in the company. Hurry up and catch him. Li Honglin quickly gave orders when he saw the security guard coming. Just then, a middle-aged man of medium build and somewhat thin squeezed in. What happened? He just received a call from Li Qingru, the general manager of the head office, who scolded him and said that the company's new chairman had come to Jinfeng Technology and seemed a little angry. She asked him to come quickly, but he didn't expect so many people to gather outside the office. Mr. Hua, why are you here? When Li Honglin saw Mr. Hua, he came closer as if he were his own father. The fawning look made Lu Fan feel sick. Mr. Li, what's going on? Mr. Hua looked at Li Honglin with dissatisfaction. Li Honglin told Mr. Hua what had happened, and Mr. Hua turned his gaze to Lu Fan. Young man, what's your name? Why are you causing trouble and hitting people in the company? President Hua did not start to blame him right away, which left a good impression on Lu Fan. My name is Lu Fan. Lu Fan said lightly. Oh, Lu Fan. What did you say? You are Mr. Lu Fan? Mr. Hua widened his eyes. Li Qingru just told him the name of the new chairman. Wasn't it Lu Fan? If Li Qingru told you, then you are right. I am Lu Fan. Hello, Mr. Lu, I am the general manager of Jinfeng Technology and my name is Hua Zhengchun. Hua Zhengchun walked over excitedly and shook hands with Lu Fan. At this time, Li Honglin was already dumbfounded. Lu Fan? Mr. Lu? Mr. Hua, did you make a mistake? This guy's name is Lu Fan, but he is just a small employee under me, not the Mr. Lu you are talking about? Li Honglin came over and asked in confusion. Pa! Unexpectedly, Hua Zhengchun slapped Li Honglin in the face with his backhand. Li Honglin covered his face with his hands and looked at Hua Zhengchun in disbelief. You are blind. This is Mr. Lu, the new chairman of our head office. Hua Zhengchun glared at Li Honglin. What? Li Honglin widened his eyes and looked at Lu Fan in disbelief. It's over, everything is over. These were the first words that came to Li Honglin's mind. Mr. Lu, why did you come to our small company in person? If you want to see the company's account statements, just tell me directly. Hua Zhengchun looked at Lu Fan with a flattering face. He is the chairman of the head office. What does the general manager of a small subsidiary mean in front of him? I'm not here to look at the account statements this time. Who are you? Hua Zhengchun asked doubtfully. Next, Lu Fan talked about the grudge between him and Li Honglin, which of course also included all the times that Li Honglin had exploited him when he was working in the company. As Hua Zhengchun listened to Lu Fan's story, his face turned from white to red, and from red to black. Li Honglin, you are fired. Hua Zhengchun said, gritting his teeth. He did not expect that Li Honglin would act so domineeringly. Li Honglin was stunned. Mr. Hua, please don't do that. I have worked hard for the company for so many years. Even if I have no merits, I have worked hard. Please don't fire me. Li Honglin knew that he had offended Lu Fan, but still wanted to give it a try. Ah. Mr. Lu, I was blind to your potential before. Please be merciful and let me go. Don't fire me. I still have a wife and children to support. I am old now. If you fire me, I really don't know how to support my family. Li Honglin cried with tears and snot. But Lu Fan remained unmoved. Li Honglin, a company leader like you is not worthy of staying in the company. Even if President Lu forgives you, I will not forgive you. Get out of here quickly, or I will ask the security to throw you out. Hua Zhengchun was also a smart person. Looking at Lu Fan's face, he knew that it was time for him to speak. Wait. Lu Fan interrupted at this moment. Li Honglin thought Lu Fan had softened his heart and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but Lu Fan's next words made him faint. As far as I know, Li Honglin used his position to embezzle public funds and recruited his relatives into the company to enjoy company benefits. Mr. Hua, please investigate this matter. Remember, everything should be done according to normal procedures. After saying that, Lu Fan didn't plan to stay here anymore, so he stood up and walked out. After leaving the office, the employees gathered at the door consciously made way for them. Hey! Why didn't I get along well with Lu Fan when he was in the company? Yeah, I didn't expect Lu Fan to be so well hidden. He is actually the chairman of the head office. How much money does he have? Some are happy while others are sad. At this time, Lu Fan's former colleagues all regretted not having a good relationship with Lu Fan before. But Lu Fan doesn't care about these. Chapter 19: Buying a large flat. After dealing with these things, Lu Fan walked out of the company, sat in the car and lit a cigarette. Now he still couldn't get over the change of his identity. How come I suddenly became the chairman of Han Yuan Group? Brother Tongzi, you are really thoughtful. Lu Fan thought and smiled. In the past, Lu Fan only had money but no identity, but now it is different. He learned from the system that the market value of Han Yuan Group is as high as 10 billion yuan, and he owns 60% of the shares, which means that his current net worth has reached tens of billions. In the next few days, Lu Fan shuttled between Xiaorui and Mulanting every day, and he enjoyed it very much. Fortunately, neither of them is particularly clingy, otherwise Lu Fan really wouldn't know what to do. One day, it happened that Mulanting and Xiaorui were both at work, and Lu Fan began to live alone for the first time in a long time. Lu Fan was wandering around the hotel. It's time to have a home of my own. Lu Fan looked at the luxurious decoration in the hotel. Although the hotel was nice, it was not his after all. Lu Fan is a man of action. He immediately takes action when he thinks of something. He picks up the car keys and sets off. There is more than 100 million yuan in the card, which is enough to buy most properties in new first-tier cities like Suzhou. As to whether to buy a villa or a large apartment, Lu Fan was anxious. Finally, Lu Fan decided to buy a large flat. One reason was that the view from the large flat was good and Lu Fan liked the feeling of looking down. The other reason was that he was alone and at most he would have to live with Mulanting from several families. If the villa was too big, his home would seem too empty. Lu Fan drove to the Wharf International Financial Center. There was no other reason for him to come here, because the large flat here had the best view and scenery in the whole Suzhou city. Of course, the price was also the most expensive, but the thing Lu Fan had the most was money. Lu Fan parked the car and came to the sales office. Hello sir, do you want to see the properties? I am Gunan, the gold medal salesperson here. At this time, a young woman came over and made Lu Fan's eyes light up. Her appearance was no less than Mulanting and Xiaorui. Oh. Yes, I want to see the large flat. After all, Lu Fan is no longer the same as before, and he would not lose his composure in front of such a beauty. Sir, how big an area do you want to see? I can recommend it to you. Gu Nan is indeed a gold medal salesperson, and his every move is so generous. I haven't considered the specific size. I like a higher floor where I can move in right away. As for the price, I can sign the contract right away as long as I like it. Lu Fan stated his conditions and also showed off from the side. Gu Nan was stunned for a moment when he heard Lu Fan's request. It was obvious that this was a man with a lot of money. Okay sir, we currently have 3 properties for sale here. How about I take you to have a look? Gu Nan suggested. Lu Fan nodded. After looking at the first 2 houses, Lu Fan felt dissatisfied. Either the area was a bit small or the view was not good. Sir, we have another building for sale. Would you like to take a look? When Lu Fan heard that it was Lu Wang, his eyes lit up and he nodded. The two came to the building that Gu Nan mentioned. There were 3 elevators per household, so there were no neighbors involved. As soon as Lu Fan walked into the room, his eyes lit up. On the way here, he learned from Gunan's introduction that this building was 580 square meters, so as soon as he came in, Lu Fan felt suddenly enlightened. Lu Fan was also very satisfied with the decoration style in the room. Lu Fan walked to the balcony and looked down. The whole Sioux City was in his sight. Below was the Jinji Lake in Sioux City. Standing here, he had a feeling of overlooking the world. Sir, the transportation here is very convenient, and there are abundant business, education, and medical resources downstairs. In addition, all the furniture and appliances in the room are from international first-line brands. Okay, let's book this place. When will we pay and sign the contract? Before Gunan finished speaking, Lu Fan made the decision directly, because the scenery here was really too pleasant. When Gunan heard that Lu Fan had made the decision directly, her pupils trembled. She couldn't believe it. He made the decision so quickly? Was he buying cabbage or a house? Seeing Gunan staring at him blankly. Miss. What's the problem? Gunan came back to her senses when she heard Lu Fan calling her. I'm sorry, sir, I've never seen anyone buy a house so quickly like you did. I was a little distracted for a moment. I'm really sorry. I'll take you to print the contract now. Lu Fan followed Gunan back to the sales hall, but unexpectedly he saw the person he least wanted to see here. Lu Fan? Why are you here? Ha, are you working as a security guard here? It's good that you found a good job. I heard that security guards here make more than 10,000 yuan a month. The person who spoke was Lulu. Next to her is her bald godfather. Lu Fan ignored her, as if he didn't see her. Lulu was very unhappy when she saw Lu Fan's reaction. Gunan looked at Lulu and Lu Fan, and felt that this big client of hers must have a story with Lulu, but she did not stay and went to the back to print the contract. Lu Fan, I'm talking to you. Why are you so arrogant? See, my husband brought me to see the house. Do you know how much the house price is here? 40,000 yuan per square meter. I'm afraid you can't even afford a toilet even if you work all your life. After saying this, Lulu sneered. Mr. Lu, your house purchase contract has been printed. Please take a look. If there is no problem, you can swipe your card to sign it. Gunan came over and said respectfully. She was very excited at the moment. After signing this contract, her commission alone would be as high as hundreds of thousands, which was higher than her salary for a year. Lulu, who was standing by, widened her eyes when she heard Gunan's words. Miss, are you mistaken? Is he here to buy a house? Can he afford a house here? Lulu asked Gunan with an incredulous look on her face. She had heard what Lulu had just said to Lu Fan, and she suddenly felt a little disgusted with Lulu, but due to her professional ethics she could only answer the customer's questions. Yes, miss, Mr. Lu just bought a large flat here, and it is the best-selling unit in the building, and the price is as high as 58 million. The reason why Gunan mentioned the price was to disgust Lulu. For some reason, she felt disgusted when she saw Lulu with heavy makeup on. After hearing Gunan's words, not only Lulu, but even the bald man next to her widened their eyes and looked at Lu Fan in disbelief. Lu Fan didn't even raise his head, looking at the house purchase contract seriously. 20 minutes later, Lu Fan picked up the pen and signed, then handed the bank card to Gunan. Please wait a moment, sir. Lu Fan, can we talk? Lulu shamelessly walked up to Lu Fan and left the bald man aside. What a joke. She followed the bald man for money. This time she found out that Lu Fan was also a rich man. The image of the bald man in her mind immediately fell to the bottom. What can I talk to you about? Chapter 20. Are you interested in being my girlfriend? No, Lu Fan, I now realize that I still love you. Can we get back together? Lu Fan really didn't expect Lulu to have the audacity to say such things to him. Lulu, how could you do this? At this time, the bald man seemed to realize that he was going to be abandoned. He walked up to Lulu and said angrily, What's wrong with me? Look at your appearance and age, how are you worthy of me? If I hadn't seen that you were willing to spend money on me before, would I have been with you? Stop dreaming, Lulu said shamelessly. At this time, Gunan had already swiped her card and came back. Looking at the scene in the hall, she suddenly understood something. It seems that this heavily made-up woman is Mr. Lu's ex-girlfriend. She cheated on this bald man for money. Now that she found out that Mr. Lu is so rich, she wants to change her mind? Lu Fan stood there watching the two people's wonderful performance, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Why did I fall for her before? I was simply blinded by greed. Lu Fan wanted to slap himself now. Okay, you stinky bitch, you've been eating my flowers and spending my money, and now you despise me because I'm old? What were you doing before? The bald man was no longer tolerating this. He knew that after today, Lulu would not be with him anymore. Pa! The bald man was so angry that he slapped Lulu in the face. Lulu, who was beaten, was a little dazed for a moment. You dare to hit me? I'll fight you. Lulu rushed forward and tore the bald man's few hairs. It's over. He was Monk Sha before, but after this battle he has completely become a monk. Lu Fan looked at the bald man's hair being torn by Lulu and felt a pain in his scalp. Although Lulu had the upper hand at the beginning, she was thin after all and could not be as strong as a middle-aged man like the bald man. Soon the bald man changed the situation. He kicked Lulu to the ground, then kicked her several more times, causing her to roll on the ground. Bah, you stinky bitch, stay away from me from now on, or I will beat you every time I see you, bah. After saying this, the bald man rubbed his bald head and left the sales office angrily. Lu Fan looked at Lulu rolling around holding her stomach without feeling the slightest bit of sympathy. Lu Fan, I have broken up with him now. Do you think we can get back together? Lulu stood up, enduring the pain in her body, and looked at Lu Fan with longing. Ha ha. Look at what you look like now. Why do you think I would be with you? Lu Fan said mockingly, then waved at Gunan. Gunan walked over without knowing what was going on, but unexpectedly Lu Fan put his hand on her waist. Gunan's pretty face turned red instantly. See? This is my new girlfriend, she's 100 times prettier than you. Are you still so confident? No, that's impossible. Isn't she a salesperson at the sales office? Besides, weren't you dating a girl from an old community before? Lulu said in disbelief. Ha ha. Who told you that rich people can only have one girlfriend? Lu Fan said with a sarcastic look on his face. Lulu couldn't believe what Lu Fan said. The current Lu Fan was completely different from the previous Lu Fan. But on second thought, it made sense. After all, Lu Fan was rich now, so it was natural that he would change a little. Lu Fan, since you have other girlfriends, can you count me as one? I can do anything. I can wash your clothes and cook for you. At this time, not only Lu Fan, but even Gunan looked at Lulu with some admiration. They didn't expect that this woman was so shameless that she openly stated in front of so many people that she wanted to be a mistress. How shameless. Now Lu Fan felt disgusted when he looked at Lulu's face and didn't want to talk nonsense with her anymore. Nan, don't you have security guards at your sales office? Get her out right away. I feel sick just by looking at her. Gunan heard Lu Fan actually call her Nan, a name only her family members had ever called her. Although she felt a little embarrassed, she still followed Lu Fan's instructions and called the security guard. Finally, Lulu was thrown out by the security guard of the sales office after struggling, and the sales office hall suddenly became much quieter. Mr. Lu, this is your bank card. Gunan walked over with a red face, not daring to look up at Lu Fan. I'm sorry about what happened just now. I can't get rid of her if I don't do this. Lu Fan apologized to Gunan. In fact, even if you said that, you haven't gotten rid of her. Gunan continued. Ha! It seemed to be true. He didn't expect Lulu to be so thick-skinned. To express my gratitude, can I treat you to a meal? Lu Fan was a little embarrassed and could only change the subject. Gunan thought about it with his head down, then agreed. A handsome, wealthy, and high-quality man like Lu Fan would undoubtedly be very attractive to girls. Lu Fan was delighted to see that Gunan agreed, and said he would wait for her outside. Gunan changed out of her work clothes, put on her own clothes and walked out directly. As a gold medal salesperson, she didn't need to ask for leave when she wanted to leave. Lu Fan watched Gunan coming over. Gunan was wearing a pair of hot pants at this time. Her straight, white legs were so bright that it was a bit dazzling to Lu Fan. After getting into Lu Fan's car, she did not look around like Mulanting and Xiaorui. The people she usually interacted with drove Rolls-Royce Bentley and the like, so she was not surprised by a car like the Cayenne. I didn't expect Mr. Lu to be so rich yet so low-key. Gunan said with a smile as he sat in the passenger seat. Ha! Of course Lu Fan understood what Gunan said. Am I being low-key? I didn't have the money to buy a better one back then. It seems like it's time to buy a higher profile car. Ahem. I usually don't like to be too high profile. Lu Fan could only follow Gu Nan's words. The two came to the old place, the private restaurant they always came to before. Lu Fan handed the menu to Gu Nan, and Gu Nan ordered a few dishes symbolically. The dishes here were too expensive. It was her first time eating with Lu Fan, and she was embarrassed to order too expensive dishes. When Lu Fan saw the dishes Gu Nan ordered, he shook his head and ordered a few of his favorite dishes. Okay, that's all. Please hurry up. No problem, Mr. Lu. After saying that, the waiter retreated. It seems that Mr. Lu is a frequent customer here. Gu Nan heard the waiter address Lu Fan. No, it's just that the food here is more to my taste. What does Mr. Lu do for a living? Gu Nan took the initiative to find a topic. This was just her basic quality as a gold medal salesperson. Lu Fan was about to say that he was an unemployed vagrant, but suddenly he remembered that he had just become the chairman of Hong Yuan Group a few days ago and was no longer an ordinary person. I run a small company, it's not worth mentioning. Luden said modestly. I didn't expect that Mr. Lu has already started a company at such a young age. He's really amazing. Gu Nan thought that Lu Fan was the young master of a big family, but she didn't expect that he had his own company. Lu Fan felt a little embarrassed by Gu Nan's praise. After more than 10 minutes, the dishes they ordered were served one after another. Mr. Lu, why did you order so many dishes? Gu Nan looked at the table full of dishes. There were at least a dozen dishes. Even if the portions were small, the two of them couldn't finish them. Is this Mr. Lu trying to pursue me? Gu Nan's pretty face turned red when she thought of this. But, his ex-girlfriend said that he seemed to have other girlfriends? Gu Nan thought to himself. Miss Gu, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Oh. Nothing, I just feel a little hot, Gu Nan explained in a panic. Hot? The air conditioner was on in the room, but it wasn't very hot, was it? Lu Fan was puzzled. Mr. Lu, do you have many girlfriends? Gu Nan suddenly asked at this time. Lu Fan was a little overwhelmed by this sudden question. Why do you ask? Lu Fan asked after he recovered. Mr. Lu, don't get me wrong, I'm just curious. Your ex-girlfriend said something just now. If you don't want to answer, just pretend I didn't say it. Although she said this, Gu Nan already got the answer from Lu Fan's reaction. Ha ha. Are you interested in being my girlfriend? Chapter 21, Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. When Gu Nan heard Lu Fan ask him such a direct question, he was stunned and even the chopsticks in his hand fell to the ground. Then Gu Nan lowered his head, as if thinking about something. Lu Fan didn't say anything, but started eating. He never forces such things, the most important thing is to be full. After a long time, Gu Nan slowly raised his head and looked at Lu Fan. Lu Fan! This time Gu Nan did not meet Mr. Lu, but called him by his name. Lu Fan put down the chopsticks in his hand and looked up at her. If, while I'm with you, if one day you get tired of me or don't like me anymore, will you leave me? Gu Nan asked this question with trepidation in his heart. Lu Fan laughed. Miss Gu, Lu Fan, am not a good person, but I am also very philanthropic, but I promise you that as long as you don't leave me on your own initiative, you will always have my love. Of course, if you want to leave me in the future, I will also give you some money to live on. Are you satisfied with this answer? Lu Fan looked at Gu Nan with a smile. Gu Nan lowered her head again. She didn't expect Lu Fan to say that, as if she no longer had any worries. Finally, Lu Fan saw Gu Nan gritted his teeth, as if he had made some kind of decision. Lu Fan, I want to be your girlfriend. Gu Nan looked up at Lu Fan and said. At this time Lu Fan opened Gu Nan's information panel. Name, Gu Nan. Age, 28. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Appearance, 90. Charge times, 0. Intimacy, 55. Lu Fan was a little surprised when he looked at Gu Nan's information panel, not only because of Gu Nan's appearance, but what he didn't expect was that Gu Nan was already 28 years old and had never had a boyfriend. Although he doesn't have a virgin complex, who doesn't want his girlfriend to be his only one? As for intimacy, the two are already boyfriend and girlfriend, so 55 is a normal value. Seeing that Lu Fan didn't answer her, Gu Nan just stood there and grinned foolishly. Lu Fan, what's wrong with you? Don't you agree? Lu Fan came back to his senses. No, I'm thinking about something beautiful. Of course I agree. Lu Fan stood up and sat next to Gu Nan, putting his hand on her waist. Feeling the scent of Lu Fan's male hormones in his hot big hands, Gu Nan's delicate body trembled. Don't go home tonight. Come and stay at my place. Of course you have to live in the newly bought house, otherwise it will be unpopular. Let's not do that. Are we moving too fast? Gu Nan was a little hesitant. It had only been 3 or 4 hours since they first met. Faster? Life is short, so of course we should enjoy it while we can. Lu Fan said with a smile. Gu Nan rolled his eyes at her in annoyance, but did not reject him. To be honest, she was already 28 years old and had never had a boyfriend. Not only did her family urge her to get married, but even her friends called her an old maid behind her back. Are you full? Yeah. I'm full. Then let's go and buy you something. Lu Fan took her hand. What do you want to buy? I don't need anything. Gu Nan asked puzzledly. Of course I bought you this dress and other things as a gift for you. Does every girlfriend of yours have one? Gu Nan asked in a low voice. Yes, I buy gifts for every girlfriend of mine when they are with me. Lu Fan did not lie. Gu Nan felt a little disappointed after hearing this, but she soon got over it. She was not even considered a mistress in Lu Fan's eyes, and it was already very good to be treated the same as his official girlfriend. Gu Nan comforted herself in her heart. But she didn't know that Lu Fan still didn't have a real girlfriend. Lu Fan and Xia Ruoyi came to the shopping mall. Actually, Lu Fan was a little hesitant before coming here, after all, Xia Ruoyi worked here. But then he thought, they both knew that he had more than one girlfriend, and they would meet sooner or later. And it's not certain that you can find one. Gu Nan's conditions are much better than Mulanting and Xia Ruoyi. Lu Fan also took a look at her mobile phone, which is the latest model of Apple phone, so he doesn't plan to change her phone. Lu Fan and his companion went in and out of this store, and soon Lu Fan's hands were full of shopping bags. In the end, he had no choice but to spend 200 yuan to hire a security guard to help, which made him feel a lot more relaxed. Lu Fan, can I buy some underwear? Gu Nan said at this time. She had also figured it out. From now on, she might be the canary raised by Lu Fan. To put it bluntly, she was being kept by Lu Fan, so there was no need for her to be too frugal. When Lu Fan heard her making the request herself, his eyes lit up. He was not afraid of his women spending money, but he was afraid that they would not spend money. How could he make money if they didn't spend money? Okay. But it's not appropriate for me to go into a place like a lingerie store. You go and choose first, and I'll walk around by myself. Just like that, Gu Nan walked into the lingerie store by herself, and the security guard at the door stayed waiting for her. Lu Fan went for a walk alone. Suddenly, Lu Fan saw a watch store. Richard Mille. Richard Miller? Lu Fan looked at his wrist, which was completely bald. People say that the poor play with cars and the rich play with watches. He now has several $100 million in his bank card, all of which are rebates from buying houses. It is a solid cash flow. He dares to say that even Wang Xiaozong, the son of the richest man in the country, cannot take out so much cash at once. With money in his pocket, Lu Fan felt more confident and strode into Richard Miller's store. Hello sir, how can I help you? The clerk's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Fan's clothes and appearance, and he quickly came over and asked. Lu Fan didn't say anything. What else can I do if I don't buy a watch? I come here to eat hot pot, and you let me? Really? Lu Fan was dazzled by the dazzling array of watches in the counter. He had never come across such luxury goods before and didn't know which one to choose for a moment. Do you have anything better here, or something like your store's treasure? Take it out and let me see it. The clerk was stunned for a moment when he heard Lu Fan's words, and then nodded with surprise. We do have it, sir. Please wait a moment, I'll be right back. The clerk said and walked into the warehouse at the back. This gentleman must not like the watch on the counter. It seems that I am going to make a fortune this time. The clerk smiled happily and went to take the watch. 5 minutes later, the clerk came back with an exquisite box in her hand. She said the store's treasure must be in it. Sir, this is the treasure of our Richard Miller store. There is only one in the entire Sioux City. I dare say that there are not many people in the country who own it. When Lu Fan opened the box, an exquisite watch came into view. The crystal dial and sky blue strap gave it an indescribable sense of sportiness. Lu Fan took out the watch and put it on his hand. Great. Swipe the card. Lu Fan took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the clerk. Sir, don't you want to ask the price of this watch? The clerk looked at Lu Fan in surprise. Oh. I forgot, what is the price of this watch? Lu Fan asked. This Richard Miller RM5302 is priced at 36 million renminbi. Oh. Swipe the card. Chapter 22 Favor from Li Qingru. After swiping the card, Lu Fan did not hear the sound of consumption rebate. That was because he asked the system not to remind him. After buying the watch, Lu Fan walked out of the store amid the stunned eyes of the clerk. Hey! He is a rich man after all. He buys watches like cabbage without blinking an eye. Lu Fan looked at the watch on his wrist with increasing satisfaction. At this moment, Gu Nan also walked out of the lingerie store. Honey, I've finished shopping. Let's go. At this time, Gu Nan came out with 2 bags. No, there's still one thing missing. What's missing? Gu Nan asked puzzledly. Lu Fan smiled and said nothing. Then Gu Nan understood, and her pretty face immediately flushed. It turned out that Lu Fan took her to Valentino and bought a lot of black stockings. Honey, why did you buy so much? You don't understand, this can increase attack speed. Lu Fan grinned. After buying the most important things, I put them in the trunk of the car with the help of the security guard. Lu Fan and Gu Nan drove away. The security guard at the back stood there looking at the back of the car. Rich people really know how to have fun. Hey, husband, when did you buy the watch? At this time, Gu Nan saw the Richard Miller on Lu Fan's wrist. Oh. I bought it while I was waiting for you. It looks great. How much is this watch? 3,600. Lu Fan said lightly. Gu Nan was shocked. 3,600? The unit behind it must not be yuan. I really don't understand why you rich people would spend 36 million to buy a watch. Gu Nan clicked his tongue. You don't understand. A watch is a symbol of a man's status. Gu Nan didn't say anything, but just muttered to himself. My husband just bought such an expensive house today, and spent 36 million on a watch. These 2 things cost him nearly 100 million. How rich is he? After returning home, Gu Nan sat on the sofa, looking at everything here, including the pile of luxury goods on the floor, and was somewhat unable to believe it. What are you thinking about? Why are you so absent-minded? Lu Fan said as he took 2 bottles of Coke from the refrigerator. Nothing, just some emotion. I didn't expect that the house I sold would be the one I moved into. Lu Fan sat next to Gu Nan with a smile. Go take a bath. Gu Nan's body trembled. It's still bright outside. How about we wait until dark? Gu Nan said shyly. Do we need to choose a time for this kind of thing? In the end, Gu Nan couldn't persuade Lu Fan anymore, so she went to the bathroom to wash up. This night was destined to be crazy. 3 hours later, it was already dark. Lu Fan looked at Gu Nan, who had fallen asleep beside him. He sat on the bed, lit a cigarette and recalled what had just happened. Lu Fan ordered takeout for dinner. Since Gu Nan was a little exhausted, Lu Fan ate by himself. After dinner, Lu Fan lay on the bed and fell asleep while holding Gu Nan in his arms. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Lu Fan felt around him and found no one, then he opened his eyes and picked up his phone. Then Lu Fan saw a message. Hubby, I'm going to work, wah. Lu Fan looked at his phone with a smile, then got up and washed up. Because he planned to go to Shanghai today, one reason was to go to the company to handle the handover procedures, and the other thing was to meet his online friend, Shinseki. After washing up, Lu Fan picked up his phone and sent messages to several girlfriends, telling them that he was going to the Magic City. Xia Rui, husband. When will you come back? What if I miss you? Mulanting, be careful when you are alone. Gu Nan, you go ahead, I'll take care of the house playful. Lu Fan looked at his 3 girlfriends. Each of them had a different personality, and even the news they received was different. Xia Rui is the typical lively, cute and bold type, Mulanting is the housekeeping type, and Gu Nan is in between the 2. Lu Fan did not drive, but took a taxi to the high-speed rail station. Sioux City is relatively close to Shanghai, so there is no need to take a plane. Half an hour later, Lu Fan got off at Hongqiao Station in Shanghai. At the pickup point, a beautiful woman in a professional suit was standing there, and behind her were two men in black suits, who looked like bodyguards. The woman saw Lu Fan and came forward to greet him. "You are Mr. Lu, right?" "Oh. You are Li Qingru? I think this is the first time we meet. How do you know me?" Lu Fan asked puzzledly. "It's like this, Mr. Lu. Hui Zhengchun from Zhenfeng Technology gave me a photo of you." Li Qingru answered respectfully. "Oh. So that's it." It was at this moment that Lu Fan noticed the appearance of Li Qingru. Li Qingru was wearing a gray worksuit and a pair of black high heels. Her hair was brown and loose, but not messy at all. She had a light makeup on her face. In short, she looked good. Li Qingru felt a little embarrassed when she saw Lu Fan looking her up and down. "Mr. Lu, why don't we get in the car first?" Li Qingru said. "Oh. Sorry, Mr. Li, you are so beautiful. I looked at you for a moment too long. I am sorry for being so rude." Lu Fan was also a little embarrassed. Which girl doesn't like to be praised for her good looks? Li Qingru was really happy when Lu Fan praised her. "Mr. Lu is also very handsome, and he looks really young." Li Qingru did not compliment her, she was just speaking the truth. Of course, Lu Fan is still a step behind compared to the readers. The car that came to pick up Lu Fan was a bulletproof version of Rolls-Royce Phantom. Fortunately, Li Qingru opened the door for him, otherwise it would have been embarrassing if he didn't know how to open it. Lu Fan and Li Qingru sat in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, while the two bodyguards drove a Land Rover Range Rover to the back, and the cars set off one after the other. "Mr. Lu, you look so young. How old are you this year?" Li Qingru asked. "I'm 23 years old." Li Qingru covered her mouth in surprise when she heard that Lu Fan was only 23 years old. 23 years old? He was actually able to take over 60% of the shares of Hongyuan Group. How big was his size? His family actually spent so much money to let their younger generation practice? In Li Qingru's eyes, Lu Fan must be a young man from a big family who came out to gain experience. She looked at Lu Fan with a bit more ambiguity, but when she thought of her own age. "Why? What is Mr. Li sighing about?" "I was wondering why you were so young, Mr. Lu, but I am already 31. Lu Fan. What does that mean? Are you attracted to me?" At this time, Lu Fan called up Li Qingru's information panel. Name, Li Qingru. Age 31. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 92. Charge times, 1. Intimacy, 49. What? We've only just met for less than 10 minutes, and the intimacy level is already 49? Lu Fan looked at Li Qingru's information and was secretly amazed. With Li Qingru's looks and figure, even though she's older and has had experience before, what does it matter? Chapter 23 First Meeting After Taking Office. Lu Fan stretched out his hand and placed it on Li Qingru's leg, and Li Qingru's delicate body shook. "Age is just a number to me. Besides, Sister Li looks about the same age as me. If you walk on the street, people might think you are my sister," Lu Fan said with a smile. Li Qingru's pretty face blushed slightly. She didn't say anything and let Lu Fan put his hand on her leg. "Over the years, I had only had one boyfriend when I was in college. She has been single for 8 or 9 years since graduation. It's not that she doesn't want to find a partner, but given her current status, she doesn't like young and incompetent men, and the capable ones are a group of old men in their 40s or 50s. So when I saw that Lu Fan was so young and could become the chairman of Hongyuan Group, and he was so handsome, I couldn't help but feel moved." "Mr. Lu doesn't have a girlfriend yet?" "No, I have more than one girlfriend." Lu Fan said this with no expression. When Li Qingru heard Lu Fan's answer, her eyes trembled, and then she was a little dazed. More than one girlfriend? Li Qingru didn't expect Lu Fan to be so frank. "That's right, do you want to join in?" Lu Fan put his face close to Li Qingru's ear, and the warm breath from his nostrils blew on Li Qingru's face, making her feel a little hot. "I'm too old." Li Qingru did not give a direct response. "Didn't I tell you that age is just a number to me? I'm not a big girl anymore." Li Qingru mustered up the courage to say this. Since Lu Fan was so frank, she didn't want to lie to him. "I don't have a virgin complex," Lu Fan said with a smile. Li Qingru didn't say anything else. She was very clear about her strengths and weaknesses. Apart from these two things, she felt that she was still worthy of Lu Fan. This was the confidence of a beautiful woman. Why aren't you talking? Do you have any other requests? Lu Fan asked Li Qingru without saying anything. No, no more. Li Qingru looked shy and didn't dare to look up. When Lu Fan saw Li Qingru's little woman's posture, he couldn't help but stare at her in a daze. A mature woman of 30 is like aged red wine, exuding a charming aroma after the precipitation of time. Lu Fan put his arm around Li Qingru's shoulders, and Li Qingru did not resist. After a long time. Am I considered your kept lover now? No, you are still you, my general manager. Lu Fan smiled, as if his lovers didn't want to be canaries, which made Lu Fan feel relaxed. If all of them stuck to him, it would also give him a headache. When the car arrived at the company, Lu Fan got out, walked to the other side of the car, and helped Li Qingru open the door very gentlemanly. Thanks. The two people walked side by side into the Hong Yuan Group's corporate building, immediately attracting a lot of people's attention. Hey! Look at that handsome guy. He's so handsome. Why is Mr. Li walking with him? Could it be someone who came in through the back door? I don't know, but he's really handsome. If he's really from our company, then I'm in for a treat. Under the guidance of Li Qingru, Lu Fan came to his president's office, which was on the 30th floor of the building, which was also the top floor. The entire office is very large, nearly 200 square meters, and there is also a bedroom for rest. The room was cleaned very well, and it was obvious that Li Qingru had made sufficient preparations to welcome him. Mr. Lu, do you like it? If there is anything you are not satisfied with, you can also point it out. I will make changes. Lu Fan walked around the room and finally sat in the president's chair. No, I'm very satisfied. You are thoughtful. Lu Fan nodded and looked at Li Qingru with great satisfaction. By the way, please tell the company's middle-level leaders and above to hold a meeting in the conference room in an hour. Lu Fan said. Okay. Li Qingru agreed and walked out. Lu Fan sat in the president's chair and looked at everything around him with an excited smile. Once upon a time he was a poor young man, but now he is the president of a company with a market value of tens of billions. The change was so great that he couldn't adapt to it for a while. Lu Fan walked to the 270 viewing balcony in the office and overlooked everything. I will have more. People's ambitions will change as they change. If you asked Lu Fan what his biggest dream was a month ago, he would definitely answer that he wanted to have his own little family, live a happy life with Lulu, have a child of his own, and live a life without worries. Obviously, ordinary people's ideals can no longer satisfy Lu Fan now. He wants to get more. What are you looking at? At this time Li Qingru came back. Oh. No, I just want to enjoy the scenery of the Magic City. Lu Fan smiled slightly. The scenery here is really beautiful, especially at night, said Li Qingru. Lu Fan walked behind Li Qingru and put his arms around her waist. Will you stay with me tonight? Li Qingru was stunned for a moment. Although her face flushed, she neither refused nor agreed. No one knew what she was thinking. Are we developing too fast? Li Qingru asked after a while. Faster? Not bad. Lu Fan and Gu Nan are even faster than this. An hour passed quickly, and Lu Fan and Li Qingru walked into the office together. The office was already full of people, some sitting and some standing. When they saw Lu Fan and Li Qingru walk in, they all turned their eyes to Lu Fan. Is this the new president who acquired 60% of our group's shares? He is too young. Maybe he's the heir of some big family, and he came to our company to practice. Oh. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. If he wants to interfere in everything, then our work will be difficult to carry out. Lu Fan could tell from their eyes that these old guys in the company obviously looked down on such a young president like him, but Lu Fan was not angry. Hello everyone, first of all, let me introduce myself to you. My name is Lu Fan, and I will be your new president. Hong Yuan has gone through 35 years, and during this period it has gone through several generations of managers and employees. I don't want Hong Yuan to be ruined in my hands. As far as I know, Hong Yuan's revenue has been shrinking every year in the past 5 years. I believe you all know the reason, so when I take office, some of you better restrain your actions. When Lu Fan said this, he clearly saw the faces of several people sitting there turned black and they were a little panicked. Lu Fan pursed his lips and smiled, not intending to expose them here. After all, he was a newcomer, while they were already veterans of the company, with a lot of say and popularity in the company. It would be irrational for him to openly fight with them now. But don't worry, everyone. The last thing I lack is money, and I'm not that stingy. I will also give generous rewards to those who contribute to the company. I hope we can work together to create greater success. That's all I have to say. Please feel free to ask any questions you have. At this time, several middle-level leaders standing in the back said a few words to Lu Fan in a flattering manner, and Lu Fan responded in a very approachable manner. Just like that, Lu Fan's first meeting at Hongyuan ended. Chapter 24 You Wear Mine. After the meeting, Lu Fan and Li Qingru returned to their offices. Qingru, I may not be here for a long time after this, so you still need to do all the work of Hongyuan. Lu Fan ordered. Now Li Qingru is also his woman, although they have only known each other for a short time, but Lu Fan has a system that can see whether Li Qingru is loyal to him. Lu Fan opened Li Qingru's information panel. Name, Li Qingru. Age 31. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 92. Charge times, 1. Intimacy, 58. Lu Fan looked at Li Qingru's intimacy and nodded with satisfaction. Li Qingru also nodded and agreed. Then, come with me to eat something. I'm starving. Lu Fan said, stretching. But at this moment, Li Qingru looked at Lu Fan with a strange look. Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Fan asked puzzledly. I really don't understand you. I felt like you were a superior during the meeting just now, but now you look like a little hooligan. Li Qingru covered her mouth and smiled. I just did it for others to see. You're my girlfriend, so of course I wouldn't do that in front of you. Now that I'm in the Magic City, how do you want to entertain me? Lu Fan looked at Li Qingru with anticipation. Why don't you come to my house and I'll cook for you? Li Qingru said after thinking for a while. Oh? You can cook too? Lu Fan really didn't expect this. As the general manager of Hongyuan, Li Qingru is usually very busy. He didn't expect that she would have time to cook for herself. I'm usually alone, and I don't like eating or shopping alone, so I go home and cook for myself after get off work every day, Li Qingru explained. Why don't you want to go? Li Qingru asked again. Go! Why wouldn't you want to go? After saying that, Lu Fan stood up and walked away with Li Qingru. The receptionist at the company's door felt a little confused when she saw Lu Fan and Li Qingru leading together. Hey! Did you see that just now? Mr. Li went out with that handsome guy. What's their relationship? Could he be Mr. Li's gigolo? Just when they were gossiping, a notice was sent in the company group, announcing that Hongyuan Group had replaced its new chairman. Isn't this the handsome guy from before? He is actually the new president of our group? Lu Fan and Li Qingru came to the underground parking lot of the building. Li Qingru's car was a Porsche Panamera. Considering her identity as the general manager of Hongyuan, this car was still very low-key. As a boyfriend, it is of course Lu Fan's job to drive. Li Qingru gave Lu Fan an address, and according to the navigation, Lu Fan drove to a mid-range residential area. Under the guidance of Li Qingru, Lu Fan came to her home. Li Qingru was very nervous at this time, as she had never brought a man here before. I'm sorry, we don't have men's slippers at home. These are mine. They may be a little small for you. I'll buy them for you tomorrow. Li Qingru said apologetically. Oh. You mean you will buy me slippers tomorrow? So you mean I can live here forever? Lu Fan suddenly hugged Li Qingru and joked. No way. Li Qingru was a little shy because of Lu Fan's behavior. Oh. What should I do? I am unfamiliar with the place and have no home. I am so pitiful. Otherwise, Lu Fan should enter the entertainment industry. His acting skills are so realistic. I didn't say I couldn't let you live here. Li Qingru quickly changed the subject. A hint of cunning flashed in the corner of Lu Fan's eyes. Qingru, let me repay you for taking me in, okay? You want? Ugh. Before she could finish her words, Lu Fan's reward arrived. 10 minutes later, Li Qingru's breathing became a little rapid, and she pushed Lu Fan away with force. Her face was flushed, her chest heaving up and down, and she was breathing heavily. Just sit there and relax for a while. I'll go cook for you. After saying that, Li Qingru ran away to the kitchen. Lu Fan looked at Li Qingru's flustered back and smiled wickedly. Lu Fan got up and walked around Li Qingru's house. The house was not as big as Lu Fan had imagined. It was probably only about 180 square meters, with 3 bedrooms and a utility room. Li Qingru kept every room very clean, which surprised Lu Fan. After all, she was the general manager of Hongyuan, and her monthly salary was more than 1 million. How could she seem so frugal? Lu Fan walked to the master bedroom and smelled a fragrance as soon as he entered, the same smell as Li Qingru. It seemed that this was Li Qingru's bedroom. This bedroom is about 30 square meters and comes with a dressing room and bathroom. The overall decoration is pink, and there is a strawberry bear at the head of the bed. Ha, I didn't expect Qingru to have a girlish heart. Lu Fan looked at the 2-meter-wide bed and jumped lightly onto the bed. It feels so comfortable. Lu Fan stretched lazily. Just then, Li Qingru heard the sound and walked in. She saw Lu Fan rolling around on her bed and found it a little funny. Lu Fan, you are not allowed to get on my bed with clothes on? Li Qingru is a misophobe, otherwise she wouldn't have tidied the room so tidy by herself. Oh, I get it. I'll take off my clothes right now. As he said that, Lu Fan tore off his clothes. Li Qingru didn't expect Lu Fan to be like this, and turned away with her pretty face flushed. Shameless. Li Qingru hurriedly left the bedroom. Lu Fan took off his clothes, feeling a little uncomfortable, so he went to the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a shower, Lu Fan felt refreshed, but he forgot one thing: he didn't bring any luggage this time, not even the one pair of underwear he was wearing. Qingru, Qingru. Lu Fan shouted twice, but no one responded to him. At this time, Li Qingru was cooking in the kitchen with the range hood on. Oh. Forget it, she's my woman anyway, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Lu Fan thought about it and walked out naked. When Lu Fan walked out of the bedroom, he saw Li Qingru's busy figure. She's really a good wife and mother. Lu Fan smiled with satisfaction. Gentle. Lu Fan shouted. Li Qingru turned around and saw the naked Lu Fan, especially that area. Ah. Why are you not wearing any clothes? Li Qingru screamed and turned her face away. I don't want to either, but I didn't bring anything this time, not even underwear. What should I do? Although Lu Fan was a little embarrassed, he had a strong ability to adapt. To put it bluntly, he was thick-skinned. You. Wait. Li Qingru said after calming down, then lowered her head, not daring to look at Lu Fan, and walked into the bedroom in small steps. After a while, Li Qingru came out with a pair of yellow Pikachu underwear in her hand. You wear mine first. Li Qingru's face was now so red that blood seemed to be dripping out. Lu Fan looked at the cute little panties. How could he wear such a pair of panties when he was so tall and mighty? Wouldn't other women laugh if they knew about it? This. I can't wear yours, right? Oh. Just make do with it. Are you going to stay naked like this forever? Li Qingru said, then walked into the kitchen and closed the sliding door. Lu Fan looked at Li Qingru's shy face and smiled smugly. You stinky girl, you're still shy. I'll scare you at night. Lu Fan picked up the Pikachu underwear, his mouth twitched, but he still put it on. It's over. I'm not going to bleed anymore. Lu Fan felt uncomfortable and tense under his body. Chapter 25. I am old, I want to be the first wife. Lu Fan looked at Li Qingru with a sad face. He. Li Qingru covered her mouth and laughed as she looked at Lu Fan, who looked like he had lost all hope in life. However, she felt a little embarrassed when she thought that Lu Fan was actually wearing her underwear, so she could only look at him secretly when Lu Fan was not paying attention. I didn't expect that my little husband has such a good figure. Li Qingru smiled sweetly. The meal is ready. Li Qingru shouted at this time. Lu Fan walked over. Li Qingru glanced at Lu Fan, then lowered her head and spoke in a soft voice. Can't you put on some clothes? There's nothing I can do. My clothes already smell of sweat, and I didn't bring any other clothes. Lu Fan spread his hands helplessly. Li Qingru then had an idea. Wait for me. Li Qingru walked into the bedroom. Lu Fan looked at her puzzledly. Next second. Li Qingru was holding a pink suspender pajamas in her hand, which was obviously hers. There are no men's clothes at home, so you just wear them first. Li Qingru handed the clothes to Lu Fan. This This is too embarrassing, isn't it? Lu Fan looked at the pink suspender pajamas and didn't want to wear it. Put it on quickly, I'll go shopping with you after dinner. Helplessly, Lu Fan had to put on this conspicuous pajamas. Puff. Ha 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 ha. Lu Fan, you are so cute. Li Qingru looked at Lu Fan at this time and laughed. However, Lu Fan's figure is really good. The loose pajamas on her look like tights on Lu Fan. Lu Fan looked at Li Qingru sideways with a dark face. Li Qingru laughed for a long time before slowly stopping. Hey! Come and try the food I cooked. Li Qingru picked up a dish for Lu Fan. I didn't expect that your cooking skills are so good. Lu Fan exclaimed after taking a bite. That's right. When Li Qingru heard Lu Fan praising her craftsmanship, she couldn't help but raise her chin proudly and made an attitude that was completely inconsistent with her age. Lu Fan couldn't help but be a little dazed when looking at Li Qingru's pretty face. Li Qingru also noticed the look in Lu Fan's eyes and her face turned red. Why are you staring at me? Qingru, you are so beautiful. How does it compare to your little girlfriends? Li Qingru said half-jokingly. Well, each of you has your merits, but you have more charm than them. Lu Fan thought about it and gave an evaluation that he thought was very pertinent. Really? Of course, I never lie. Li Qingru opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, she closed it again. Just ask whatever you want to ask. Lu Fan noticed Li Qingru's concerns and said while eating. It's nothing, actually. I just want to ask you, how many girlfriends do you have? There were 4 before you. No, 3. That's right, 3. What? 3? Then I'm not even the 4th mistress? You scumbag. Li Qingru said angrily, her brows furrowed. What you said is not right. Although I am philanthropic, I am not a scumbag. I treat you all equally. Lu Fan quickly defended himself and retorted. Humph. I don't care. I'm older and I want to be the first wife. Li Qingru said with her hands on her hips, looking unhappy. Ha ha. Sure, if you serve me well, marrying you won't be a problem. Lu Fan said with a wicked smile. TSK. Who wants to marry you? Li Qingru said shyly with her head down. Oh? Then why are you still fighting over who's the first or second? I'm going to ignore you and make fun of others. Li Qingru said with a pout. Lu Fan looked at Li Qingru's lovely appearance. Do you know that your appearance can easily tempt people to commit crimes? After dinner, before Li Qingru put down the bowl and chopsticks, Lu Fan hugged Li Qingru. Li Qingru shuddered all over, feeling Lu Fan's warm breath, and she felt hot all over. The dishes haven't been cleared away yet, what are you doing? Li Qingru didn't dare to look at him. No hurry. By the way, don't you still want to go shopping for clothes? Can I go with you? Li Qingru said again. I'll buy it tomorrow. As he spoke, Li Qingru exclaimed, and Lu Fan picked up Li Qingru and walked into the bedroom. I haven't showered yet. It's okay, I don't mind. The room was suddenly filled with spring colors. An hour later. Lu Fan leaned against the head of the bed and lit a cigarette. Li Qingru was lying on his chest, the sweat from her temples soaked her hair and stuck to her forehead, making her look so charming. Hubby. Will you not want me anymore in the future? How could that be? I've said it before, as long as you don't leave me on your own initiative, I will never leave you. Lu Fan hugged Li Qingru's arms tightly. Just now, he felt the beauty of a mature woman. Ding! Li Qingru's intimacy plus 10. Bad guy, you have so many girlfriends. I tell you, I want to get the most love from you. Li Qingru looked non-committal. Okay, I'll give you lots of love. Do you still have strength? Lu Fan asked again. Bad guy. Li Qingru glared at Lu Fan. The Second World War had begun. This battle was so fierce that it shocked the world and was extremely brutal. Even though Lu Fan had the support of a system, he still won by a narrow margin. After the war, the two were too tired to clean up the battlefield, so they fell asleep in each other's arms. The sun is at noon. After Lu Fan got up, he found that Li Qingru was not around. Lu Fan rubbed his eyes and picked up his phone. Li Qingru sent him a WeChat message. Honey, I'm at the office. Your underwear and clothes are in the living room. Hey, I have good taste, don't I? Love you, kiss. Lu Fan looked at the screen and smiled, then he got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower and changed into the clothes that Li Qingru bought for him. You know what, Li Qingru has a really good taste, and these clothes don't look cheap. Lu Fan was about to take the car keys, but then he remembered that this was not Sioux City, and he didn't have a car here. It looks like it's time to buy another car. Lu Fan walked downstairs. He knew that in big cities like Shanghai, there would be several auto shows every month, and you could come across amazing cars at the auto shows that you couldn't usually see. Lu Fan had a simple breakfast downstairs, which tasted average. While eating, Lu Fan checked his phone and found that there was a car show in Shanghai today, right at the Shanghai Convention and Exhibition Center. Lu Fan took a taxi and went straight to the Convention and Exhibition Center. Wow! There are so many people. Standing at the entrance of the Convention and Exhibition Center, Lu Fan couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the endless stream of people. Ha! That's still not a big deal, because there are no good cars today, old man. The man glared at Lu Fan, obviously looking down on him. Lu Fan chuckled. He understood what the old saying meant. If it were the Lu Fan from the past, he would definitely go up to argue in anger, but the Lu Fan now was different. The confidence given by the system had made him more calm, and he obviously would not get angry over the words of a stranger. Chapter 26 McLaren P1. Lu Fan walked into the venue alone. The entire exhibition center was very large, and each booth was filled with vehicles, ranging from mid-range to high-end. Next to the cars on each booth, there were very tall car models. These car models were very beautiful in the eyes of the public, but in Lu Fan's eyes today, they were just so-so. Once people get used to eating fine bran, coarse grains will become difficult to swallow. Lu Fan just walked along, and sure enough, all the cars on the booth today were those that can be purchased normally. Lu Fan was a little disappointed. Ha! Just when Lu Fan was about to leave the venue, he found a large group of people suddenly running in one direction. Driven by curiosity, Lu Fan also moved over. Oh my god, I didn't expect to come across such a magical car today? Who said it wasn't? It seems like today's visit was not in vain. What's the point of you coming? You can't afford it. I can't afford it, but someone can. I just want to see what the magic car looks like. There were two people whispering in front of Lu Fan, one of whom was the one who had just mocked him at the door. Lu Fan also relied on his height to look over the heads of the two people in front of him. Just one glance made Lu Fan's blood boil. So damn handsome. Lu Fan's eyes were already sparkling at this time. At this time, the manager at the booth saw so many people gathered around and began to introduce the parameters of this McLaren P1. Our McLaren P1 is limited to 375 units worldwide, using a 3.8L twin-turbocharged engine with a maximum power of 727 horsepower and a maximum torque of 720 Nm. 0-100 acceleration takes only 2.8 seconds. As Lu Fan listened to the introduction on the stage, he liked this car more and more. Not only Lu Fan, some people around the booth also like this car very much. If they were not car lovers, they would not come to the auto show. Then the landing price of our McLaren P1 is only 12 million Chinese yuan. After hearing the price the manager announced, a large group of people fell silent, and even a group of people who were ready to make a move just now lowered their heads. At this time, Lu Fan squeezed forward. Why are you squeezing in? Just stand back and watch. Can someone like you afford this kind of car? The man in front saw Lu Fan frowning and said unhappily. Sorry, I'm here to buy a car. Lu Fan apologized. You? Don't be ridiculous. Not everyone can buy this. First of all, even if you have 12 million, you may not be able to afford it. You need to verify your capital of 50 million to be eligible to buy this car. The person who mocked Lu Fan obviously knows a lot about cars. Lu Fan ignored him, squeezed in and walked to the car. The manager just now also noticed Lu Fan, especially the Richard Miller watch in his hand. The manager's eyes lit up, and the man in front of him was definitely a wealthy man. With his eyes, he can tell that this Richard Miller is authentic. Manager. Can I sit in and feel it for myself? Lu Fan asked. Of course, sir, please, said the manager with a flattering look on his face. If he sold this car, he would get a lot of commission. What the hell? Really? I can really sit in it and feel it? Then when he comes out later I'm going to sit in it and try it too. The man who mocked Lu Fan said that he actually had some assets. His father opened several chain stores in Shanghai and his family assets amounted to tens of millions. Even if his whole family bought this car, they could not afford it. When he saw that Lu Fan could sit in it, he also wanted to try this dream car. Lu Fan tried to pull the car door, but it didn't move at all, which made Lu Fan feel embarrassed. How do I open this car door? Lu Fan asked the manager with a twitching face. This sentence also caused laughter from the people watching the car around, especially the one who laughed the loudest. The manager personally helped Lu Fan open the car door, but he was a little confused. Shouldn't it be? How could such a young master not know how to drive a McLaren? Lu Fan sat in it and felt it for a while. To be honest, this car was not as comfortable as his Porsche Cayenne. However, sports cars are all about movement and speed. If you want comfort, you might as well buy a Rolls-Royce, which is really comfortable. After feeling the car for a while, Lu Fan got out. He's coming down, manager, can we change someone else? I also want to try sitting in it. The man with a happy face walked over. The manager took a look at his clothes. Although he didn't say anything, one could tell from the look in his eyes that he looked down on him. Excuse me, sir, we don't allow anyone to sit in this car. The manager's words stunned him. Didn't he sit down just now? Why can't I sit down? The manager looked at him and said nothing. And Lu Fan just smiled gently. Manager, if I pay the money and sign the contract now, how long will it take before I can drive away? Lu Fan said. What? Not only the manager, but even the passerby who mocked Lu Fan exclaimed. But the manager responded quickly. I'm sorry, sir. If you want to buy this McLaren, we need to verify your capital. You are only eligible to buy this car if your assets are over 50 million. The manager said respectfully. He had no doubt that Lu Fan's assets were less than 50 million. If he remembered correctly, that watch alone would cost more than 30 million, but the process still had to be followed. Oh. This is easy. Lu Fan reached out and took out his cell phone. Passers-by were muttering with disdain at this time. They are verifying your capital, what are you doing with your phone? That's hilarious. Lu Fan ignored him. Finally, Lu Fan found out the balance of his bank card and handed it to the manager. The manager took the phone. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions. The manager stared at the screen of his mobile phone with wide eyes. His hands were shaking a little at this moment. Sir, you are fully qualified to buy this car, here's your phone. The manager returned the phone to Lu Fan with an attitude that was even more respectful than before. The passers-by were shocked at this time. Manager, are you sure? His phone is worth 50 million. Lu Fan frowned slightly when he heard what he said. What's wrong with this Sabi? Can't stand others doing well? Country bumpkin. Not only Lu Fan, but even the manager couldn't stand it anymore. What are you yelling about? This gentleman has 9 figures in his bank account, and he is fully qualified to buy this car. Where are you from? Go wherever you want. Faced with the manager's reprimand, the passerby's face changed and he stared at Lu Fan with wide eyes. Lu Fan ignored him and smiled lightly. The manager came back a few minutes later with a car purchase contract. Lu Fan looked at it carefully and signed it as he found no problem. The manager also swiped his card. Ha! After swiping the card, Lu Fan looked at the person who mocked him still standing there. You're not leaving yet? Hey! Friend, can you let me ride in your car for a while? The man no longer had the same aggressive attitude as before, and his voice became much softer. Ha ha! Really want to try it? Lu Fan smiled. Yes, I really want to try it. The man was delighted when he saw Lu Fan smile. If you want to try it, go buy it yourself. Unexpectedly, Lu Fan suddenly put away his smile and scolded in a serious face. Well. Chapter 27, First Meeting with Shinseki. The man saw Lu Fan's sudden change of expression. Then a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face, and then his face turned pale. Humph. What's so great about that? I'll go home and ask my dad to buy me one. Then he walked out of the crowd. Lu Fan knew that he was bragging, but he didn't have the energy to expose him. 2 hours later, the car's registration and license plate were completed, and Lu Fan drove away carefully. The reason why Lu Fan is so cautious is not because he loves the car, but because he loves himself. It was the first time for Lu Fan to drive this kind of supercar. Although he could drive it away, he was not very skilled. Moreover, the sports car had a low seating position and a large blind spot. If he drives too fast and gets into a collision, he can't guarantee that the system will still be with him in his next life. So, a very funny scene appeared on the streets of Shanghai. A McLaren P1 was driving on the street, and a food delivery electric bike passed by. Lu Fan didn't care about other people's opinions. After all, the car was his and he could drive it however he wanted. They drove all the way to the entrance of the Hongyuan Group's building. Parking is usually not allowed here. The security guard at the entrance just came over and wanted to drive them away, but he saw Lu Fan getting out of the car. Ugh. Parking is also a matter of choosing the right person. He is the president of the company. The security guard greeted Lu Fan and Lu Fan nodded. Our new president is so approachable. He will respond when you greet him. Look at the previous one, he didn't even respond when you greeted him. What a jerk. The two security guards were discussing together at this time. Lu Fan walked into the company building, but instead of going to his own office, he went straight into Li Qingrou's office and knocked on the door. Come in. A cold voice came from inside. Lu Fan smiled slightly and pushed the door open and walked in. What's the matter? Li Qingrou asked without looking up. I missed you. I came to see you. Li Qingrou raised her head when she heard the voice, and then showed a brilliant smile. Why are you here? Li Qingrou stood up from her seat. Didn't I tell you? I missed you. Lu Fan reached out and hugged Li Qingrou's waist. Stop making trouble. We are still in the company. What will people think if they see us? Li Qingrou's pretty face turned red and she said shyly. I'm the president and you're the general manager. So what if someone sees us? Lu Fan moved his hands up and down, making Li Qingrou's face flush. No, husband. I can't stand you like this. Li Qingrou squeezed out a mosquito-like voice. Is there a bedroom in your office? Lu Fan asked. Yes? Over there? Do you want to rest? I'll take you there. Li Qingrou pointed with her finger. Suddenly Lu Fan picked up Li Qingrou like a princess. What's the point of me resting alone? He ignored Li Qingrou's cries and carried her into the bedroom. The room was suddenly filled with spring atmosphere. Ha! Where is Mr. Li? At this time, Li Qingrou's secretary Xiao Zhan walked in with a stack of documents and found that Li Qingrou was not in the office. Ah! At this time, a voice was heard, and Xiao Zhan walked to the bedroom door following the voice. The next moment her little face turned red and she hurried away. An hour later. Why are you as tireless as a cow? Although Li Qingrou blamed him in her words, her eyes were full of tenderness. Don't you like it? Lu Fan asked with a smile. Li Qingrou hid her face in Lu Fan's chest and did not answer. Another half an hour passed before I reluctantly got out of bed and washed up. I have something to do tonight, so I can't accompany you. Lu Fan said as he lit a cigarette. Li Qingrou felt a little disappointed when she heard that, but she didn't ask the reason. With her intelligence, she could guess it almost exactly. I understand. He replied softly. That sensible look made Lu Fan feel a little distressed. He stood up and hugged Li Qingrou. He now felt that he was a bit of a scumbag, but he couldn't control himself. Don't worry, you will always be my woman. Lu Fan said affectionately. As long as you have a place for me in your heart, I will be satisfied. She kissed Lu Fan on the mouth, felt Lu Fan's body respond again, and then hurriedly left the room. Oh my god, if he didn't leave now, he would not be able to leave. Lu Fan looked at Li Qingrou's lovely back, smiled, and went into the bathroom to wash up. Walking out of the bedroom, Lu Fan found a young girl standing in front of Li Qingrou's desk. She seemed to be Li Qingrou's secretary. Xiao Zhang also saw Lu Fan walking out of the bedroom. Why is Mr. Lu in Mr. Li's bedroom? Could it be that just now? Thinking of this, Xiao Zhang's pretty face turned red with embarrassment. Hello, President. Xiao Zhang lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Lu Fan. Well, I'll go first. Lu Fan looked at Xiao Zhang with a confused expression, said hello and left. After leaving the company, Lu Fan drove straight to Shanghai University, not for any other reason, but because he had an appointment with Shinseki. At this time, Shinseki had just finished class. Without waiting for her roommates to go back to the dormitory together, she hurried back to the dormitory alone. What should I wear? Shinseki was rummaging through boxes and cupboards looking for clothes. It was their first meeting and she wanted to dress up nicely so as not to be impolite. Finally, Shinseki chose a white floral dress with the hem just above her knees. She wore white calf stockings on her calves, covering her fair and slender calves. She also put on a pair of white sneakers, looked in the mirror, and nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Shinseki's roommates walked in. "Seki, why don't you wait for us?" As soon as she finished speaking, the three people who walked in stared at Shinseki blankly. "Wow! Seki, you are so beautiful." Shinseki's roommate He-Ching walked up to her and said enviously. Shinseki felt a little embarrassed by the compliments. "But why are you going to dress up so beautifully? Are you going to meet your boyfriend?" He-Ching said teasingly. "No, I just want to meet a friend," Shinseki explained shyly. "Ordinary friends?" He-Ching asked. Shinseki nodded. "Come on, just stop it. Why are you dressing up so nicely for just another friend? Confess and we'll give you leniency. If you don't tell the truth, we won't let you go," He-Ching said as she stood in front of Shinseki. In the end, Shinseki had no choice but to tell the truth. "What?" He-Ching was very surprised when she heard that, and the other two roommates also widened their eyes. "You're actually going to meet your number one brother on the list? Oh. Ching-Ching, could you please keep your voice down?" Shinseki said angrily. "Ching-Ching, do you have your ID card with you?" He-Ching thought for a moment and asked again. "Why do you need to bring your ID card?" Shinseki's eyes were clear. He-Ching felt a little helpless about the stupidity of her roommate and best friend. "Don't you know why people give you so many gifts?" Shinseki shook her head. "It's hopeless. Just take it with you. It will definitely be useful." He-Ching slapped her face and said helplessly. Shinseki felt puzzled, but she still took her ID card as He-Ching asked. At this time, a McLaren P1 was parked at the gate of Madu University. Students passing by cast their eyes on it, and Lu Fan was leaning against the car. Chapter 28 Lovely Shinseki. "Who is this person?" "I don't know, I've never seen him. He shouldn't be from our school, right? But he's so handsome. TSK, women are superficial. What's the point of being handsome? Look at the sports car next to him. It costs more than 10 million. Just then, Lu Fan saw a beautiful figure. Wearing a white floral dress, Lu Fan's eyes lit up. "Look, isn't that the campus beauty of our Magic City University? Really? You're so beautiful. I would be willing to be my girlfriend if she could shorten my life by 10 years. At this time, a boy standing on the side of the road looked like a pig. "If you live 10 years less, will it be your turn?" Shinseki stood at the door and looked. She had never seen Lu Fan before, so she didn't know what he looked like. "Shinseki." Shinseki heard someone calling her to turn around, and just in time she saw Lu Fan sitting on the hood of a car by the roadside. Could he be Lu Fan? So handsome. Shinseki hesitated in her heart. "Are you Lu Fan?" Shinseki walked up and asked. "If you are looking for Fan Xin Luyu, then I am the one, baby Seki," Lu Fan said with a smile. Shinseki felt a little shy when she heard Lu Fan calling her by her online nickname Seki Baby. "Are you hungry? Get in the car." Lu Fan gentlemanly helped Shinseki open the car door. "Oh my god, my goddess is not going to get in his car, is she? Oh my goodness. School beautician, please don't be fooled, okay?" At this time, the two students from Shanghai University looked at Shinseki nervously. Until Shinseki got on the bus, their hearts seemed to be broken. "It's over. My goddess is already taken by that evil rich man." After Shinseki got in the car, Lu Fan drove forward. On the way, Shinseki secretly looked at Lu Fan's profile, her face turning red and white. "I didn't expect that Fan Xin Luyu is so handsome," Shinseki thought shyly. "It's very impolite to look at others like that," Lu Fan said at this time, but his tone was not blaming. "Ah. Sorry, I didn't mean it." Shinseki apologized embarrassedly. It was really embarrassing to be caught peeking at someone. Shinseki's pretty face flushed and she lowered her head, not daring to look at him again. Lu Fan smiled slightly and said nothing. Lu Fan came to a high-end private restaurant in Shanghai and had already reserved a table before leaving the company. "Let's go." Lu Fan stood up and got out of the car, opening the door for Shinseki like a gentleman. "Thank you," Shinseki said embarrassedly. No boy had ever opened the car door for her since she was a child. The two of them walked into Mr. Huang's private restaurant. "Excuse me, sir, do you have a reservation?" A waiter came over and asked. "My last name is Liu," Lu Fan said. "Sorry, Mr. Liu, the seat you reserved is inside." Lu Fan and Shinseki followed the service staff. Shinseki looked at everything here. The decoration was so high-end and luxurious. It must be very expensive to have a meal here, right? They came to a private room and sat down with Lu Fan and Shinseki. "Seki, please order the dishes." Lu Fan handed the menu to Shinseki. No, I don't know how to order." "You should order first." Shinseki was obviously a little reserved. "Ha ha. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to order. There are pictures here. Just order whichever one you think tastes good," Lu Fan said again. Seeing this, Shinseki had no choice but to take the menu, but the next second she was shocked by the prices on the menu. My goodness, a single dish can easily cost hundreds of dollars, and some expensive ones can even cost thousands of dollars. For a moment, Shinseki felt that what she was holding was not a menu, and she stood there in a daze, not daring to order. "Then, let's have fried rice," Shinseki said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan knew what she was thinking. He shook his head, took the menu, and ordered a few decent dishes. "Okay, that's it for now. You go down first. If you have any freshly squeezed drinks, please bring them over." After Lu Fan gave his instructions, the waiter left. There were only two of them in the huge box at this time. Shinseki put her hands under her skirt and rubbed it, lowering her head and not daring to speak. Lu Fan found her appearance funny. He had to admit that Shinseki was definitely the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. "Why aren't you talking? Isn't it time for you to call me Brother Fan Xin Luyu in the live broadcast room?" Lu Fan teased Shinseki, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Shinseki became even more shy when she heard this, and even her ears turned red. "Or did I disappoint you?" Lu Fan asked again when he saw that she didn't say anything. "No." Shinseki finally squeezed out two words. "What is that?" Lu Fan felt that this little girl was quite interesting and wanted to tease her. It's just my first time dating a boy, and I'm a little nervous," Shinseki said in a low voice with her head down. "Tell me about the situation. Why did you suddenly stop live streaming?" Lu Fan changed the subject and asked the question in his mind. It has been nearly half a month since Shinseki's last live streaming. "I'm already a junior in college and my studies are a bit stressful, so I don't do live broadcasts anymore. I see that you are dressed quite simply. Why is that? The gift I gave you last time should be enough for you to live a luxurious life, right?" Lu Fan asked. Although Shinseki was dressed very decently and beautifully, Lu Fan could also tell that the dress she was wearing definitely cost no more than 200 yuan and must have been bought on Taobao. Shinseki lowered her head and said nothing. "I'm sorry, I overstepped my bounds." Seeing that she didn't want to say anything, Lu Fan didn't bother about it. Just then the door was pushed open and the dishes began to be served one after another. Drunken crayfish on ice, fish maw braised with crab roe, braised pork with abalone and black truffle, yellow croaker lion's head, cooked drunk crab roe, conch stewed in matsutake and chicken soup, wagyu fried rice with black truffle. "Sir, ma'am, please enjoy your meal." After serving the dishes, the waiter walked out. Shinseki was a little overwhelmed when she saw the table filled with all these exquisite dishes. "What are you looking at? Eat quickly," Lu Fan reminded Shinseki when he saw her sitting there in a daze. "These dishes are so beautiful, I never thought a dish could be made like this." For some reason, Lu Fan felt sorry for her when he heard this. He felt that Shinseki must have some secret. No matter how good it looks, you have to eat it. Eat it quickly, or it will get cold and lose its value. At Lu Fan's urging, Shinseki carefully picked up her chopsticks. "Wow! It's so delicious!" Shinseki exclaimed with her eyes wide open after taking a bite of the braised pork. "If it tastes good, eat more," Lu Fan said with a smile. Shinseki nodded her head and began to eat with relish. The meal took more than an hour, and most of the food went into Shinseki's stomach, while Lu Fan didn't eat much. Lu Fan was too lazy to be stunned. How could such a small body hold so many things? "Wow! I'm so full." Shinseki put down her chopsticks and patted her stomach with both hands. After being full, she seemed less restrained. Lu Fan looked at Shinseki's happy face and smiled. It's pretty cute. Chapter 29. You must be good to me. Shinseki, who had eaten and drunk her fill, was half lying on the chair. However, when she saw Lu Fan looking at her, she felt that she had lost her composure and sat up straight with a slightly red face. Ah, you're so cute. Lu Fan said sincerely. No way. Shinseki felt a little embarrassed when Lu Fan said she was cute. Are you full? Let's go shopping. Lu Fan got up to pay the bill. When walking out of the restaurant, Shinseki was still immersed in the scene of Lu Fan paying the bill just now. This meal actually cost more than 10,000 yuan, which was really luxurious. What are you standing there for? Get in the car? Lu Fan saw Shinseki standing next to the car, wondering what she was thinking. Oh, sorry. Shinseki reacted and sat in the car, and Lu Fan closed the door for her. The two drove to the largest shopping mall in Shanghai. Shinseki didn't know why she came here, but she just followed Lu Fan. The two of them walked side by side and immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. There was no way around it because they were both too good looking. Lu Fan was already accustomed to this kind of gaze, but Shinseki felt a little uncomfortable. She rarely went shopping except when she was at school. The two came to Dior's flagship store. As soon as Shinseki walked in, she was shocked by everything here, because the clothes here were so beautiful. Find a dress in her size. Lu Fan took a fancy to a dress. Okay, sir. The clerk then took out a piece of clothing that Lu Fan had just chosen. Seki. Go and try it. Lu Fan shouted. Me? No need, I have enough clothes to wear. Shinseki just looked at the labels on the clothes here. They cost thousands of dollars. They are too expensive. She can't afford them. It's okay, just try it. Lu Fan said with a smile. Shinseki hesitated for a moment, but then she thought it made sense and she could just say it was inappropriate when the time came. Led by the clerk, Shinseki walked into the fitting room. Lu Fan continued to pick out a few pieces of clothes outside. Take this skirt over too, and let her try it on. 5 minutes later, Shinseki came out after changing her clothes. Lu Fan was shocked when he saw the refreshed Shinseki. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Shinseki felt a little embarrassed by Lu Fan's burning gaze. How is it? He asked in a low voice. Ugh. It's a little uncomfortable, I better take it off. But how could Lu Fan not see what she was thinking? He turned around and asked the clerk. Miss, these two items, check out. The clerk was delighted to see Lu Fan was about to pay and quickly calculated the price. Lu Fan, I told you I wasn't feeling well, why did you keep buying them? Besides, the clothes here are too expensive, not worth the high price at all. Shinseki walked to Lu Fan's side and muttered. Are you really feeling uncomfortable? Lu Fan turned around and stared into Shinseki's eyes. Shinseki felt as if Lu Fan's eyes could see through her, and she turned her head away in embarrassment. Seeing that Shinseki stopped talking, Lu Fan smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go. Shinseki urged as they walked out of the Dior store. Let's go now. There are so many shops here. Let's go shopping. Lu Fan took the initiative to hold Shinseki's hand. Shinseki hesitated for a moment, but finally let him hold her hand, but the blush on her pretty face had faded. The two of them came to Louis Vuitton, and just like before, Lu Fan personally selected clothes for Shinseki, and then asked Shinseki to try them on. After trying them on, Lu Fan paid the bill directly. In the end, the two of them went around the entire mall. No, don't try again, I'm tired. Shinseki's forehead was covered with sweat at this time, and she sat on the chair and acted like a spoiled child. Seeing this, Lu Fan had no choice but to give up, but he still felt a little unsatisfied. Two people walked out of the square carrying bags of various brands. But the next second, a difficult problem appeared in front of the two people. Lu Fan's McLaren P1 can't hold so many things. I told you not to buy so many things. Shinseki looked at Lu Fan with some resentment. After a few hours of getting along, Shinseki also relaxed herself a little. Lu Fan scratched his head awkwardly. Otherwise, we could put it at Li Qingrou's home. But as soon as I thought of this, Lu Fan rejected it. This was not possible. Buying gifts for other girls and leaving them at Li Qingrou's house, what would Li Qingrou think? Finally, Lu Fan made a decision to leave the car here. The two of them took a taxi and left. Lu Fan would come back to pick it up tomorrow. Lu Fan called a private car on his phone and went straight to the hotel. Shinseki sat in the car and looked at the direction the car was heading, which was not Shanghai University. Her face turned red, and she recalled what her roommate said before she came out. At the same time, she was also glad that she brought her ID card. But Lu Fan, who was sitting next to her, was a little confused at this time. That's not right. After spending several hours together, why hasn't her intimacy level increased? Thinking of this, Lu Fan opened Shinseki's information panel. Name, Shinseki. Age, 21 years old. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Appearance, 92. Charge times, 0. Intimacy, 58. Ha! Lu Fan was stunned when he looked at Shinseki's information panel. Isn't she already 58? What's going on with the system? Why didn't I get any notification? Ding! The host said, "Don't notify me about this kind of thing in the future." Ah? Did I say that? I remember it was rebate, needless to say, right? Lu Fan thought for a while and said, "Ugh. The system suggests that the host go check his brain." Lu Fan superscript 33 was despised by the system. Never mind. After coming out of the system, Lu Fan looked at Shinseki and nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the hard work of the past few hours was not in vain, and their intimacy had increased a lot. The car drove all the way to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Lu Fan didn't make an appointment in advance, so he went directly to the front desk to book a room. As for what kind of room it was, Lu Fan still liked to stay in the presidential suite. Finally, Lu Fan paid the bill under the surprised gaze of the receptionist. The presidential suite was equipped with a private butler, so the butler naturally helped to carry the things in Lu Fan and Shinseki's hands. Shinseki walked behind Lu Fan, crossed her two little hands together, fiddling with her fingers, her knuckles turned white from being pinched by herself. The two walked into the luxurious presidential suite. "There's nothing for you to do here. I'll call you if I need you." Lu Fan gave the order, and the private butler left. It's true, Shanghai is a big city. The presidential suite at the Ritz-Carlton is much more luxurious than the one he stayed in Suzhou. However, Shinseki had no intention of appreciating such a luxurious hotel. She knew what it meant for Lu Fan to bring her to the hotel. Although she had a good impression of Lu Fan, she always felt that this was a little too fast. "Let's take a shower first," Lu Fan said. Shinseki raised her head and looked at Lu Fan's burning eyes, agreed, and then ran into the bathroom in a panic. Ha ha! If she had the personality of a little girl, she wouldn't be so shy. Lu Fan looked at Shinseki's back, smiled and shook his head, then followed her into the bedroom. Half an hour later, Shinseki came out wearing a bathrobe, with some water droplets on her hair. Lu Fan stared at Shinseki's beautiful and charming face infatuatedly, and suddenly felt a little hot. He walked into the bathroom to take a shower without warning, and came out in less than 3 minutes. At this time, Shinseki was already lying on the bed. Although she had never had a boyfriend, she was already a junior after all, and she knew what would happen next. I saw Lu Fan coming out of the bathroom with only a bath towel wrapped around his waist. His face was flushed and I didn't dare to look at him. Lu Fan slowly lay down in the bed. "Are you ready? You must be nice to me. Don't worry, I will always treat you well." "Then come on." The bathrobe and towel were thrown out from the quilt, revealing a vast expanse of spring scenery. Chapter 30 He Chang. Next day. After yesterday's fierce battle, Shinseki slept until noon. "Ha? Husband?" Shinseki opened her eyes and found that Lu Fan was not in the room. She was suddenly a little panicked. She didn't even bother to put on her clothes and ran out of the bedroom in a hurry. After leaving the bedroom, Shinseki saw Lu Fan sitting on the sofa fiddling with his mobile phone, and the table was full of exquisite delicacies. And Lu Fan also heard the voice. "Are you awake? Why did you run out without wearing any clothes?" Lu Fan stood up. Shinseki ignored everything else and ran to Lu Fan and hugged him. "I thought you didn't want me anymore." Shinseki's voice was tearful, and she was obviously really scared. "Silly girl, how could I not want you? Go wash up and then eat. You must be hungry, right?" Lu Fan said, patting Shinseki's butt. Upon hearing this, Shinseki immediately returned to the bedroom and came out neatly dressed 10 minutes later. However, Shinseki's face was flushed at this time, which was very beautiful. Why are you blushing? Refreshed. Huh? Are you reciting lines to me? Lu Fan smiled. Shinseki sat down. She was already hungry. She had exercised for so long yesterday and slept for so long that her stomach was already empty. Since she was already Lu Fan's girlfriend, Shinseki no longer cared about her image and started eating with relish. Because he had classes in the afternoon, Lu Fan took a taxi to send Shinseki back to school after dinner. Ching. Are you in the dormitory? Great, come downstairs to pick me up and help me get some things. When she arrived downstairs at the dormitory, Shinseki called her roommate He-Ching. There was nothing she could do because boys were not allowed to enter the girls' dormitory, and there were so many things that she couldn't carry them all by herself. After a while, He-Ching ran down in her pajamas. When Lu Fan saw He-Ching, his eyes lit up. It was true that birds of a feather flocked together. Of course, this beautiful woman's friends were also beautiful women. He-Ching also noticed Lu Fan at this time. First impression, so handsome. Second impression, really so handsome. This must be Seki's boyfriend. He-Ching thought. Ching. Now that you're down, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Lu Fan, and this is my roommate and best friend He-Ching. Shinseki introduced enthusiastically. Hello. Lu Fan did not show any special emotions, but greeted with a signature smile. Oh. Hello. He-Ching reacted then. She seemed a little dazed when she looked at Lu Fan just now. She greeted him awkwardly after being interrupted by Lu Fan's voice. Shinseki, who was already immersed in joy, did not notice that something was wrong with her best friend. I'd like to ask you to take good care of Seki at school in the future. If you have any questions, please call me. Of course, Seki is my best friend. After chatting for a few more sentences, Shinseki looked at Lu Fan's back reluctantly. Everyone has left, why are you still watching? He-Ching couldn't help but joke when she saw Shinseki's eyes. Shinseki's pretty face turned red. Where is that? The two returned to the dormitory, and the other two roommates' eyes widened when they saw Shinseki and He-Ching coming back with so many things. Seki, are you rich? Zhang Jia asked in surprise as she walked down from the upper bunk. No, they were all given to me by my boyfriend. Ah? He's your boyfriend already? So soon? Seki, you gave that to him? Zhang Jia asked cautiously. What did you give him? After saying this, Shinseki's face turned red, and it was obvious that she understood what Zhang Jia meant. Then nodded. Oh my god, has the campus belle of our Magic City University grown from a girl into a woman? How is it? Is your boyfriend handsome? At this time, Shinseki's other good friend Sun Yan asked curiously. Shinseki lowered her head shyly and said nothing. By the way, Ching, it was Seki's boyfriend who sent her back just now, right? She must have seen you picking her up downstairs, right? How was he? Was he handsome? Ching? He-Ching was stunned for a moment and heard someone calling her. Oh. What did you say? He-Ching asked. What's the matter? Why are you in a daze? I'm asking you if Seki's boyfriend is handsome? Sun Yan said with a slight frown. Ah. He was quite handsome, and very tall with a great figure. He-Ching recalled. Oh my god, is this true? I'm so envious and jealous. Sun Yan frowned. At this time, Shinseki also noticed He-Ching's abnormality, and frowned slightly when she saw He-Ching standing there in a daze. Although Shinseki is simple, this is only relative to someone who has been struggling in society for many years. On the contrary, Shinseki is an extremely smart girl. Now she is a woman. She is very insightful and thoughtful. When she saw that He-Ching's expression was not right, she immediately guessed something. After a while, Shinseki's frown relaxed. She knew that she could never monopolize Lu Fan no matter what. From what she had seen yesterday, she saw Lu Fan spending money like water, and she knew without blinking an eye that a high-quality guy like Lu Fan would be pursued by many girls. Maybe you are already a mistress, or even the fourth or fifth mistress. Thinking of this, Shinseki felt relieved, but she couldn't be so generous as to take the initiative to introduce He-Ching and Lu Fan. Ding ding. Just then, a message came on Shinseki's cell phone. Shinseki took out her cell phone and opened it. It turned out that it was the money Lu Fan transferred to her. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands. When she finished counting, Shinseki widened her eyes and covered her mouth, feeling incredible. "Seki, what's wrong with you?" Sun Yan asked when she saw Shinseki's expression, and Zhang Jia also looked at her curiously. "Oh. Nothing, I'll go out and make a phone call." Shinseki walked out in a panic, then called Lu Fan. At this time, Lu Fan had already retrieved the McLaren P1. Seeing Shinseki calling him, he smiled slightly and picked up the phone. "What's wrong, wife?" "Husband, why did you transfer so much money to me?" "It's your pocket money. Didn't the money I gave you to buy gifts have to be used to pay for Auntie's surgery?" After Shinseki had sex with Lu Fan yesterday, she opened her heart and told Lu Fan everything about herself. It turned out that Shinseki's mother was suffering from kidney failure and they had not found a kidney source. She had to stay in the hospital for treatment and she already owed the hospital a lot of money. Lu Fan gave Shinseki so many gifts last time, and Shinseki gave them all to her family. "Then it doesn't take 1 million, right? I can't spend it all in my lifetime, right? This is the truth." Shinseki is usually very frugal and doesn't even spend 1,000 yuan a month. The only time she spent a lot of money was because she wanted to do a live broadcast. The pixel of her mobile phone was not good, so she spent 5,000 yuan to buy a new one. "You are my girlfriend now. You don't have to be as frugal as before. Buy whatever you want and eat whatever you want. Don't worry. Don't you have a few good friends? Invite them to dinner tonight. Let's go to Mr. Huang's. I'll help you reserve a table. Honey, I want to tell you something." But Shinseki didn't say it out loud after thinking it over and over again. Lu Fan didn't take it seriously, and the two of them hung up the phone. Shinseki looked at the screen of her mobile phone, then smiled happily and returned to the dormitory. "Sisters, I'll treat you to a big dinner after school tonight." Chapter 31, Being Caught Again. After Lu Fan hung up the phone, he drove straight to the company. Now almost everyone in the company knows Lu Fan, and they all know that he is the president of Hongyuan. So when Lu Fan walked into the company, many people greeted him, and Lu Fan responded with a smile, leaving a relatively kind impression on the employees, especially the female employees, who all flirted with Lu Fan. Lu Fan walked into Li Qingruo's office familiarly. At this time, Li Qingru was sitting on the sofa in the office drinking coffee, looking a little unhappy. "Honey, I'm back. Do you miss me?" Lu Fan sat directly on the sofa and hugged Li Qingru, wanting to be intimate with her. "Husband, stop making trouble. I have something to tell you," Li Qingru said seriously. "Are you pregnant?" "I'm talking to you about something serious, but you're not doing it right." Li Qingru rolled her eyes. "Okay, tell me what's the matter." Lu Fan picked up Li Qingruo's coffee and started drinking it. "Shall I get you another drink?" Li Qingru said as she stood up. "No need, the one you tasted tastes better." Lu Fan put down the coffee in his hand and waited to hear what Li Qingru had to say. Li Qingru tidied her hair, feeling a little confused as to how to start the conversation. "Why are you hesitating? If you have something to say, just say it now. How can the sky fall? It's like this, husband. My parents introduced me to a boyfriend in my hometown and insisted that I go back for a blind date. I couldn't refuse, so I had to give you up." After saying this, Li Qingru lowered her head and fiddled with the corner of her clothes, like a child who had done something wrong and was waiting for Lu Fan to punish her. "Is it over? Well, is it over? Aren't you angry? Why should I be angry about such a small matter? I am your boyfriend anyway. What's the problem with your parents knowing? But my parents asked me to take you back to meet them," Li Qingru said a little embarrassedly. "Then go back. Where is your home? Do you agree to go home with me?" Li Qingru seemed very surprised. She thought Lu Fan would be angry if she told her parents about their relationship, but Lu Fan didn't. "I thought Lu Fan didn't want to go to her house to meet her parents, but it turned out that Lu Fan didn't either? Aren't you afraid that your girlfriend will know?" Li Qingru asked tentatively. "Which one are you asking?" "Oh. I almost forgot, you bad guy have more than one girlfriend," Li Qingru said, slapping his forehead. At this time, Lu Fan stood up and hugged Li Qingru in his arms. "When are we going to your house? Since you agree, let's leave early tomorrow morning, okay?" "Okay, my wife will decide everything." "Husband, Why are you so good? I feel so happy. I don't know how to repay you. Li Qingru leaned in Lu Fan's arms and said in a soft voice. You don't owe me anything, so why talk about repaying me? If you really want to be nice to me, then find me a few more concubines. Ugh. As soon as Lu Fan finished speaking, he was hit by an elbow from Li Qingru. You still want to find a concubine? Do you have that ability? Li Qingru said angrily, pinching her slender waist with both hands. He. You know what your husband is capable of. Lu Fan said with a nasty smile. Li Qingru lowered her head as she looked at Lu Fan's appearance. What Lu Fan said was right. Li Qingru had personally experienced Lu Fan's strength. It seems that you have forgotten. Your husband has to help you review it. As he said that, Lu Fan picked up Princess Li Qingru. Ah! Stop it, what if someone sees us? I give up, I don't need to review anymore. Li Qingru was frightened by Lu Fan's sudden action and screamed, then begged for mercy. At this moment, Li Qingru's secretary walked in at an inopportune time. Xiao Zhang was stunned when he saw Lu Fan holding Li Qingru. Lu Fan and Li Qingru were also embarrassed. Lu Fan put Li Qingru down and turned his face away, pretending to look at the scenery. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, Mr. Li, I didn't know you guys. Xiao Zhang was a little nervous at this time. He thought that if he caught the president and the general manager being intimate in the office, would he be fired? I'm leaving now. After saying that, Xiao Zhang was about to open the door and go out. No need. Come over and tell me what you want to say. Li Qingru straightened her clothes and returned to her previous appearance of a superior. It's nothing, there are just some company contracts that need your signature, or Mr. Lu's signature is also okay. Secretary Zhang's voice was trembling. Lu Fan, who had turned around and was sitting on the sofa, felt amused when he saw this little secretary. You know what, this Qingru little secretary is quite pretty. Lu Fan muttered to himself. Immediately afterwards, Lu Fan retrieved Secretary Zhang's personal information. Name, Zhang Qian. Age, 22 years old. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Appearance, 87. Charge times, 0. Intimacy, 10. Lu Fan? What's going on? Why is the intimacy level negative? Lu Fan asked the system in surprise. Ding! Zhang Qian has a grudge against the host in her heart. Listening to the system's explanation, Lu Fan was even more surprised. You ruined my good thing, and I haven't lost my temper with you yet, but you are resentful of me? Lu Fan was so angry that he laughed. Zhang Qian would never have thought that Lu Fan knew that she was cursing him in her heart. Actually, it wasn't really an insult. It was just a complaint about Lu Fan being promiscuous in broad daylight, hugging and cuddling with his manager in the office, and still. After reporting her work, Zhang Qian planned to take the contract and leave this place of trouble. Stop! At this moment Lu Fan called out to Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian's body trembled. What was supposed to come finally came. Zhang Qian turned around. Boss, what can I do for you? Secretary Zhang, how long have you been in the company? Lu Fan asked. Zhang Qian was stunned for a moment. Why was she asking this? Wasn't he blaming me for catching him and Mr. Li being intimate? Zhang Qian muttered. It's been exactly 1 year since I graduated from college and joined the company. Although he was doubtful in his heart, he still answered Lu Fan's question. Oh? You became the general manager's secretary in just 1 year? Lu Fan was a little surprised. Wasn't this a fast promotion? No, you are 22 years old this year and have graduated from college for a year? How old were you when you went to college? Lu Fan asked again. How does the president know that I'm 22 years old this year? This time it was Zhang Qian who couldn't figure it out. She and Lu Fan had only met 2 or 3 times in total. Lu Fan slapped his head. Damn it! How could the word come out of his mouth? He couldn't say that the system told him to do so, right? Li Qingru looked at Lu Fan's conflicted expression and smiled knowingly. Qian, I told Mr. Lu that there is nothing for you to do here, go and get busy. Li Qingru gave the order, helping Lu Fan out of the predicament. Zhang Qian agreed and went out. After Zhang Qian left, Li Qingru stood up and walked to Lu Fan. What? Are you interested in Qian? Li Qingru joked. How is that possible? To be honest, Lu Fan really doesn't have this idea now, but it may not be the case in the future. TSK. I don't believe it. If you don't like Shanxian, why are you investigating her information? And you even know her age? I. Lu Fan kept saying I for a long time. This couldn't be explained at all. Forget it, let it be whatever it is. Seeing that Lu Fan didn't say anything, Li Qingru took it as her agreement. Zhang Qian joined the company last year and was transferred here to be my secretary earlier this year. This girl has excellent academic performance and strong business skills. In fact, according to her age, she should be a senior now, but she skipped a grade. Lu Fan was shocked when he heard Li Qingrou's explanation. Skipping a grade? What kind of academic tyrants are these? Chapter 32. Li Qingru was a tomboy when she was young. Next day, Lu Fan and Li Qingru got up early and tidied themselves up for a while. Lu Fan also dressed up meticulously, which was unusual for him today. After all, he was meeting his father-in-law and mother-in-law, so he had to be serious. Li Qingrou's parents live in a small county town in Hu City, Zhejiang Province. Her father and mother are both teachers in the county high school, but they have retired, so Li Qingru can be considered to be from a scholarly family. The two of them got dressed and went out to the high-speed rail station. Zhejiang Province is very close to Magic City, only an hour's drive away. Lu Fan and Li Qingru got out of the car but did not go directly back to Li Qingrou's home. There's really no need to go to so much trouble. My parents won't care about this. Although Li Qingru said this, she was still very happy to see that Lu Fan attached so much importance to saving face for his parents this time. How can that be possible? It's the first time I meet my parents-in-law, how can I go empty-handed? Lu Fan shook his head. An hour later, Lu Fan and Li Qingru walked out of the largest shopping mall in Hu City, holding many gifts for Li Qingrou's parents. The two took a taxi and went straight to Li Qingrou's home. In the car, Lu Fan felt inexplicably nervous and his palms were sweating. Li Qingru noticed something was wrong with Lu Fan and gently held his hand. Don't worry, my parents are easy to talk to. Lu Fan felt much more relieved after listening to Li Qingrou's comfort. Not long after, the car drove into a mid-range residential area, but the greening of the community was quite good. Arriving at the door of her house, Li Qingru took out the key and opened the door. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Li Qingru shouted happily. Lu Fan walked in and looked around the place carefully. The house was not big, only about 80 square meters, but it was very cozy. At this time, a woman who looked to be in her 50s came out of the kitchen, with her hair combed neatly and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Lu Fan was shocked when he saw it, because the dress was too similar to the head teacher from his previous school. Li Qingrou's mother also noticed the tall and handsome young man standing behind her daughter. Ro, why don't you introduce her to me? Li Qingrou's mother said with a smile. Li Qingru blushed. Mom. This is my boyfriend Lu Fan, and this is my mother Himei. Hello, Auntie. Lu Fan bowed respectfully. Himei looked at Lu Fan carefully. Okay, don't stand there, come in and sit down. Himei said happily. Her daughter is already in her 30s and has not yet married, which makes the old couple very anxious. They didn't expect that their daughter would bring back such a handsome boyfriend this time. But, she seems to be younger than her daughter Ruru. Auntie, this is a small gift for you and Uncle. Lu Fan put down the gift in his hand. Xiao Lu, it's good that you're here. Why bring a gift? Come in and sit down. Li Qingru brought a pair of slippers to Lu Fan. Lu Fan walked in and sat on the sofa. Himei also followed him over. Xiao Lu. Where are you from? Are your parents nice? What do they do? Okay. The first step of meeting the parents is here. Start asking about their family background. Auntie, my hometown is a small county town next to Suzhou City. My parents are both employed workers. They are in good health. Thank you for your concern. Lu Fan answered calmly. Li Qingru was a little surprised. She had always thought that Lu Fan had relied on his family's financial support to acquire the shares of Hongyuan Group. She didn't expect that his parents were both workers. Just when Himei was about to ask something, she was interrupted by Li Qingru. Oh. Mom, what did you make in the kitchen? It looks burnt. Himei then slapped her thigh. Oh, my braised pork. Seeing Himei running into the kitchen, Li Qingru breathed a sigh of relief. I'm sorry, Lu Fan, my mother just likes to ask questions, don't take it to heart. Li Qingru said apologetically. It's okay, I think Auntie is fine. Lu Fan smiled. Mom! Where's my dad? Li Qingru walked into the kitchen and asked. Hey! Your dad knew you were going to bring your boyfriend back, so he went out to buy 2 bottles of good wine. It's been such a long time, so he should be back. Mom! Let me help you. Li Qingru rolled up her sleeves. That won't do. We can't leave Xiao Lu there alone. Go and keep him company. He Mei pushed Li Qingru out. Qingru, which one is your room? Lu Fan asked, standing up from the sofa. This is the smaller one. Come on, I'll show you around. Li Qingru held Lu Fan's hand, looking like an innocent little girl. Li Qingru's room is decorated in white and gray. There is not a speck of dust in the entire room. Even the bed sheets are laid out meticulously without any wrinkles. It seems that Auntie cleans this room often. Lu Fan exclaimed. Yes. I'm usually in the Magic City and can't come back many times a year, but my mother cleans my room every day just to make sure I feel comfortable when I come back. Li Qingru was also particularly grateful to Hime. Lu Fan looked around Li Qingru's room and suddenly saw a photo album on the bookshelf. He reached out and took it down to look through it. Most of them are photos of Li Qingru, and there are also photos of the family of 3. Ha! Qingru, is this person you? Lu Fan asked Li Qingru while trying hard to hold back his laughter, as if he had seen something funny. Li Qingru poked her head over in confusion, then her face turned dark and then red. Looking at Li Qingru's appearance, Lu Fan couldn't help laughing anymore. Qingru, you were actually a tomboy when you were a child? Ha ha ha. Lu Fan lay on Li Qingru's bed, laughing until he was out of breath. Stop laughing, you are not allowed to laugh. Li Qingru pounced on Lu Fan and snatched the photo album. Ha 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 ha, cough cough cough. It's my fault. It took a long time before Lu Fan put away his smile. Qingru, how old were you then? Why did you have a buzz cut? And why was your face so dark? Lu Fan said with a smile on his face again. That was when I was in junior high school. Something grew on my head, so I cut my hair short. Li Qingru said angrily. What about this skin color? Before that, I went to the beach with my parents. Oh, no wonder, it looks just like a small black potato. Lu Fan, you are the black potato. Li Qingru pounced on Lu Fan. She wanted to make Lu Fan pay the price for laughing at her. After a while, Li Qingru, who had originally had the advantage, fell into a disadvantage and was pinned down by Lu Fan. Lu Fan, don't be like this. My mother is still in the kitchen and she didn't close the door. Li Qingru looked at Lu Fan with a fiery look and felt a little flustered. Just then, the sound of a door opening was heard outside. Old lady, are Roru and the others back? A deep male voice came. My dad is back, get up quickly. Li Qingru urged. Lu Fan also quickly stood up, and the two of them straightened the wrinkles on their clothes and walked out. Dad, I'm here. Lu Fan is behind Li Qingru. Hello, uncle. Chapter 33. It's time to go home. Li Qingru's father was of medium build, and although he was over 60, he had no white hair. He also had a righteous look on his face, like a retired cadre. Li Qingru's father also saw the tall and handsome young man behind his daughter. Li Qingru took the initiative to put her arm around Lu Fan's arm. Dad, let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend Lu Fan, and this is my dad Li Zhengjun. The boy is very handsome. Li Zhengjun said, looking at Lu Fan's smiling face, he was very satisfied. Thank you for the compliment, uncle. Lu Fan felt a little embarrassed by the compliment. At this time Hime came out of the kitchen. The meal is ready. Lu Fan and Li Qingru went to the bathroom to wash their hands, and the 4 of them sat at the dining table. Xiao Lu, can you drink? Li Zhengjun asked. Can. Okay, have a few drinks with me. Li Zhengjun immediately smiled. Lu Fan could also see that Li Qingru's father was a drinker. Lu Fan stood up and poured a glass for Li Zhengjun. Li Zhengjun nodded with satisfaction, thinking that this young man was sensible. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Hime did not ask Lu Fan about his family at the dinner table. Unknowingly, Lu Fan had drunk a little too much. Li Qingru helped him into the bedroom and he fell asleep. Li Qingru walked out of the bedroom. Ro, come here for a moment. Mom has something to tell you. Hime called. Li Qingru sat next to Hime obediently. Hime grabbed her hand. Ro, it looks like Xiao Lu is a lot younger than you, right? Yes, Lu Fan is 8 years younger than me. Li Qingru did not hide it and told the truth. Xiao Lu is so young? Hime was a little surprised. Then, is he sincere to you? Is he just after your money? Hime asked worriedly. Li Qingru smiled when she heard that. How could Lu Fan be interested in her little money? Mom! Do you know Lu Fan's identity? Hime shook her head. She had just wanted to ask Lu Fan what he did for a living, but the braised pork got burnt. Lu Fan is the president of our company. As Li Qingru revealed Lu Fan's identity, Hime's eyes widened in disbelief. He is the president of your company? I remember you said that the president of your company is a middle-aged man in his 50s? Hime knew everything about her daughter's company. That was in the past. Half a month ago, Lu Fan acquired 60% of our company's shares and became the chairman of Hongyuan Group. When Hime heard what her daughter said, she was stunned for a long time. She needed time to digest it. What about him treating you? Hime asked again after a while. Mom! Don't worry, Lu Fan treats me very well. Hey! As long as he treats you well, that's enough. Ruru, you're not young anymore. If you two are really in love, just get married as soon as possible. If you're older, it will be hard to have children. Li Qingru blushed. Marriage? Is this possible? Mom! Don't worry about me. We know what's going on. Seeing this, Hime didn't say anything more and just smiled and nodded. Before I knew it, it was dark. Lu Fan was a little sober by now. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Li Qingru lying beside him with her eyes closed. She must have fallen asleep. Looking at that delicate profile, Lu Fan smiled gently and put his arm around Li Qingru's waist. Li Qingru was awakened by Lu Fan's actions. He opened his eyes and saw Lu Fan looking at him. You're sober now. How are you? Are you feeling unwell? Li Qingru asked with concern. Lu Fan shook his head. What do uncle and aunt think of me? Lu Fan suddenly asked. Great, huh? After dinner, my mom even asked us when we were going to get married. Lu Fan was stunned for a moment. Sorry. When Li Qingru heard Lu Fan say sorry, there was some disappointment in her eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. Don't say sorry, I did this voluntarily. As long as you treat me well, I will be satisfied. Li Qingru snuggled in Lu Fan's arms, enjoying the warmth in his arms. Shall we go for a walk? Li Qingru naturally would not refuse Lu Fan's proposal and agreed with a smile. The small county town at night is no longer as hot as it was during the day. The breeze blows, bringing a hint of coolness that makes people feel relaxed and happy. The street market is filled with all kinds of snacks, with a strong smell of fireworks and a constant stream of pedestrians on the road. Compared to the fast-paced life in Shanghai, the life here is what people yearn for. In the past, Lu Fan had also fantasized about living such a life, with a wife and children, and the three of them taking a walk on the street after get-off work every day. Obviously, this kind of life is no longer suitable for him since the system came into being. Honey, what are you thinking about? Li Qingru saw that Lu Fan seemed to be worried about something. Oh. No, I just thought it would be nice to live in a small town like this in the future. This place is great. When I get older, it would be nice to retire here. Give me a few children. Lu Fan said with a wicked smile. Li Qingru blushed when she heard this. Who wants to have a baby with you? You have so many girlfriends. He. Lu Fan smiled foolishly and did not answer. After walking on the street for a while, they felt a little hungry, so they found a roadside noodle shop and ordered a bowl of vegetarian noodles each. After being used to eating big fish and meat, it's nice to eat a bowl of ordinary noodles like this occasionally. After dinner, Li Qingru suggested going home. No. It's not good for us to exercise with our uncle and aunt at home. Lu Fan said, then he took Li Qingru's hand and ran straight to a hotel. Li Qingru's face flushed, but she did not refuse. Late at night, Hime saw that Li Qingru's bedroom door was open, so she walked in. She found that the two were not at home. She smiled knowingly and went back to sleep. After 2 hours of in-depth communication, Lu Fan lit a cigarette and puffed out the smoke. Li Qingru lay on Lu Fan's chest, stroking his abdominal muscles. Honey, why are you in such good shape? Before graduation, I went to the gym every day, but after graduation, I neglected to exercise. Husband, are your parents really workers? Li Qingru asked, remembering what Lu Fan said to Yimei during the day. Yes. Lu Fan thought of his parents. He had seldom gone home since graduation. He was busy saving money for his wedding every day and rarely even called them. Thinking of this, Lu Fan felt a little sorry for his parents. It was time to go home and visit them. Lu Fan put out the cigarette, felt a little sleepy, and fell asleep soundly while holding Li Qingru. Early the next morning, Li Jingjun and Himei sent Lu Fan and the other person to the gate of the community. Uncle and aunt, I'll bring Rora to visit you again when I have time. Okay. Be careful on the road. Lu Fan and Li Qingru got in the car and headed straight for the Husher high-speed railway station. After returning to Shanghai, Li Qingru went straight to the company. Lu Fan had planned to look for Shinseki, but unfortunately Shinseki had a full class today, so there was no way, and Lu Fan became alone again. Hey! It's time to go home. Chapter 34 Parental Love is Irreplaceable. Lu Fan is a man of action, he does what he thinks. After saying goodbye to Li Qingru and Shinseki, he took a taxi and headed straight to the high-speed rail station. Li Qingru and Shinseki were both reluctant to leave. Sitting on the high-speed train back to Suzhou City, Lu Fan looked out the window. It seems that I should buy a house in the Magic City after I come back. During the few days in the Magic City, Lu Fan witnessed the prosperity of the Magic City. Although Su City is also a first-tier city, it is still far behind the Magic City. Half an hour later, Lu Fan arrived in Su City. He went back home to pick up his car, then drove to the mall and bought a lot of gifts for his parents, including cigarettes, alcohol, and the like. Lu Fan's hometown is a small county town under Suzhou City. His parents are factory workers and should get off work at 5 in the afternoon. The purpose of Lu Fan's return home this time was, firstly, that he really missed his parents, and secondly, he didn't want his parents to be so tired anymore. Now that I have money, my parents should be able to enjoy a peaceful life. After 2 hours, Lu Fan finally arrived home. Hey! Isn't this Xiao Fan from the old Lu family? Just as Lu Fan was about to go upstairs with his things, a voice came to his ears. Lu Fan turned his head and looked. It's Uncle Li. Lu Fan greeted with a smile. Xiao Fan, you haven't been home for almost a year, right? Your parents are always talking about you. When Lu Fan heard this, his heart trembled and he cursed himself inwardly for being a good-for-nothing. Force a smile. I will come back often in the future. Okay. You should go home soon. Your parents should not be back yet. Do you have the key to the house? Or come to my house and sit for a while? Uncle Li said enthusiastically. Lu Fan's parents have been his neighbors for more than 20 years, and the relationship between the two families has always been very good. I have the key to my house, so I won't go today. I'll visit Uncle Li another day. Okay. Have a few drinks with me then. After Lu Fan said goodbye to Uncle Li, he went upstairs with his things. Their home is in an old neighborhood, so there is no elevator and their home is on the 6th floor, which made Lu Fan very tired. After finally climbing to the door of his house, Lu Fan took out the key and opened the door. Suddenly, a familiar smell came to my face. This is the smell of home. In the past, no matter how tired Lu Fan was at work, he would feel extremely relaxed as soon as he got home, and all his fatigue would disappear. His house is not big, only about 70 square meters, with 2 bedrooms, a living room and a bathroom. Lu Fan slowly walked into his bedroom. Lu Fan's bedroom was simply decorated with only a bed and a bookcase. There were also a few posters of his childhood idols on the wall. The bedroom was cleaned very cleanly by Lu Fan's mother Li Qiuping, without a trace of dust. Lu Fan sat on the bed and picked up a photo frame on the bedside table. On it was a photo of his family of 3 taken when they went out for fun when he was a child. Lu Fan couldn't help but be a little dazed when he saw it. Although his family was not particularly wealthy, it was very warm. His parents, Lu Jiangwo and Li Qiuping, were very loving and especially loved him, their only son. This gave Lu Fan a childhood that was very worth remembering. Lu Fan looked at his watch. It was now past 2 in the afternoon, and there were still nearly 3 hours before his parents got off work. Lu Fan planned to make a sumptuous dinner for his parents. Lu Fan got up and went to the vegetable market near his home, and bought a lot of ingredients that he had wanted to eat before but couldn't afford to buy, including a lot of various seafood. After returning home, Lu Fan started cooking. In the 2 years since graduating from university, Lu Fan has developed a habit of cooking and naturally acquired good cooking skills. 3 hours passed in a flash. As Lu Fan's last dish came out of the pot, the door of his house was opened. Then a deep and upright voice was heard. "Wife, what smells so good?" Hearing the sound, Lu Fan came out from the kitchen. When Lu Jiangwo and Li Qiuping saw their tall and handsome son suddenly appear in front of them, they were stunned at first. "Mom and Dad. You're off work." Lu Fan's voice woke them up. "Hey, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell your mother in advance?" Li Qiuping didn't even bother to take off her shoes and went straight forward to hold Lu Fan's hand. Lu Jiangwo also came over, and the family of 3 sat on the sofa. Li Qiuping asked Lu Fan about his well-being. As a man, Lu Jiangwo did not talk as much as Li Qiuping, but one could still see from his eyes that he cared about his son. "Mom and Dad. I've prepared dinner. Wash your hands and have dinner. Dad, let's have a few drinks." After washing their hands, the couple sat down, ready to try their son's cooking, but looking at the table full of rare delicacies, Lu Jiangwo didn't know how to go downstairs. "Xiao Fan, how much did it cost you to buy so much seafood?" Li Qiuping blamed. "It doesn't cost much." Lu Fan smiled. "Xiao Fan, listen to your mother and save money in the future. You will have more expenses after you marry Lulu," Li Qiuping said earnestly. Lu Fan was silent for a moment. He had not yet told his parents the news of his breakup with Lulu. "Mom. Lulu and I broke up." "What?" Lu Jiangwo and Li Qiuping both widened their eyes in surprise. "Why? Aren't you guys always nice?" "She despised me for being poor, so she followed an old man," Lu Fan said calmly. Lu Jiangwo and Li Qiuping fell silent after hearing this. It was a long time before Li Qiuping spoke. "Xiao Fan. Your parents are sorry for not giving you a good living environment." Li Qiuping and Lu Jiangwo lowered their heads with some disappointment. "Mom and Dad, why do you think so? Your son will always be your son, and our family has always been the happiest family. Many of my classmates used to envy me very much." "Mom and Dad, don't worry, your son is no longer the same as before. Lulu even cried and wanted to get back together with me, but I didn't agree." "Xiao Fan, you don't work in your previous company anymore?" Lu Jiangwo asked puzzledly. "I'm not there anymore. I have my own business in Demon City." Lu Fan didn't intend to hide it from his parents, but he wouldn't tell them about the system, so as not to scare them later. "So, Xiao Fan, how much money can you make in a month?" Lu Fan smiled and stretched out a finger. 10,000? Lu Fan shook his head. 100,000? Lu Jiangwo's eyes widened, his expression full of joy. Lu Fan shook his head again. Seeing this, Li Qiuping quickly patted her chest. She really couldn't stand such stimulation. "Xiao Fan, don't make me and your mom guess, just tell us directly." "Ha ha. Mom and Dad, sit tight, I can make 10 million a month." "What?" Lu Jiangwo and Li Qiuping were worthy of being a couple. They slammed the table and stood up, their movements and expressions were exactly the same. "Son, you must never go down the path of breaking the law and committing crimes." In Lu Jiangwo's eyes, what kind of decent job can earn 10 million yuan a month? Little did he know that Lu Fan was still being cautious. If his parents knew the balance in his bank card, they would be scared. No. Lu Fan explained to his parents about his company, but automatically skipped the system issue. After hearing this, Lu Jiangwo and Li Qiuping felt relieved. Ha, my son is really promising, he looks like my own son." Lu Jiangwo laughed heartily. Li Qiuping curled her lips and glared at him. During this dinner, Lu Fan and Lu Jiangwo drank a lot of wine. They were the aged mutai bought by Lu Fan. Lu Jiangwo licked his lips when he saw the mutai. His son made 10 million yuan a month. Doesn't that mean he can drink mutai every day in the future? They had a very enjoyable meal. Lu Fan and Lu Jiangwo both got drunk and fell asleep on the bed. Late at night, Lu Fan rubbed his head and opened his eyes. He turned on the light and found a glass of water on the bedside table. It was obviously placed there by Li Qiuping. Lu Fan felt warm in his heart. Lamenting that parental love is irreplaceable. Chapter 35 Buying a House. The next morning, Lu Jiangwo and Li Qiuping asked for leave from the factory, planning to stay at home and spend more time with their son. Li Qiuping made breakfast. Mom and Dad, I want to tell you two something. Lu Fan took a sip of soy milk and said, What is it? You two should quit your jobs. Don't go to work. Lu Jiangwo and Li Qiuping were stunned for a moment. Son, I know you are rich now, but your father and I are still young. It would be inappropriate for you to stop working so early. It would make people laugh at you, said Li Qiuping. I didn't ask you to stay at home. I want to buy a store for you and do some business. Isn't this better than working for others in a factory? Lu Fan expressed his thoughts. Li Qiuping hesitated for a moment. Xiao Fan, buying a store is very expensive. There's no need to waste that money. Besides, your father and I will retire in a few years. Mom, you and Dad just listen to me. If other people knew that your son is rich and still lets his parents work in the factory, they would poke my spine. Finally, after Lu Fan's repeated persuasion, Lu Jiangwo and Li Qiuping agreed. After dinner, Lu Fan drove Lu Jiangwo and Li Qiuping to the factory to handle their resignation. Xiao Fan, what kind of car is this? Lu Jiangwo looked around after getting in the car. Porsche Cayenne. Lu Fan replied. How much is it? It's not expensive, just over $1 million. What surprised Lu Fan was that Lu Jiangwo and Li Qiuping did not make a fuss when they heard that the car cost more than 1 million yuan, which was obviously inconsistent with their previous behavior. In fact, what Lu Jiangwo and Li Qiuping thought in their hearts was that their son made 10 million yuan a month, so it was no big deal for him to spend 1 million yuan to buy a car. After arriving at the factory, Lu Jiangwo and Li Qiuping resigned. The factory director was reluctant to let them go. After all, they had worked in the factory for many years and were very dedicated. Thank you, director. It was my son's request that he buy a shop for me and his mother to do some business. It's hard for us to refuse such a kind gesture from him. Lu Jiangwo said with a proud look on his face. Ha ha, old Lu, you have a good son. After personally sending Lu Jiangwo and his family out, the factory director lowered his head and sighed. Look at other people's sons. When you look at your own son, he will ask me for money. Xiao Fan, where are you going? Lu Jiangwo found that Lu Fan did not go home, but changed direction. Buy a house. Buy a house? Li Qiuping and the other person said in surprise. Xiao Fan, our house is a little small, but since you don't come back often, it's big enough for me and your dad to live in. Mom and Dad, just listen to me. What if your daughters-in-law, What if your daughters-in-law come back? There won't be enough room for your grandchildren. Lu Jiangwo and Li Qiuping thought it made sense, so they agreed without paying attention to Lu Fan's slip of the tongue. Xiao Fan, tell me the truth, do you have a girlfriend now? Li Qiuping looked at Lu Fan's profile with longing. Mom, I have a girlfriend, but she's busy today. I'll bring her to see you later. Not only do I have a girlfriend, but I have more than one. Of course, he wouldn't tell his parents this, or he would be beaten to death. Lu Jiangwo and Li Qiuping are very traditional people and cannot tolerate any grain of sand in their eyes. As he was talking, Lu Fan drove to a residential building, which was the most expensive and best building in the entire county, Xingfuli community. It was newly developed in recent years. Son, it's so expensive here. As a local, Lu Jiangwo naturally understood the prices in Xingfuli. Don't worry, if you want to buy something good, why would you buy a new home? A family of 3 walked into the sales office. The salesperson who came to greet them was a young man. Because this real estate project was only built in recent years, and for people living in a small county, a house that costs more than 10,000 yuan per square meter is still very expensive, so there are still many real estate projects on sale in the entire community. Finally, Lu Fan chose a 4-bedroom apartment of more than 200 square meters, which was more than enough for Lu Jiangwo and Li Qiuping to live in. Son, this house is too big, isn't it a bit empty for your mom and I to live in? When Lu Fan heard what his father said, he understood clearly that his father didn't complain about it being too big, but clearly complained about it being too expensive. It's okay, you and mom can stay here, I'll hire a nanny for you later. Forget it. Your dad and I are not completely unable to move. Why would we need a nanny? I'm not used to having someone else at home. Then let's settle this place. Let's go downstairs and sign the contract. The family of 3 followed the salesperson back to the sales office. Lu Jiangwo and Li Qiuping still couldn't calm down their excitement. In the blink of an eye, they had such a big house. This was something they would never have dared to think about in the past. Not long after, the salesperson brought the house purchase contract, and Lu Fan happily paid with his credit card. Li Qiuping originally planned to sign Lu Fan's name, but Lu Fan disagreed, so in the end she had to sign both Lu Jiangwo and Li Qiuping's names. Just when the family of three signed the contract and were about to go out to find a decoration company, they met Shin Shumi, who had previously worked in the factory with Lu Jiangwo and his wife. Following behind Shin Shumi was a young man wearing a suit and sunglasses. "Hey! Isn't this Qiuping? How did you get here?" Li Qiuping frowned when she saw Shin Shumi. She hated Shin Shumi very much. She usually took advantage of her good relationship with the factory supervisor to bully others. She never did any work, but was always bossy and pretentious. Li Qiuping didn't get along well with her. "What are you doing here again?" Li Qiuping asked back. "Hey! It's not that my son insisted on changing the house for me and his father. His father and I originally disagreed, but we couldn't persuade our son." Shin Shumi's words revealed a sense of arrogance. The young man next to her also had an arrogant look on his face. Lu Fan felt embarrassed when he saw the expressions of the mother and daughter. What era is this? How could there still be people dressed like this? Oh? Really? Congratulations, Li Qiuping said, and then walked out of the sales office with Lu Fan and his son. When Shin Shumi saw Li Qiuping leave, she stopped pretending. "Humph. Are you worthy enough to come here to look at a house? Poor fellow." Just then, the salesperson from before came over again. Shin Shumi couldn't wait to ask the salesperson Li Qiuping what her family was doing here. "Oh. The lady just now is also here to buy a house." When Shin Shumi heard this, a look of surprise appeared on her face. "They're here to buy a house? Did I hear that correctly? Can they afford a house here with just their salaries?" The salesperson felt very annoyed when he saw Shin Shumi's contemptuous expression, but due to his status he couldn't have a sullen face. "Yes, and I also bought a 4-bedroom apartment of more than 200 square meters." Shin Shumi was dumbfounded when she heard this. Even the young man next to her, who was dressed in exaggerated clothes, looked embarrassed. It was ridiculous that she had just pretended to be a rich man. Only he himself knew that the money he had was only enough for the down payment. In the end, Shin Shumi and her son chose a house of more than 80 square meters, paid a down payment of 300,000 yuan, and took out a loan of 800,000 yuan. In the end, the house was still named after the young man. Comparing yourself to others will make you feel thief. Chapter 36. Host, I am a male. After leaving the sales office, Lu Fan took his parents to a 4S store and picked up a BMW 5 Series, which was the car that Lu Jiangwo had always dreamed of. Lu Jiangwo and Li Qiuping knew that it was useless to refuse, so they gladly accepted. Lu Jiangwo got into the new car bought by his son, holding the steering wheel with trembling hands, and there were many more wrinkles on his smiling face. "Okay, stop laughing. If you keep laughing, the corners of your mouth will stretch behind your ears." Li Qiuping looked at her husband and couldn't help but teasing him. He. Isn't it true that I'm happy because my son bought me a car?" Lu Jiangwo couldn't hide his inner joy. "Mom and Dad. The next step is to see which shop is suitable. I feel that Longhua Avenue is a more suitable location because there is a lot of traffic there and it is good for doing business," Lu Fan suggested. "Okay, sure. But Xiaofan, the shops on Longhua Avenue are very expensive." Li Qiuping was obviously reluctant to leave. Have you forgotten how much your son earns a month? It doesn't matter how much, as long as you are happy." As he spoke, Lu Fan drove the car in front, and Li Qiuping naturally sat in Lu Jiangwo's car. Lu Jiangwo drove his newly bought car very carefully and didn't dare to drive fast for fear of hitting something. Finally, the two cars arrived near Longhua Avenue. After parking the cars, the family of three looked around. "Hey! It's really the most prosperous place, why is there not a single shop for resale?" After wandering around for a long time, Lu Fan didn't see any shop for resale. "Son, forget it, we'll talk about it later," Li Qiuping persuaded. Lu Fan had no choice but to give up and planned to come back tomorrow to have a look. If it didn't work, he would go to another place. Before going home, he found a decoration company, paid a deposit, and asked them to decorate the house according to the highest standards. The people from the decoration company saw that Lu Fan was so confident and guessed that he must be a wealthy man, so they promised to use the best materials. Lu Jiangwo and Li Qiuping returned home, while Lu Fan bought many gifts and visited Uncle Li yesterday. He had dinner at Uncle Li's house and drank with him before going home. After returning home, Lu Fan lay on the bed, upset because he had not helped his parents find a suitable store. Ding! The host is found to be in a negative mood, and the host is rewarded with a 100 square meter shop on Longhua Avenue. All the documents are placed in the drawer of the bedroom. Lu Fan? Damn, is this still possible? Lu Fan quickly stood up and opened the drawer beside him. Sure enough, a real estate contract and a photo of the house were placed in the drawer. Lu Fan thought to himself that it was a little unbelievable. He didn't expect that Brother Tongzi had this ability. It seemed that he had underestimated Brother Tongzi. Ding! Host, don't forget, I am a god-level system. The system reminded Lu Fan again, and Lu Fan slapped his forehead. Yes, ever since he told the system not to suddenly appear, the system has appeared much less frequently in his life, and he almost forgot about the system's existence. Brother Tongzi, I love you. Host, I am a male. After completing the last thing on his mind, Lu Fan felt at ease immediately. Coupled with the hypnotic effect of alcohol, Lu Fan fell asleep in a short while. The next morning, Lu Fan got up, washed up simply, and told his parents the news that he had found the store. Xiao Fan, how did you do that? Hey! I asked a friend for help. One of his relatives happened to have a store on Longhua Avenue. He needed to resell it urgently, and I happened to run into him. In fact, Lu Fan's words were full of loopholes, but Lu Jiangwo and Li Qiuping were so happy when they heard that Lu Fan had found the store that they didn't notice it. After a simple breakfast, the family went to Longhua Avenue. Son, this place is really nice. I didn't expect it to be so big. How much does it cost? Lu Fan did not answer. This was a gift from Brother Tongzi. I didn't spend a penny on it. Mom and Dad. What kind of business are you planning to do? Lu Fan asked. Lu Jiangwo thought for a long time. It would be feasible to open a restaurant with such a big store. How about this, your mother and I will open a hot pot restaurant. Lu Jiangwo finally made up his mind. Lu Fan thought about it after hearing this. The only reason he did all this was because he didn't want his parents to suffer. If he opened a hot pot restaurant, he could hire a few waiters and have his parents sit there and collect the bills. Okay, since Dad has decided, let's open a hot pot restaurant. In the following days, Lu Fan ran back and forth between Xingfuli and the hot pot restaurant, because the newly purchased building and shops in Xingfuli were being renovated, and he was not at ease leaving all such things to the decoration company. 10 days passed in a flash. During this period, Mulanting, Xiaorui and others called Lu Fan one after another, asking him if he had forgotten them. Xiaorui also called and her voice was filled with tears. Don't you want me anymore? You scumbag. Lu Fan could only explain to them one by one, saying that he was in his hometown and would go back in a few days. The conversation with Xiaorui happened to be overheard by Li Qiuping. Xiao Fan, was it your girlfriend who called you just now? Lu Fan thought, she is a girlfriend, but just one of her girlfriends. Yes. Yes. You are the same, kid. You have been back for so many days, but I haven't seen you take the initiative to call me. How can a boyfriend be like this? Okay, pack up and go back to work tomorrow. As the boss of a company, it's not reasonable for you to stay at home every day. Li Qiuping blamed. How can that be possible? Both the house and the store are being renovated. Can you and Dad take care of them all? Lu Fan asked worriedly. How can I not take care of you? Starting tomorrow, let your dad stay in the store and I will go to Xingfuli by myself. When it's night, I'll ask your dad to pick me up and take me home. It's settled and you can't refuse. Li Qiuping said seriously. Li Qiuping was so happy that Lu Fan could go home and stay with them for so long, but she knew that her son was grown up and had his own career and girlfriend, and he couldn't stay at home with them all his life. Okay then. To be honest, Lu Fan has gotten used to living at home during this period of time. He is used to opening his eyes every day to the breakfast made by Li Qiuping in the care of his parents. In the evening, Lu Fan and his family of 3 did not go home for dinner, but went to the best restaurant in the county for dinner. After returning home, Lu Fan packed his luggage and lay on the bed. Thinking that he would leave the next day, he tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. He didn't know how much time had passed before he fell asleep. The next morning, Li Qiuping got up before dawn. The sound of chopping vegetables came from the kitchen. Hearing the sound, Lu Fan got up and walked to the kitchen. Mom! Why are you up so early? As the saying goes, you get dumplings when you get on the bus and noodles when you get off. You are going back to Sioux City today, so I will cook some dumplings for you. Mom! Lu Fan shouted, tears welling up in his eyes. That's enough. You're already a grown-up and you're still crying easily. Go wash up quickly. The dumplings will be ready when you come out. Lu Fan went to wash up in tears, and when he came out, there was a plate of dumplings on the dining table. Since he was a child, his favorite thing is the dumplings made by Li Qiuping, and he never gets tired of eating them. After breakfast, Lu Fan stayed at home for a while and then said goodbye to his parents. Before leaving, Lu Jiangwo and Li Qiuping saw him off reluctantly, and only went home reluctantly when the car could no longer be seen. After returning home, Li Qiuping turned on her mobile phone and found a message from Lu Fan. Mom! I transferred some money to your card. You can spend it. Don't be reluctant. Buy whatever you like. Dad likes fishing, so buy him a better fishing rod. Li Qiuping stared at the phone screen with a loving face and tears in her eyes. Then he clicked on his transfer information. 1 million? Chapter 37. A day as a cowherd. After Lu Fan drove back home, he took a shower first, then lay down on the comfortable and soft big bed, and fell asleep unknowingly. When Lu Fan woke up, it was already getting dark. Ding dong! Just then the doorbell rang and Lu Fan got up to open the door. A slender and beautiful figure threw herself into Lu Fan's arms. It was Gu Nan. You haven't come back for so many days. I missed you so much. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Gu Nan said coquettishly, her voice still tinged with tears. Silly girl, why would I not want you? After comforting Gu Nan for a while, her emotions calmed down a lot. I'm hungry, let's go out for dinner. Lu Fan said at this time. The two went out for dinner and strolled on the street for a while, then Lu Fan couldn't wait to pull Gu Nan home. As for why, Gu Nan knew it very well. Lu Fan has been a vegetarian for more than half a month, and today he can finally eat meat. No words were spoken that night. Next day. At noon, Lu Fan slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Gu Nan who was sleeping beside him and smiled slightly, thinking about how intense last night was. Jingle. Lu Fan picked up the phone and then felt embarrassed. It turned out to be a message from Mulanting. Hey! Come to think of it, Mulanting and I haven't seen each other for almost a month, right? Lu Fan felt like a real inhuman when he thought of this. Although Mulanting is not the kind of girl who is particularly clingy, it does feel a bit unreasonable that I haven't seen her for such a long time. Lu Fan replied a message, then got up and washed carefully. When I came out of the bathroom, Gu Nan was already awake. Why don't you sleep a little longer? I can't sleep without you by my side. Gu Nan pouted. Where are you going? Gu Nan asked again. I have something to do outside, and I have asked for leave for you. You can just rest at home for a day today. He said somewhat embarrassedly. Humph. Are you going to meet your other girlfriends? Gu Nan pouted, obviously unhappy. Well, after all, we haven't seen each other for a long time, so of course we have to treat each other equally. Okay, go ahead. I'm not your real girlfriend. What you do is none of my business. Which woman doesn't want the man she likes to love her alone? Gu Nan is no exception, but she chose Lu Fan, who is destined not to belong to her alone. Lu Fan walked up and kissed Gu Nan's little face. No matter how many women I have, you will always occupy a certain place in my heart. Gu Nan felt a little happy when he heard this, but then he reacted. How many more women do you plan to have? Tell me the truth, how many women do you have? Gu Nan asked angrily. This one. 4 or 5? Lu Fan said tentatively. Okay. You actually have 4 or 5 girlfriends, I'm going to fight you. Upon hearing this, Gu Nan pounced on him without caring that he was naked. But 5 minutes later, it turned into. Aren't you going to meet your girlfriend? Gu Nan asked with a flushed face. I'll talk to you later. By the time it was over, it was already afternoon. Gu Nan fell asleep exhausted, and Lu Fan didn't even bother to wash up. He simply tidied his hair and went out. It seems like I need to get a buzz cut in the future. It's such a waste of time to take care of it every day. Lu Fan drove to where Mulanting lived. When Mulanting learned that Lu Fan had returned, she asked for leave. However, Lu Fan had not come for such a long time and she sat on the sofa alone, sulking. Lu Fan had been to Mulanting's home many times, so he naturally knew the password to her house. Lu Fan opened the door and walked in. When Mulanting saw Lu Fan, she was happy at first, but then she remembered something and her face darkened again. Lu Fan came over with a flattering look on his face. Ting, I missed you so much after not seeing you for so long. Humph. How come you don't feel that you miss me? You haven't come to see me for so long. Mulanting looked quite cute when she was angry. This is my fault. I apologize to you. Lu Fan also knew that he was in the wrong. You're not sincere. Mulanting didn't buy his trick and turned away. Lu Fan didn't say anything, but turned Mulanting's face around and kissed her. At first, Mulanting resisted, but gradually she began to give in. 10 minutes later. Ting, I miss you. Lu Fan's eyes were burning with fire at this moment, and he spoke excitedly. Are you okay? Don't drain your body. Mulanting looked at Lu Fan with a wicked smile. Lu Fan's body shook. How do you know? Humph. You're too lazy to even cover it up. There are strawberry marks on your neck, and you have the scent of another woman on your body. Mulanting said with a pout. Lu Fan then remembered that he was in a hurry and didn't take a shower when he came out just now. Seeing Lu Fan's embarrassed look, Mulanting covered her mouth and giggled. Then she snuggled in Lu Fan's arms. Hubby, I know that a man as outstanding as you will never lack other women around you, but I beg you to leave a little space for me, because I find that I can't live without you. Mulanting's voice was full of affection, but more of helplessness. Lu Fan was somewhat moved when he heard this. Ting, my heart has been broken into countless pieces, scattered among many people, and no one can be missing. Mulanting smiled with satisfaction when she heard Lu Fan's answer. Let's go shopping? Lu Fan suppressed the anger in his heart at this time, because he felt that it would be unfair to Mulanting if he continued. No, husband, I miss you. Mulanting's eyes were full of affection at this time. It was the first time that Lu Fan saw Mulanting like this. If he could still hold back at this moment, he would be sorry for his golden kidneys. He picked up Mulanting and walked into the bedroom. Then the clothes were scattered all over the floor and a moan was heard in the room. Before she knew it, it was already dark and Mulanting was so tired that she fell asleep. Lu Fan lit a cigarette and started smoking. Jingle. At this time, a message came on the phone. Lu Fan picked up the phone and saw that it was a message from Xiaorui. Hubby, why don't you come to see me now that you're back? You can't be partial. Aggrieved, after saying this, she also posted a photo of black stockings. Lu Fan knew at a glance that it was a selfie of Xiaorui. You stinky girl, you're seducing me so blatantly. Lu Fan replied a message, gave a light kiss on the face of the already sleeping Mulanting, then carefully picked up the car keys and went out. Just after Lu Fan left, Mulanting slowly opened her eyes. It turned out that she was not asleep at all. Looking at the cigarette but still smelling in the ashtray beside the bed, I wonder what I am thinking. Lu Fan rushed to Xiaorui's residence, and before Lu Fan could knock on the door was opened directly. Then Xiaorui pounced on him and blocked his lips without giving Lu Fan a chance to speak. 2 hours later, Xiaorui was lying in Lu Fan's arms. Xiaorui had taken the initiative just now, and it could be said that she was in the lead for half of the time, but later she was a little exhausted. Even though Lu Fan had the support of golden kidneys, he could not hold on any longer. He felt exhausted all over and even gave up his habit of smoking a cigarette afterwards. Ah! It seems that the coward is not having a good time either. He fell asleep slowly while holding Xiaorui. Chapter 38 Love from Su Jiaojiao. The next morning, Lu Fan opened his eyes and found that Xiaorui was not in the room. Take out your cell phone. Hubby, I'm going to work. Have a good rest. I love you. Ugh. There are really no fields that are worn out, only cows that are worn out. Lu Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Lu Fan simply packed up and went downstairs to have breakfast. None of Lu Fan's girlfriends wants to be a canary, which makes Lu Fan very happy, but also very boring. They all have to go to work, leaving me alone with nothing to do all day. After finishing his meal, Lu Fan rarely drove but strolled on the streets of Sioux City. From school to graduation, Lu Fan has been in Sioux City for several years. It can be said that he is familiar with everything here. Lu Fan is struggling in his heart. Should he move to another place? Lu Fan already had the answer in his mind. He planned to live in Shanghai, but he didn't know what Mulanting and the others would think. Would they follow him or continue to stay in Sioux City? Hey! Isn't this handsome Lu? Just then, Lu Fan heard a familiar voice. When I looked up, it turned out to be Mulanting's good friend Su Jiaojia. It's you! Aren't you going to work today? To be honest, Su Jiaojia was also very pretty, at least on the same level as Mulanting. No, I'm having a day off today. Handsome Lu is alone? Are you interested in going shopping together? Su Jiaojia said with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Tingting went to work, so I have no choice but to go alone. Let's go together. Lu Fan smiled without thinking much. However, when Su Jiaojia saw that Lu Fan agreed, there was a strange look of excitement in her eyes. The two people walked aimlessly, chatting about random things. Handsome Lu, is Tingting your only girlfriend? Lu Fan was startled by Su Jiaojia's sudden question. Why do you ask? Lu Fan asked after a while. He. You hesitated. It seems that you have more than one girlfriend, Tingting. There was a hint of cunning in Su Jiaojia's eyes. Lu Fan remained silent, and Su Jiaojia did not continue asking. Handsome Lu, how about we go to the Lion Grove for a visit? Lu Fan looked at Su Jiaojia with some surprise, and Su Jiaojia's eyes were also fixed on him without any retreat. Okay. Come back with me and drive. Lu Fan was stunned for a moment and then agreed with a smile. Handsome Lu, just call me Jiaojiao. Okay. Jiaojiao. The two returned to Xia Ruoi's house and drove the car. You really don't know that Tingting has a girlfriend. It seems there is one in this community as well. Su Jiaojia said with a smile. Oops. Mistake. Tingting, do you know? Su Jiaojia asked again. Yeah. Lu Fan nodded. Su Jiaojia was a little surprised. Tingting knew about it but she didn't break up with you? This is not like her. Ha ha. Maybe my personal charm is too strong. Lu Fan said jokingly. Hee, you're so conceited. But you're really handsome and rich, no girl would be able to refuse you. After Su Jiaojia finished speaking, a blush appeared on her face. Lu Fan naturally knew what she meant by this, but he did not answer. Lu Fan drove to the Lion Grove. Because the peak tourist season has passed, there are not many tourists in the Lion Grove. I've been in Suzhou for so many years, but this is my first time here. It's really beautiful. Lu Fan exclaimed as he looked at these ancient Zhongnan buildings. I've been here once before, and I've been obsessed with this place. Who do you think lived in a place like this in ancient times? I don't know, but he must be a rich man. The scenery here is great. Let me take a picture of you. Lu Fan said. Okay, then I'll have to trouble handsome Mr. Lu. Su Jiaojia walked forward and made a playful pose. Alright. Let me see, it's pretty good. I didn't expect you to be so good at taking pictures. I used to take pictures of my ex-girlfriend all the time, and I got used to it over time, said Lu Fan. Ex-girlfriend? Su Jiaojia was a little confused. Seeing this, Lu Fan explained the matter between himself and Lu. Upon hearing this, Su Jiaojia's eyes widened with disbelief on her face. Your ex-girlfriend actually despises you for being poor? What kind of family does she come from? Su Jiaojia couldn't believe it. Is it possible that I was really poor before? Lu Fan said with a smile. How is it possible? Even if you were really poor before, how could you suddenly become so rich in just 2 months? Don't lie to me. Su Jiaojia obviously didn't believe it. Seeing that she didn't believe him, Lu Fan didn't say much. He couldn't tell her that he had a system. If he publicized it, wouldn't he be arrested and sliced? The Lion Grove is quite large and the two of them wandered around for a long time. Handsome Mr. Lu, can we take a photo together? Su Jiaojia's face flushed a little when she said this. Lu Fan was stunned for a moment. Oh. Don't worry, I won't post it on WeChat Moments, and I won't let Tingting know. Su Jiaojia quickly explained. I didn't say anything? Okay, I'll take it. Lu Fan picked up his phone and turned on the selfie mode. Su Jiaojia moved closer, and Lu Fan felt a softness on his arm, not sure if it was intentional. This is quite a large scale. And just as Lu Fan was about to press the shutter to take a picture, Su Jiaojiao stood on tiptoe and kissed Lu Fan on the cheek, which was captured by Lu Fan. After taking the photo, Lu Fan looked at Su Jiaojiao with some surprise. Although Su Jiaojiao was a little shy, she did not avoid Lu Fan's gaze. Jiaojiao, you? Lu Fan, I like you, but Ting Ting and I are good friends, and I can't snatch your boyfriend away from her. Don't worry, I just couldn't help but kiss you. I won't let Ting Ting know, and I won't break you up. Su Jiaojiao said with a hint of loneliness in her eyes. Lu Fan didn't say anything, his eyes were fixed on Su Jiaojiao's face. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Jiaojiao lowered her head in embarrassment. Would you like to be my girlfriend? Lu Fan suddenly asked. What? Su Jiaojiao was surprised, as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. Would you like to be my girlfriend? Lu Fan said again. What Lu Fan didn't expect was that Su Jiaojiao did not answer him, but lowered her head silently. Aren't you afraid that Ting Ting will find out? Su Jiaojiao asked in a very low voice, as soft as a mosquito. Ting Ting, she knows me. I believe she won't blame you. Lu Fan said with a smile. Su Jiaojiao didn't say anything and fell into deep thought. Finally, Lu Fan saw that her brows relaxed, as if she had made some kind of decision. I do. Brother Tonzi, get me Su Jiaojiao's information. Lu Fan said silently in his heart. Name a Su Jiaojiao. Age, 25 years old. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 88. Charge times, 0. Intimacy, 68. Lu Fan was a little surprised to see how close he was to Su Jiaojiao. He didn't expect that after just confirming their relationship, their intimacy was so high, already at the level of family members. Chapter 39 Triggering the System Hidden Mechanism. Ding. Detection that the host is dating his sixth girlfriend, triggering a hidden mechanism, sign in. Lu Fan? Can this also trigger a hidden mechanism? Lu Fan. What are you thinking about? Su Jiaojiao asked when she saw Lu Fan didn't say anything. Oh. No, I'm just a little happy. After the two came out of the Lion Grove, Lu Fan took her to the shopping mall. Lu Fan, I don't need these. I'm not a gold digger. Su Jiaojiao said a little embarrassedly when she saw that Lu Fan bought so many things for her. Lu Fan didn't believe what Su Jiaojiao said. If you're not a gold digger, why did you look for me? Is it simply because I'm handsome? Don't be ridiculous. What era is this? Although he thought so in his heart, Lu Fan still said it. It's okay, my woman certainly deserves the best. After coming out of the mall, Lu Fan sent Su Jiaojiao home, and he went to the forest shop to pick up Mulanting after get off work, intending to give her a surprise. After all, Mulanting was his first girlfriend since he obtained the system, and she held a special position in Lu Fan's heart. If Lu Fan is the emperor in ancient times, Mulanting is the queen in the harem. After parking the car in front of the forest shop, Lu Fan walked in. Mulanting had just changed her clothes and was ready to get off work. Honey, why are you here? When Mulanting saw Lu Fan standing at the door, she was surprised at first and then ran over with joy. I'm here to pick you up from get off work. Lu Fan smiled and took Mulanting's hand. Hearing Lu Fan's words, Mulanting smiled with relief. Hey! Isn't this handsome Mr. Lu? Are you here to pick up Ting Ting from get off work? Ting Ting really found a good boyfriend. Lu Fan looked up and saw that the person who was talking was a girl. Lu Fan had some impression of her. Her name seemed to be Huang Mengqin. Mulanting felt a little embarrassed when she heard Huang Mengqin's words, but she felt very happy in her heart. Ting Ting and I are going home. Do you need me to send you off? Lu Fan said to Huang Mengqin. Oh, forget it. I won't disturb you two from your private time. I'll go back by myself. Lu Fan nodded and went home with Mulanting. After returning home, Lu Fan told Mulanting that he wanted to go to the Magic City. Mulanting was silent. To be honest, she wanted to be with Lu Fan every day, never separated for a single minute, but she didn't want to quit her job and become Lu Fan's canary, because she was afraid that if she stayed with Lu Fan every day for a long time, she would become annoying. Okay. But you have to come back to see me often. Mulanting said to Lu Fan with a wink. You don't want to come with me? Mulanting smiled and shook her head. What am I going to do with you? Be a third wheel next to you? Watch you make out with other women? Lu Fan was a little embarrassed and didn't say anything. Okay. As long as you have me in your heart, I will be satisfied. Besides, Sioux City and Modu are so close. I will go to see you when I miss you. Mulanting said, holding Lu Fan's hand. Lu Fan nodded. Night. Mulanting was extremely proactive, and even Lu Fan's body could hardly bear it. It was not until late at night that the two of them fell asleep exhausted. The two of them didn't get up until noon the next day. Mulanting knew that there would be a shocking battle last night, so she asked for leave early. The first thing Mulanting did after getting up was to make a sumptuous lunch for Lu Fan. After finishing their meal, the two of them stayed together for a while, then Lu Fan simply packed his luggage, taking only a few commonly worn clothes and set off. This time he plans to drive himself. Mulanting stood at the gate of the community looking at the back of the car, feeling a little disappointed. She returned home only after she could no longer see the car. Lu Fan drove directly onto the highway. As for Gu Nan and the others, Lu Fan told them through WeChat to save trouble. 2 hours later, Lu Fan drove to Li Qingruo's home. Logically, Li Qingruo should still be in the company at this time. Sure enough, after I opened the door and walked in, the house was empty. I should buy a house in Shanghai too. Oh. That's right. Brother Tongzi. Didn't I awaken the sign-in system? Lu Fan forgot about this matter. Yes. The host can sign in once a day, and the sign-in reward is random and not fixed. Lu Fan signed in silently in his mind. Ding. Detecting the host's first sign-in, triggering a critical hit reward, a 580 square meter large flat in Gubei No. 1, Magic City, and the property certificate is in the host's car. Lu Fan, Sigma. Lu Fan suspected that he had heard it wrong, and it took him a long time to react. Brother Tongzi, you really are giving me a pillow when I'm sleepy. Lu Fan had just been thinking about buying a property in Shanghai when he signed a contract for a large flat in Gubei No. 1. Although Lu Fan is not from Shanghai, he is well known for the name of Gubei No. 1, which is as famous as Thompson Ipin. The more Lu Fan thought about it, the more excited he became. Regardless of the fatigue from driving for 2 hours, he quickly took the car keys and prepared to go see his new home. Of course, he took the car keys of the McLaren P1 that he had driven in Shanghai. Since he already lives in Gubei No. 1, the Porsche Cayenne is not commensurate with his status. This is Lu Fan's real thought. When Lu Fan arrived at the gate of Gubei No. 1, he was stopped by the security guard. Finally, Lu Fan showed the property certificate and the security guard apologized and let him go. The large flat rewarded by the system has 3 elevators per household, and even the elevator lobby is 20 square meters. Lu Fan opened the door with excitement. As soon as he walked in, Lu Fan's eyes almost fell to the ground. Isn't this the Imperial Palace? Compared to this place, my house in Sioux City is simply a pigsty. No, I can't say that about myself. Lu Fan looked carefully at each room. There were 4 bedrooms, all of which were suites. There were 5 bathrooms, one of which was a public bathroom, and the rest were in the bedrooms. After turning around, Lu Fan jumped lightly and lay down on the sofa. Even this sofa is better than the one I have in Sioux City. Lu Fan sighed. Is this the happiness of rich people? Lu Fan sat on the sofa. Such a nice home made Lu Fan not want to go out. At this moment, Lu Fan's cell phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was Li Qingruo calling. Hey! Qingruo. Are you back to Shanghai? A charming voice came from the phone, with a hint of excitement in it. Yeah, how did you know? Lu Fan asked puzzledly. TSK, I got off work and found your car missing, so I called you. You bad guy, you didn't even tell me you were back. Are you trying to secretly find another girlfriend? Faced with Li Qingruo's questioning, Lu Fan's heart tightened. He was worthy of being the general manager of the company. His judgment was really extraordinary. Lu Fan wanted to ask Shinseki out in the evening, but Li Qingruo saw through him, so he had to put the plan aside for the time being. He. No way, I'm here to see the house. Lu Fan would certainly not tell Li Qingruo his true thoughts. Looking at houses? Did you buy a house in Shanghai? Li Qingruo asked puzzledly. Yeah. I just bought it today. Shall I pick you up? No need, just give me an address and I'll drive there myself. After hanging up the phone, Lu Fan sent Li Qingruo a location. Li Qingruo stared at her phone for a moment, then took a breath. Gubei No. 1? Chapter 40 Shinseki's Little Plan. Li Qingru stared at her phone with wide eyes, then drove to find Lu Fan. When they arrived at the gate of Gubei number 1, Li Qingru's car was stopped by security guards outside the gate as expected. Li Qingru had no choice but to call Lu Fan. "Oh. Wait for me at the door." Lu Fan hung up the phone and was about to go out, but after thinking about it, he took out 2 packs of cigarettes from his bag. "Husband." Li Qingru called out excitedly when she saw Lu Fan. The security guard also saw Lu Fan. "Oh my goodness, so this beautiful lady is this gentleman's wife?" When Lu Fan came, he showed him the property certificate. It was a 580 square meter large flat. What kind of place was this? This was Gubei number 1. How much did 580 square meters cost? Brother, this is my girlfriend. You don't need to stop her from coming in next time. After saying that, Lu Fan put 2 more packs of cigarettes in the security guard's hand. "Sir, what is this for?" "I can't accept it." Although the security guard refused verbally, he honestly took the 2 packs of cigarettes with his hands. "Take it." Lu Fan smiled. "Don't worry, next time this lady comes, I will let her in directly." "Okay, thank you." Lu Fan took Li Qingru away. The security guard looked at the 2 soft cigarettes in his hand and smiled. He's really a rich man. Lu Fan and his friend returned home. Li Qingru was a little surprised when she saw the decoration in the room. "Husband, this house of yours is worth over 100 million, right?" "Yes." Lu Fan didn't know the exact amount, but it was definitely over 100 million. "I really don't know how much money you have. You bought such an expensive house just like that?" Li Qingru asked puzzledly. Lu Fan smiled and put his arm around Li Qingru's waist and held her in his arms. "You just need to know that even if you do nothing, I can still support you for the rest of your life." Before they knew it, it was already dark. Li Qingru had planned to cook dinner for Lu Fan herself, but there were no ingredients at home, so the 2 of them had to go out to eat. When she came back, Li Qingru bought a lot of ingredients and planned to cook for Lu Fan tomorrow. At night, Li Qingru naturally stayed at Lu Fan's place. If nothing unexpected happened, she would continue to live here in the future. At night, a conversation is indispensable. The next morning, Lu Fan opened his eyes and found that Li Qingru had left. She must have gone to work. Lu Fan, who had nothing to do, sent a WeChat message to Shinseki. Unexpectedly, the next second, Shinseki called. As soon as Lu Fan picked up the phone, he heard Shinseki's crying voice. "You bad guy, you haven't contacted me for so long, have you forgotten me?" Lu Fan felt embarrassed. It seemed like he hadn't contacted Shinseki for a long time. Oh. This was the effect of having too many girlfriends. "I'm so sorry, Seki. I sent you a message right after I got back to the Magic City. Do you have classes today?" "No, I'm taking a rest today." Shinseki's voice still sounded a little unhappy. "Then wait for me to pick you up." After hanging up the phone, Lu Fan picked up the car keys and went to Magic City University. After driving to the downstairs of Shinseki's dormitory, Lu Fan called her to inform her. 5 minutes later, Shinseki came out, followed by 3 girls. One of them was someone Lu Fan had seen before. She was very beautiful and her name was He Qing. When Shinseki saw Lu Fan, she ran over excitedly and threw herself into Lu Fan's arms. "You bad guy, you didn't contact me for such a long time, I thought you didn't want me anymore." Shinseki angrily hit Lu Fan's chest. "I went home to spend time with my family some time ago. I notified you as soon as I got back to the Magic City. Seki, I didn't expect you to be so annoying." At this moment, a girl who was equally beautiful behind Shinseki started to tease. Shinseki then remembered that she had a roommate behind her, and she came out of Lu Fan's arms with a red face. "Won't you introduce us?" Finally, Shinseki introduced her roommates to Lu Fan somewhat embarrassedly. Birds of a feather flocked together. Lu Fan muttered to himself. Except for Shinseki and He Qing, the other 2 of Shinseki's roommates were also class beauties. According to Lu Fan's previous vision, they were definitely goddesses, but Lu Fan's vision was much higher now. Lu Fan greeted them. "Hello. Thank you for taking care of our Seki all the time." When Shinseki heard Lu Fan talking about our Seki, her face turned red again. "It's okay, handsome Lu, we are Seki's good friends, so of course we have to take care of each other," Zheng Jie said. "Handsome Lu, you haven't seen Seki for so long. We are the ones who take care of Siki. Shouldn't you show some appreciation to us? Said another girl at this time. Lu Fan remembered that her name was Sun Yen. Nian, who asked you to take care of her? Shinseki said with a frown. Oh. Siki can't bear to let go. It turns out that she doesn't want best friends anymore after having a boyfriend. Sun Yen said faintly. Shinseki wanted to retort but was stopped by Lu Fan. If you have time in the evening, I'll treat you to dinner, and then how about we go to the bar? Lu Fan said. Handsome Mr. Lu is open-minded, unlike some people. Sun Yen hinted at something. Okay, I won't disturb you and Siki from spending time together, or Siki will beat me up. Bye. Lu Fan said goodbye to Shinseki's roommates, and the two left. Looking at the two people driving away in the McLaren, Sun Yen sighed. Hey! He's handsome and rich, Siki is really lucky. Why didn't I meet Lu Fan? Forget it, stop sighing, let's go to the library. Zhang Jie said, pulling Sun Yen. He Qing was still looking ahead at this time, as if Lu Fan's car was still there. Sun Yen looked at He Qing's strange expression and cried out. Qing, what are you looking at? Hurry up and leave. Oh, here it comes. He Qing calmed down and followed. Lu Fan and Shinseki first had lunch, then went shopping and visited Disneyland. After all, Shinseki has not yet left the campus and still has the mentality of a little girl. Looking at the cartoon characters in Disney, a bright smile appears on her face. Honey, it would be great if you could always stay with me like this. Shinseki didn't know what she remembered, and her bright smile disappeared, with a hint of melancholy on her face. What's wrong with you? Am I not by your side? Lu Fan asked puzzledly. But I know that there will be countless people who will like a guy like you. By then, there will be many girls who are prettier than me and have better family backgrounds than me. You won't like me anymore. Shinseki said with a pout. Lu Fan pursed his lips and said nothing. It was better not to say anything at this time, otherwise he wouldn't know what he said was wrong. Look, if you don't say anything, you agree. Shinseki pointed at Lu Fan and said. Ha! Can't I just not talk? Lu Fan was helpless. TSK. Actually, husband, I don't care how many girlfriends you have. It's enough as long as you have me in your heart. Shinseki said seriously. Don't worry, as long as you don't choose to leave me, you will always be my girlfriend. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Shinseki's face. She recalled He Qing's expression when Lu Fan first met her. She could conclude that He Qing must have fallen in love with Lu Fan, but she just didn't take action because of herself. If you really can't stop Lu Fan from finding other girlfriends, then wouldn't it be a good idea to introduce He Qing to your husband? At least she won't bully you. Shinseki started to make some plans. Chapter 41. Is this a small company? When Lu Fan and Shinseki walked out of Disney, it was already getting dark. Siki, call your roommate. Shinseki was stunned for a moment. What? Didn't we agree on this? The two of us will treat them to a meal. Lu Fan said. Hubby, you don't have to take it seriously. They were just joking. Shinseki felt a little embarrassed and blamed Sun Yen in her heart. She let her boyfriend treat them for the first time they met. She was so embarrassed. Lu Fan saw what Shinseki was thinking and smiled. It's okay. Since they are your friends, you will have to ask them to take care of you when I'm not around. It's just a meal. After hearing what Lu Fan said, Shinseki had no choice but to call her roommates. Yes. Okay, we'll send you the address when we get there. Shinseki hung up the phone. The two drove straight to Mr. Huang's private restaurant. Lu Fan had been here once before and the taste was really great. It was nice to treat guests to a meal here. After parking the car, Lu Fan and Shinseki walked in. Sir, do you have a reservation? A waiter came up and asked. Oh. Mr. Lu reserved a seat. Excuse me, sir, please follow me. Lu Fan and another person followed the waiter. Honey, when did you reserve the table? Shinseki asked in confusion. The two of them had been together all the time, so why didn't they notice that Lu Fan had booked a seat in advance? I made the reservation before I contacted you. I was planning to have a candlelight dinner with you. Lu Fan said, pinching Shinseki's little face. Hearing this, Shinseki cursed Sun Yen in her heart again. If it weren't for her, she could have had a candlelight dinner with her husband. You light bulb, I will never let you go. The private room Lu Fan booked was not big, but it was big enough for several of them. Sir, would you like to order? Wait a moment, there are others who haven't come yet. Then I'll go out first. You can call me when you need me later. After the waitress went out, she closed the door for Lu Fan and Shinseki. She knew that Lu Fan and Shinseki were a couple, and it would be bad if the two of them did something in the box and were seen by others. This was indeed the case. When Lu Fan saw the waiter walk out, he could no longer hold back the desire in his heart. He put his arms around Shinseki's head and kissed her. No, Lu Fan, what if Qingqing and the others come and see us? Shinseki half pushed Lu Fan. You're my girlfriend, so what if they saw it? Lu Fan refused to let her go and kissed her for 10 minutes. Shinseki was having trouble breathing, so she pushed Lu Fan away with force. Shinseki glared at Lu Fan. You ruined my lipstick, you bad guy. Shinseki took out the lipstick from her bag and started drawing. A few minutes later, He Chang and her friends came in led by the waiter. Wow! Handsome Lu, you actually treat us to dinner here. I feel a little embarrassed. Sun Yen said this, but Lu Fan didn't see any embarrassment on her face. It doesn't matter, the environment here is nice and the taste is good too. Lu Fan called the waiter and asked Sun Yen and the others to order. Sun Yen and Zhang Jie did not hesitate and picked up the menu and started ordering. 5 minutes later. Nian Nian, you are a pig, ordering so much. Shinseki pouted and complained. Oh my! Handsome Lu, please take care of your Seki. She actually complained that I ordered too much. Sun Yen also said with a pout. Ha, it doesn't matter, just order whatever you like. Oh. Forget it, let's just order this much. If I order more, Seki will blame me again. Sun Yen handed the menu to the waiter. Half an hour later, the ordered dishes were served one after another. During the meal, Lu Fan, Sun Yen and Zhang Jie were chatting enthusiastically, while Li Qing was eating silently without saying a word. She only occasionally looked up at Lu Fan, and then lowered her head shyly. Shinseki saw the whole scene, and she became more determined in her thoughts. Wow! I'm so full. I haven't eaten so full in a long time. Sun Yen put down his chopsticks and rubbed his round belly. Humph. Be careful or you'll get fatter than death. You eat so much. Shinseki complained. Have you all finished eating? Zhang Jie and He Qing also nodded. Handsome Mr. Lu, what are we going to do next? Sun Yen asked Lu Fan with some anticipation. Shinseki on the side was a little anxious. Are you still thinking about the next step? Sun Yen ignored her. How about we go to the bar and play for a while? Sun Yen suggested. Sure. Lu Fan nodded in agreement. I'm not familiar with the bars in Shanghai. Can you recommend one? Lu Fan had been to bars in Sioux City, but he didn't know which bar was better in Shanghai. Let's go to TAXX bar. I've been there a few times before, it's full of young people and has a great atmosphere. Sun Yen suggested. TAXX bar? Although Lu Fan had never been there, he had heard of it. It was said that a celebrity had a stake in this bar, the little leopard in the variety show running around. It's just that my car can't hold so many people, you need to go by yourselves. It's okay, we'll take a taxi there ourselves and not disturb you and Seki. Sun Yen said happily when she saw Lu Fan agreed. Shinseki on the side looked at Sun Yen angrily, don't disturb us? Did you disturb us less? It's already so late, I wonder if there are any seats left at TAXX bar. It's very popular because of the celebrity endorsements. It's okay, I'll ask. As he spoke, Lu Fan called his secretary. Hello? Hong Xan, please help me reserve a table at TAXX bar, quickly. Lu Fan said and hung up the phone. Seeing Yi Cheng and others looking at him, including Shinseki, they all heard Lu Fan calling a girl just now. Lu Fan then realized that they seemed to have misunderstood, so he explained. It turns out that Hong Xian is Lu Fan's secretary at Hong Yuan Group, and was personally selected by Li Qingru. Shinseki blushed when she heard Lu Fan's explanation. She had misunderstood Lu Fan just now. Then let's go. Lu Fan and Shinseki drove away first, and He Cheng and the other two took a taxi and followed behind. Honey, you have a secretary? What do you do? Shinseki asked Lu Fan puzzledly. It's nothing, just a small company. I am the chairman of Hong Yuan Group. Lu Fan said calmly. What? Shinseki widened her eyes. Hongyuan Group? It was obvious that Shinseki had heard of Hongyuan Group. One of her cousins worked for Hongyuan Group, and her aunt always showed off at family gatherings during the Chinese New Year. Out of curiosity, Shinseki looked up the information of Hongyuan Group and was shocked by what she found. The valuation of Hongyuan Group is actually more than 80 billion yuan. Is this a small company? Chapter 42. Are you richer than me? Lu Fan drove to the entrance of TAXX bar and saw that the parking lot was full of various luxury cars. Lu Fan finally parked the car in a gap. Ha! Lu Fan wiped his sweat. It seemed that he needed to practice his driving skills sometime. By the way, I don't think I've signed in yet today. I wonder what good stuff Brother Tony will sign for me today. Lu Fan silently signed in his mind. Ding! Host signed in, God-level driving skills. What? Lu Fan widened his eyes in surprise, staring Shinseki next to him. Then, a steady stream of car-related memories flooded into his mind, and did not stop until 5 minutes later. Hubby. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Oh. It's okay, let's go in. Lu Fan calmed down, his eyes filled with unconcealable joy. Although Shinseki was confused, she didn't ask. As long as everything was fine, she was glad. Shinseki held Lu Fan's arm, and He Cheng and the others had also arrived. Hey! I was clearly going with you guys, but we were stuck in traffic until now. I'm sorry to have kept handsome Mr. Lu waiting for so long. Sun Yen didn't know that Lu Fan wasn't waiting for her at all. It's okay, go in. Lu Fan didn't explain. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lu? Just then Lu Fan and his companions were stopped by a young man at the door of the bar. Yes. Lu Fan replied. Boss Lu, our boss Zheng asked me to wait for you here. Come with me. Lu Fan was a little confused. He didn't know Boss Zheng. It was also his first time to come to TAXX bar. Although he was puzzled, Lu Fan still followed him in. Sun Yen and Zhang Jie were whispering in the back. Did you hear that? The waiter's name is Mr. Lu Fan. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. I thought he was just a rich second-generation kid. Yes, Siki is so lucky. Zhang Jie responded with a hint of envy in her tone. Lu Fan and his friends were taken by the waiter to a booth in the corner. This was also Lu Fan's request, as he liked a quieter place. As soon as Lu Fan and his companions came in, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Although Lu Fan was tall and handsome, he was not so attractive because there were 4 beauties following him. Especially Shinseki, who was more beautiful than a star. Lu Fan sat down and looked around. Since tomorrow is the weekend, there are a lot of people in the bar today. Most of them are young people, but definitely not students. The main target customers of TAXX bar are the second-generation rich. For example, today, the minimum consumption is at least 30,000 to 40,000 yuan, and it is still difficult to get a seat. Ordinary students cannot afford it. At this time, a heavily made-up marketing lady came over and introduced the drinks to Lu Fan very respectfully. Just now, the bar owner specifically told her to take good care of this table of guests. Although she had never met Lu Fan, she knew that he must have an extraordinary family background since the boss personally told him so. Lu Fan glanced at the drink menu. To be honest, he didn't know much about it. He had only ordered a few luxurious dragon sets in Sioux City before. How about this, you can order some for us, the price will be around 200,000. The bar was quite noisy, so Lu Fan whispered in the salesperson's ear. The salesperson was stunned for a moment when he heard Lu Fan's words, and then spoke excitedly. Okay sir, I'll arrange it for you right away. Lu Fan sat down, and Shinseki beside him grabbed Lu Fan's hand nervously. What's wrong? It's my first time here and I'm a little scared. Shinseki said nervously as she looked at the various people around her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lu Fan patted her hand and said. At this time, a row of waiters carrying drinks came to the booth where Lu Fan and his group were sitting. The salesperson just now also came over. Here are the 200,000 worth of drinks you requested. Please take a look. Lu Fan took a quick look at it, then casually pulled out a few $100 bills from his bag and put them in the salesperson's hand. If Shinseki wasn't here, he really wanted to stuff them directly into the salesperson's collar. Other people in the bar also looked at Lu Fan. There was nothing they could do. The price of $200,000 for drinks was really shocking. These people are naturally not short of money to come here to play, but at most they spend tens of thousands of yuan. Especially some men, seeing that there were 4 beautiful girls around Lu Fan, their eyes were full of envy for Lu Fan. "Handsome Lu, why did you order so many?" Sun Yan was a little surprised when she saw the various drinks on the table. Even though she was thick-skinned, she still felt a little embarrassed. "It's a rare opportunity for us to get out and have fun, so we must enjoy ourselves. Drink as much as you want." Lu Fan waved his hand to indicate that he didn't care. Seeing Lu Fan's generosity, Sun Yan and Zheng Jie looked at Shinseki with even more envy. At Lu Fan's signal, the waiter next to him opened all the bottles of wine. "You can't drink it even if you open it all. What a waste," Shinseki said with concern. "You can't drink it, so you spit it on the ground. It doesn't matter. Your husband has plenty of money." Shinseki glared at Lu Fan with a blush on her face, but she felt happy in her heart. "Okay, you two can go home and show your affection again. Handsome Lu, thank you for your hospitality today. I'll get you a drink." Sun Yan picked up a glass of wine and Lu Fan drank with her. Just then, a yellow-haired young man came over with a bag under his arm, shaking his head. "Hello, brother. You are quite generous. You ordered so many drinks at once. It looks like it must be nearly 200,000 yuan. How about we make friends?" Although the yellow-haired man was talking to Lu Fan, his eyes were always fixed on Shinseki, who was beside Lu Fan. He looked like a pervert, which made people feel sick. "Not interested." Lu Fan glanced at him and said. "Oh." Huang Mao was a little shocked. He didn't expect that Lu Fan would reject him when he took the initiative to say hello. "Boy, don't think you can be arrogant just because you have some money. I'm giving you a chance. How about this, you be my little brother and give the woman around you to me, and I won't pursue your rude words just now. How about it, ha 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 ha." The yellow-haired man and his lackeys laughed. Shinseki frowned. "So, you are richer than me?" Lu Fan looked at him as if he were a fool. "Boy, do you know who our young master Huang is?" "Our Huang Shan is the young master of a big family in Shanghai. Our family assets are worth hundreds of millions. What a country bumpkin." At this time, the lackeys around young Master Huang began to clamor. Sun Yan and Zheng Jie became a little nervous when they heard this. They had never seen a family fortune of several hundred million in their lives. On the contrary, Shinseki felt relieved after hearing this. She had checked the assets of Lu Fan's company. How many hundreds of millions? She was not even worthy of carrying Lu Fan's shoes. He. Huang Xiao sneered. Looking at Lu Fan's expression, he thought he had scared Lu Fan. "Ladies, don't follow this country bumpkin here, come to my place and have a drink." As he spoke, Huang Xiao called the salesperson and ordered 200,000 worth of drinks. Lu Fan looked up at him, his sword-like eyebrows twitching. It seemed that this yellow-haired guy was competing with him for money? I was just worried about having no place to make money. Chapter 43. I still like your unruly look. Lu Fan stood up and looked down at Huang Xiao with his 1.85-meter height. Huang Xiao felt a little guilty when he saw Lu Fan's height and sturdy body. But then he thought about the several friends behind him and started to act recklessly again. "Country bumpkin, are you not convinced?" Huang Xiao looked condescending. Lu Fan ignored him, took out a bank card from his bag and handed it to the female salesperson next to him. The female salesperson looked at Lu Fan with some confusion. 1 million for drinks, now, right now. Lu Fan said calmly, his face expression calm. "This?" The saleswoman was a little at a loss. How many people would be needed to finish 1 million bottles of wine? "Just do as I say." Seeing that the female salesperson was unmoved, Lu Fan said another sentence. "Okay. I understand." Huang Xiao did not restrain himself at all when he saw this, because he did not believe that there was 1 million in Lu Fan's card. His family's company is worth over 100 million yuan, but his monthly pocket money is only a few 100,000 yuan. He doesn't believe that Lu Fan, an outsider country bumpkin, can have so much money. "Boy! Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you brag?" Huang Xiao burst out laughing. "You won't be able to laugh anymore in a while." After a few minutes, nearly 50 waiters came in a line, holding various drinks in their hands. This shocking scene made everyone in the bar look sideways. "Sir, the drinks you ordered have arrived. Please enter your bank card password," The female salesperson handed the POS machine on her mobile phone to Lu Fan. Even now, Mr. Huang doesn't believe that Lu Fan has the money to pay the 1 million. Lu Fan took the POS machine expressionlessly and entered the password. Okay, sir, I wish you a happy time. The female salesperson took the POS machine and said excitedly. With $1 million worth of drinks, her commission would be huge. Huang Xiao's smirk finally subsided, and the expression on his face became changeable and extremely ugly. Shinseki and the others looked at him as if he were a clown. Not only that, because of the intense quarrel, it also attracted the attention of people in the bar. For a moment, Huang Xiao became the focus of the bar. It was at this moment that Huang Xiao noticed the Richard Miller in Lu Fan's hand, and Huang Xiao realized that he had made a mistake. However, after all, he still has friends around him, and he doesn't want to bow to Lu Fan. Boy, what do you mean by this? Huang Xiao said with a serious face. Ha ha ha, didn't you want to compete with me in wealth? Why are you feeling weak now? Lu Fan said sarcastically. It's not your fault that you're poor, but it's wrong for you to act like a smart guy. Seeing that Huang Xiao didn't say anything, Lu Fan continued to mock him. Huang Xiao's face was turning red and white. Boy, do you really want to go against me? Huang Xiao took a long time to utter these words. Lu Fan didn't expect Huang Xiao to say this, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment. You were the one who came to cause trouble for me. Now that you can't beat me in money, you're angry and embarrassed? You little bastard, if you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink for punishment. Huang Xiao couldn't bear it any longer, picked up a bottle of wine on the table and smashed it on Lu Fan's head. Lu Fan dodged by moving sideways, picked up the bottle and smashed it on Huang Xiao's head. Huang Xiao immediately started bleeding, and his lackey saw this and wanted to step forward to teach Lu Fan a lesson. Just then, a voice was heard. Stop. Then, a fat man who was over 1.8 meters tall but probably weighed more than his height came over, accompanied by a stunning beauty. Lu Fan saw the woman and smiled. The person who came was Li Qingru. When Huang Xiao saw the fat man, he didn't care about the blood on his head and ran over. Brother Wu, you have to help me. This kid actually attacked and injured someone in your territory. Lu Fan's eyes suddenly widened. Damn, this kid doesn't even think before he farts. The fat man ignored him and walked straight to Lu Fan. Li Qingru also ran over and first glanced at Shinseki beside Lu Fan. She saw that she was so beautiful. Are you okay? Li Qingru asked worriedly. It's okay, he can't hurt me. Lu Fan said awkwardly. It's not because of anything else, it's just because my two girlfriends actually met at this time. Just now when facing Huang Xiao, Lu Fan was not panicked, but now Lu Fan's heart was pounding and he was extremely nervous. The fat man also walked up to Lu Fan. Are you Chairman Lu of Honyuan Group? The fat man's attitude was not very respectful, just like chatting with a friend. Yes, who are you? Although Lu Fan had guessed most of it in his mind, he still asked out of politeness. I am the owner of this TAXX bar. I heard a long time ago that the chairman of Honyuan Group has been replaced, and he has acquired 60% of the shares at one time. I originally thought that Mr. Lu must be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, but I didn't expect that Mr. Lu is so young. Let me introduce myself, Wu Kun. Wu Kun stretched out his hand. Lu Fan also stretched out his hand to shake hands with him. Lu Fan. Just then, an untimely voice was heard. Brother Wu. Are you mistaken? This guy is a country bumpkin. Look at my head, he hit me. Huang Xiao came over and interrupted the conversation between the two. Wu Kun's face darkened and he turned away. Are you questioning me? Huang Xiao's face darkened when he heard this. Wu Kun, what do you mean? Huang Xiao was no longer polite and responded directly. Ha ha. Mr. Lu is the new chairman of Honyuan Group, and Mr. Li is also here. Huang Jia, you don't know Mr. Li either, right? Wu Kun sneered. Only then did Lu Fan realize that this idiot was called Huang Jia. Only then did Huang Jia notice the beautiful woman beside him. Mr. Li? What's going on? Huang Jia felt something was wrong at this time, and his voice trembled. Li Qingru was here, and he also understood what was going on. It's nothing. I heard that someone was targeting our chairman, so I came here to take a look. I didn't expect it to be you. Li Qingru said in a cold voice. He is the chairman of Honyuan? Huang Jia pointed at Lu Fan in disbelief. Ha ha. Huang Jia, are you scared now? As far as I know, your family has cooperation with Han Yuan, right? Wu Kun was a little gloating and said half of his words, but some things don't need to be said in full. Huang Jia suddenly sat on the ground at this moment, and the lackeys behind him were frightened and broke out in cold sweats. Their families also had considerable assets, but at most their net worth was only tens of millions, otherwise they would not have followed Huang Jia as his younger brothers. The big brother has fallen, so they are still nothing. Lu Fan looked coldly at Huang Jia, who was sitting on the ground in shock. Does their company have any cooperation with us? This question was asked to Li Qingru. Yes, it's just some small business. We can change partners at any time. Li Qingru knew what Lu Fan meant by this. Huang Jia could no longer sit still after hearing this and knelt down. Mr. Lu, I was blind and offended you just now. Please forgive me. However, I hope my family will not be harmed. Please spare my family. When Huang Jia said this, his whole body was shaking. If his father knew about this, he would beat him to death. Lu Fan laughed, and his face looked exactly like the villain in the novel. Bend down. I still like your unruly look. Chapter 44. Two women fighting, I will get hurt. Huang Jia was at a loss. He could hear that Lu Fan had no intention of letting him go, but what else could he do? He had just offended Lu Fan greatly. My young master Huang, why aren't you leaving yet? Wu Kun said coldly at this time. Finally, Huang Jia and his men left the bar in disgrace. Wu Kun stared at Huang Jia's back coldly, and only turned around after he walked out. Boss Lu, I'm so sorry to let this rotten fish and shrimp spoil your fun. What are you talking about, Mr. Wu? This is a matter between him and me. It has nothing to do with you. If it's convenient for you, why don't you sit down and have a few drinks together? Faced with Lu Fan's invitation, Wu Kun was a little tempted, but when he looked at the beauties around Lu Fan, he shook his head. Forget it this time, I have something else to do. Let me add you on WeChat, and I'll treat you to a drink when I have the chance in the future. Wu Kun refused. Lu Fan didn't think much about it. He added Wu Kun on WeChat and said a few polite words to Wu Kun, who then left. Lu Fan's good mood at this moment had been ruined by that guy Huang Jia, and he had no intention of continuing drinking here. Let's go. The frightened female salesperson nearby hurried over to meet Lu Fan when she saw him leaving. Do you have anything else to say? Lu Fan asked. Mr. Lu, do you need me to store these wines for you? The female salesperson answered respectfully. It seemed that her boss was very respectful to this young man. As a small person, she had better be careful. Oh. No need, just give it to someone else. It doesn't matter who you give it to. After Lu Fan finished speaking, he walked out without looking back. Walking out of the bar, a breeze blew, bringing a hint of coolness, and Lu Fan felt that the drunkenness in his body had been blown away. Li Qingru is now on Lu Fan's right, while Shinseki is on Lu Fan's left. Behind him were He Qing and three others. Lu Fan felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Mr. Lu, you can't drive after drinking. Let me take you home. Li Qingru spoke at this time, but her voice was without any emotion, just like a subordinate talking to his superior. Yeah. Let's go. Handsome Lu, let's leave too. I'm really sorry about what happened today. If it weren't for us, there wouldn't be such a farce. Sun Yan said with a hint of apology in his eyes. This matter has nothing to do with you, don't take it to heart. Lu Fan smiled and comforted. Then. I'll leave Siki to you. Let's go. Sun Yan left a word and ran away in a panic, pulling Zhang Jia and He Qing's hands. Shinseki stared at her roommate who had escaped with wide eyes, and was extremely angry. This stinky Nian Nian. Shinseki stomped her feet. Lu Fan pulled the shy Shinseki by the corner of her clothes and led her into Li Qingru's Panamera, while the McLaren P1 was sent back by someone sent by Wu Kun. Along the way, Lu Fan and Shinseki sat in the back seat, Li Qingru drove the car, and the atmosphere in the car was very subtle. None of the three spoke, but Lu Fan clearly smelled a smell of gunpowder. In fact, with Shinseki's intelligence, she had already realized that Li Qingru and Lu Fan were not ordinary. Arrived at Gubei number 1. Mr. Lu, we've arrived at your house. Please get off the car. I want to go back too. Li Qingru said lightly. Lu Fan was stunned. Is he angry? No, I don't feel comfortable with you driving by yourself at night. Stay at my place. Li Qingru felt warm in her heart when she heard Lu Fan's concern for her. However, she still subconsciously looked at Shinseki. Don't look at me. I have no objection. This is not my home. Shinseki was also a little emotional at this time. Although she told herself in her heart that she would not mind Lu Fan finding another woman, she still felt a little uncomfortable when it happened in front of her. Seeing this, Lu Fan frowned slightly. These two little rascals actually dared to create problems for themselves? Afterwards, Lu Fan took Li Qingrou's hand without saying a word, and took Shinseki's hand with the other hand, and walked into the community with a swagger. The security guard at the door was amazed when he saw Lu Fan was with two girls who were quite pretty. He is indeed a rich man, and he plays like a tycoon. When Shinseki walked in, she was shocked by everything here. She never thought that a house could be so luxurious. Li Qingru looked at Shinseki, who looked like she had never seen the world, and did not laugh at her. When she came before, her expression was not much better than Shinseki's. Lu Fan sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. Qingru, why are you going to the bar? Li Qingru was suddenly speechless and began to stammer. I'm bored alone, and when I heard that you went to the bar, I decided to go find you. Li Qingrou's voice was a little weak, as if she had done something wrong. Lu Fan looked at Li Qingru, who was standing there, and Shinseki, who was standing on the balcony looking at the night view, and shook his head. Seki, come here for a moment. Upon hearing this, Shinseki walked to Lu Fan's side. Ahem. Let me introduce you to Li Qingru, the general manager of Hongyuan Group, who is my girlfriend. Shinseki is a junior at Magic City University and my girlfriend. If others heard Lu Fan's introduction, they would be shocked. Lu Fan was also thinking about what he should do if the two women fought. They were both his women and he treated them with respect. However, what Lu Fan didn't expect was that neither of the two women got angry. Li Qingru even took the initiative to shake hands with Shinseki. Oh my god, what is going on? Sister Qingru is so beautiful. Nothing is as pretty as you, and you're still so young. To be honest, Li Qingru and Shinseki are equally beautiful, just with different styles. Because of her age, Li Qingru has the unique charm of a mature woman, and her figure is very round and plump. Shinseki, on the other hand, is full of the innocence of a college student, and is lively, cheerful, and lovely from head to toe. Lu Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that they did not fight as he had just imagined in his mind. He thought to himself, since these two women of his get along well, can he do it himself later? He. Lu Fan let out a wicked laugh. Although Shinseki is a junior, she is still a little girl at heart. She doesn't know why she sees Lu Fan with a sly smile on his face. Li Qingru saw what Lu Fan was thinking and her face turned red. After so many years in society, Li Qingru has gained considerable experience. Although she had only had one boyfriend before Lu Fan, as the general manager of Hongyuan Group, she has seen too many things like this. He hurriedly took Shinseki's hand and walked into the bedroom. So anxious? Lu Fan asked in surprise, and then followed. Ha! Just as Lu Fan was about to open the door and go in, he found that the door was locked. What's going on? Am I isolated? Lu Fan knocked on the door. Qingru. Seki. Let me in. I haven't gone in yet. Lu Fan shouted unwillingly. You can stay in the second bedroom today. Seki and I need to talk in private. Lu Fan stood at the door feeling helpless. Finally, seeing that Li Qingru had no intention of opening the door, he had to go to the second bedroom in disappointment. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Chapter 45, Taking on a Little Apprentice. Next day. Lu Fan got up early, and the first thing he did when he woke up was to sign in silently. Ding! The host has signed in. The reward is 10,000 yuan. Lu Fan was so angry that he laughed. 10,000 yuan? Brother Tonzi also has his bad days, right? Forget it, it's better to have something than nothing. Lu Fan got up, washed up, changed into clean clothes and walked out of the bedroom. At this time, Li Qingru and Shinseki also walked out of the bedroom. What surprised Lu Fan was that the two of them came out hand in hand. This scene gave Lu Fan some reverie. Could it be that my two girlfriends did something unusual last night? Honey, you're awake. Shinseki saw Lu Fan running towards her, jumping and skipping. Fortunately, she still likes me. Li Qingru also came over. You must be hungry. I'll make breakfast. Lu Fan nodded. Li Qingru walked into the kitchen, and Shinseki followed her happily, leaving Lu Fan alone on the sofa in the living room. Lu Fan looked at the two women in the kitchen and smiled. It felt really good to see them getting along peacefully. After breakfast, Li Qingru was going to the company, but Shinseki was fine. Qingru, where is the racing track in Magic City? Lu Fan suddenly remembered the god-level driving skills he signed in yesterday. Lu Fan felt itchy and wanted to experience it. Why are you asking this? You want to go racing? Ha ha ha. Li Qingru laughed loudly when she heard this. She knew Lu Fan's driving skills very well. Lu Fan's face turned slightly red as he was mocked by his own woman, and Shinseki looked at the two of them in confusion. I was just being low-key before. My driving skills are still pretty good. Lu Fan could only grit his teeth and argue. Okay. I know my husband's driving skills are the best. Although Li Qingru praised Lu Fan felt so awkward listening to it. There is a Tianma racing track in Xishan. You can go there, but you have to be careful. The people there are almost as good as professional racers, even if they are not. Lu Fan nodded. There was nothing more infuriating than being looked down upon by your own woman. Li Qingru gave some instructions and went to work, while Lu Fan took Shinseki to the Tianma racing circuit. Sure enough, this Tianma racing track is really good. There are already so many people here early in the morning. Lu Fan went to the lobby and bought a whole day's track ticket. Then I was ready to go down and give it a try. Dude. Are you here to run laps too? Just then a young man with a buzz cut walked over. Lu Fan didn't know him, but since the other person greeted him, Lu Fan responded with a smile. Yes. At this time, the young man noticed the McLaren P1 behind Lu Fan. Sure, brother. This car is hard to get now. It's limited. How did you get it? Lu Fan looked at the young man with a perverted look on his face and was afraid that he would drool on his car. Force a smile. Just luck, I bought it at a car show. It's not just a matter of luck, you also need to have enough money, otherwise you won't even be eligible to buy a car. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Jia, not that Zhang Jia, just the same name. Zhang Jia smiled innocently. Lu Fan looked at Zhang Jia and thought that this person was quite interesting. Hello. My name is Lu Fan, and this is my girlfriend Shinseki. Lu Fan introduced himself and also introduced Shinseki. Zhang Jia listened to Lu Fan's introduction and then noticed Shinseki. At first glance, I thought it was so beautiful. At second glance, it was so fucking beautiful. But no matter how beautiful she is, it would be impolite to look at her again. Hello, sister-in-law. Zhang Jia greeted politely. Shinseki's face turned red when Zhang Jia called her sister-in-law, but she was extremely happy in her heart. Hey! That's not right. Who is older between the two of us? After calling sister-in-law, Zhang Jia felt something was wrong because Lu Fan looked younger than him. Seeing Zhang Jia's familiar look, Lu Fan answered with a smile. This is my zodiac year, I am 24 years old. That's not wrong. I'm 23, 1 year younger than brother Lu. Zhang Jia slapped his thigh. This personality is really free and easy. Are you here to run laps too? Lu Fan asked. Yes. That's my car. Zhang Jia pointed to the Porsche 911 Turbo S behind him. Although this car is not as expensive as Lu Fan's, it is also the fastest internal combustion car that can be bought in China. Are you interested in running a lap? Lu Fan said. He couldn't wait any longer. If Zhang Jia hadn't kept pestering him to chat, he would have already run several laps. Are you sure? Zhang Jia said with a smile. Of course. Lu Fan could see the confidence in Zhang Jia's eyes, but would he lose? How could it be possible? Okay. Let's compete. If you beat me, you will be my big brother from now on, and I will follow your lead, said Zhang Jia. Lu Fan looked at him blankly. Didn't you just call me brother? But Lu Fan didn't say much and nodded in agreement. Seki, you watch from the side first. Lu Fan walked to Shinseki and said. Although he had some system-assisted god-level driving skills, anything could happen on the track. For safety reasons, he did not plan to take Shinseki with him. Lu Fan drove the car to the place where he and Zhang Jia were. As a woman in front waved the flag in her hand, Zhang Jia rushed out first, and Lu Fan followed closely behind him. In the first half, Lu Fan followed closely behind Zhang Jia. Zhang Jie looked at Lu Fan's car through the rearview mirror and thought that Lu Fan was pretty good as he could actually keep up with him. Zhang Jie is very confident in his driving skills. He is also a person who is crazy about racing and loves cars as if they were his life. In this respect, few people in the world can compare to him. Just when he was about to reach the finish line, Zhang Jie was still feeling complacent and thought he had definitely won. Unexpectedly, Lu Fan's car suddenly accelerated and overtook from the inner lane. In the end, Lu Fan led Zhang Jie by half a car length and won the victory. After stopping the car, Lu Fan and Zhang Jie got out one after another. However, compared to Lu Fan's calmness, Zhang Jie's face was a little excited. "Honey, you're so great." At this time Shen Siki ran over. She was worried that Lu Fan would lose. Women all admire the strong and definitely don't want their men to lose. "Don't you know how powerful your husband is?" Lu Fan pinched Shinseki's little face with a wicked smile. Shinseki's face turned red. She suspected that Lu Fan was driving, but she had no evidence. Zhang Jie came over. "Brother Lu, were you giving in to me just now?" Zhang Jie was not stupid. He could tell from Lu Fan's overtaking on the curve just now that Lu Fan's driving skills were 100 times better than his. "We are all friends, there is no need to give in or not." Lu Fan did not deny it. "Okay. Brother Lu, you will be my big brother from now on. I, Zhang Jie, have always admired people with good driving skills. Brother Lu's driving skills are good enough to make him a professional driver." Lu Fan was slightly stunned, and his liking for Zhang Jie deepened. This rich second generation seems a little different. Brother Lu, there's something I want to ask you." Zhang Jie suddenly lowered his posture. "What's the matter? Tell me frankly. Can you teach me, train me? That's no problem, but I can't come here to race every day. I can only find time." Lu Fan thought for a while and said, he has plenty of money now, but lacks connections. In today's society, although money is important, connections are more important. He hopes to make friends with people like Zhang Jie. "Great. Master, please accept Zhang Jie's greeting." "Lu Fan? How come you're a master again?" "Forget it, just accept a little apprentice." Chapter 46. Don't blame me for spanking you. In the next few days, Lu Fan had nothing to do. Shunseki also returned to school. Lu Fan occasionally went to the company to take a look and took time to teach his new apprentice. He spent the rest of his time at home. The sign-ins these days are all insignificant. Lu Fan woke up that day and signed in as usual. Ding! Check host sign-in, Financial Building 1. Hearing the system's voice, Lu Fan, who was originally sleepy, sat up suddenly. "Brother Tongzi, I love you." System. The financial building, located in the city center of the Bund, is a 50-story skyscraper with countless companies, and the annual rent is several hundred million. Before he knew it, Lu Fan's assets had exceeded 20 billion. "Everyone is happy today," Lu Fan sang as he got up and washed up. "Hey! I can't be so decadent anymore, otherwise I'll become a stay-at-home." After washing up, Lu Fan changed into new clothes. Just then the phone rang. Lu Fan answered the phone. "Is this Mr. Lu?" A young woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. "I am." "Hello? I am Jiang Qingyao, the manager of the financial building. We have the information here that Mr. Lu has acquired the ownership of the financial building. May I ask when Mr. Lu has time to come to the building for the handover?" Jiang Qingyao's voice was pleasant and respectful. "You wait for me in the building. I have time now," Lu Fan said after thinking for a while. "Then I will welcome Mr. Lu in the building." After breakfast, Lu Fan drove to the financial building. When he arrived at the entrance of the financial building, Lu Fan saw a young woman in black work clothes standing there. Lu Fan got out of the car and walked over. "Are you Mr. Lu?" Jiang Qingyao asked in disbelief when she saw Lu Fan. "If you're asking about the person who acquired the financial building, then I am it," Lu Fan replied with a smile. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I didn't expect you to be so young. I thought. You thought I was an old man in his 50s or 60s? Lu Fan continued. Jiang Qingyao blushed, she indeed thought so. "Sir, please follow me." Lu Fan followed behind Jiang Qingyao. "Wow! Jiang Qingyao has such a great figure," Lu Fan exclaimed as he looked at Jiang Qingyao's swaying figure. The elevator stopped at the 50th floor, the highest floor. Under the guidance of Jiang Qingyao, Lu Fan walked into an office estimated to be 200 square meters. An old man with gray hair was sitting in the office. "Mr. Zhang, this is Mr. Lu who acquired the building." Jiang Qingyao introduced him to the old man. Lu Fan also understood that this Mr. Zhang should be the owner of the financial building. Mr. Zhang paused as he looked at Lu Fan's young face. Lu Fan had already expected Mr. Zhang's look. After all, it would probably surprise everyone that someone as young as him could acquire a financial building. Mr. Lu is really a handsome man. I thought the person who acquired the building was someone about my age. I didn't expect Mr. Lu to be so young. It's really true that young people are to be feared. Mr. Zhang complimented him. No, I'm just lucky. But there's one thing I don't understand. Why would Mr. Zhang give up this good building and sell it instead? Mr. Zhang thought about it and then shook his head. Hey! I'm old now and don't want to go through all this trouble anymore. I plan to immigrate abroad and enjoy my old age. Lu Fan frowned slightly when he heard that. These wealthy people nowadays think about emigrating abroad when they have money. To be honest, Lu Fan despises such people the most. They make money from the people, and when they retire, they take the money and go abroad? Mr. Zhang, I think China is better than anywhere else. Lu Fan said nothing more. Everyone has their own aspirations and cannot be forced. Mr. Zhang was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then nodded without saying anything. Jiang Qingyao stood by and looked at Lu Fan's profile. She didn't expect Lu Fan to say that. For a moment, she looked at Lu Fan with a new respect. He's quite handsome. Mr. Zhang, let's sign the contract. Lu Fan suggested. Yes, I have prepared the contract. Jiang Qingyao also felt that the atmosphere in the room was a bit subtle, so she quickly spoke up to break the awkwardness. Lu Fan looked at the contract. He had seen many similar contracts when he was in the company before, so it was a piece of cake for him. 10 minutes later, Lu Fan signed his name. From now on, the financial building was his. After the contract was signed, Lu Fan and Mr. Zhang each received a copy. In that case, I'll be leaving now. I wish Mr. Lu lots of money. After saying goodbye to Lu Fan, Mr. Zhang turned back just as he reached the door. Mr. Lu, I have a request. Mr. Zhang glanced at Jiang Qingyao and said to Lu Fan. You say. Although Lu Fan looked down on Mr. Zhang, he was his elder after all, and he had not offended him, so there was no need to roll his eyes at him. Jiang girl has been in the building for 5 or 6 years. She has taken over all the rent of the building. I hope that after I leave, Mr. Lu can let her leave the gift here. And her ability is not limited to this. Okay, that's all I have to say. Please consider it, Mr. Lu. Without waiting for Lu Fan to speak, Mr. Zhang pushed the door and went out. Lu Fan was stunned for a moment, looked at the door, and then looked at Jiang Qingyao. This Mr. Zhang is going abroad, but he still doesn't forget to pave the way for this Jiang Qingyao. Is that possible? Lu Fan called up Jiang Qingyao's information panel. Name, Jiang Qingyao. Age, 29 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Appearance, 93. Charge times, 0. Intimacy, 20. Lu Fan looked at the number of charging times and realized that he was overthinking it. Looking at Jiang Qingyao, Lu Fan felt a little embarrassed. She was 29 years old and still had no boyfriend. Was there any problem with that? And her appearance is definitely the best among all his girlfriends. The previous one with the highest appearance, Shinseki, was only 92, and this Jiang Qingyao is 1 point higher than Shinseki. And her figure is definitely plump. At 55 kilograms, she is the heaviest among all his girlfriends. However, Lu Fan doesn't see any bloatedness in her. On the contrary, she is well proportioned, which makes people salivate. Jiang Qingyao felt a little embarrassed when she saw Lu Fan staring at her. Boss Lu, why are you staring at me? Ahem. Lu Fan was a little embarrassed and changed the subject. You've been working in this building for 5 or 6 years? Jiang Qingyao nodded. Yes, I came here right after I graduated from graduate school. It's been 5.5 years now. Do you want to stay here? Lu Fan was not greedy for Jiang Qingyao's beauty, absolutely not. He just didn't want to let go of a talented person. Mr. Zhang had used her for so long and recommended her to him before she left. There must be a reason for that. Mr. Lu, are you really willing to keep me? Jiang Qingyao couldn't believe it. Generally, if a new boss takes over a company, the former boss's confidants will definitely be fired. Of course, since you are capable, why not keep you here? But let me be frank with you. If I find that your ability is just average, don't blame me. Don't blame me. Lu Fan didn't say it. He wanted to fire such a beautiful woman? He couldn't do it. After thinking for a long time, Lu Fan uttered something. Don't blame me for spanking you. Chapter 47. Let's have lunch together. As soon as Lu Fan said this, Jiang Qingyao's pretty face turned red, and she lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at Lu Fan. Lu Fan also felt that his words were a bit abrupt and smiled awkwardly. Please show me the rental report for the building this month. Jiang Qingyao nodded and hurriedly left the office. Ha! Lu Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead. After a while, Jiang Qingyao came over with a thick stack of financial statements and handed it to Lu Fan. Lu Fan read it page by page. Jiang Qingyao just stood beside Lu Fan, still feeling shy because of what Lu Fan had just said. Seeing that Lu Fan wasn't looking at her, she would occasionally glance at Lu Fan's face secretly. The new boss is so handsome, but I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Hey, Jiang Qingyao, you little slut, what are you thinking about? Lu Fan had no idea what Jiang Qingyao was thinking at the moment. He just kept looking at the financial statements, and the more he looked, the more shocking they became. I didn't expect the rent of the financial building to be so high. The daily rent per square meter is as high as 15 yuan. The rent for a 300 square meter office is as high as over 400,000 yuan per quarter. Total rent for the quarter reached $12 million. Not only that, Lu Fan also admired Jiang Qingyao's business level very much. So many lease contracts were organized by Jiang Qingyao in an orderly manner without any loopholes. Half an hour had passed since Lu Fan put down the financial statements in his hand. Ha! You have been standing here all the time? Lu Fan raised his head and saw Jiang Qingyao still standing there. He was so engrossed just now that he didn't notice Jiang Qingyao at all. Yes. Jiang Qingyao answered in a low voice. Lu Fan was speechless. What a silly girl. From now on, the affairs of this building will be handed over to you. By the way, how much was your previous salary? Lu Fan asked. 25,000, Jiang Qingyao replied. This is also the reason why she wants to stay. Even in the international metropolis of Shanghai, a monthly salary of 25,000 already puts her ahead of many people. Of course, this is how other people see it. In Lu Fan's eyes, how could such a capable person only earn 25,000 a month? Your salary will double in the future. I will give you 50,000 a month. Jiang Qingyao widened her eyes upon hearing this, feeling incredible. What? You don't want to? Lu Fan asked with a smile when he saw Jiang Qingyao's expression. No, I am willing to do so. But Mr. Lu, isn't 50,000 a month too much for me? Jiang Qingyao lowered her head and fiddled with her nails. Ah. Ha 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 ha. Lu Fan was confused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Jiang Qingyao was a little angry when she saw Lu Fan laughing at her. What are you laughing at? I'm just speaking from my heart. Jiang Qingyao said with a pout, looking like a girl who had just entered college. Lu Fan put away his smile. No, I just have never seen anyone as stupid as you. Don't worry, there is a reason why I give you 50,000 a month. Lu Fan said. Jiang Qingyao widened her eyes upon hearing this, then lowered her head. Could it be that Mr. Lu has a crush on me? Will he do something worse than an animal to me? Should I reject him? But he is really handsome, rich, and generous to me? For a moment, Jiang Qingyao imagined many scenes in her mind, and her face turned red and white. Lu Fan looked at her in a daze. Hey! What are you thinking about? I see that you are quite skilled in your business. I am usually busy with company management and don't have time to come here, so I can only ask you to take full charge of it. The crappy management company is just an excuse for Lu Fan to be lazy. Ah. Jiang Qingyao then realized that she had misunderstood Lu Fan, and her pretty face turned even redder. Mr. Lu hasn't even thought about those things, why are you fantasizing about them alone? Jiang Qingyao cursed herself in her heart. Okay. It's almost time. There is a cafeteria in the company, how about taking me there to try the food? Lu Fan stood up. Oh. Jiang Qingyao followed behind Lu Fan. If you didn't know, you would think that Jiang Qingyao had done something wrong. The two of them came to the cafeteria of the building. It was already noon, so there were a lot of people there. Lu Fan finally found an empty seat. Jiang Qingyao took the initiative to help Lu Fan get food. Thank you. Lu Fan took the food that Jiang Qingyao helped to prepare and started eating. Jiang Qingyao sat opposite him, eating the food on her plate silently. Neither of them spoke. Lu Fan suddenly stretched his chopsticks towards Jiang Qingyao's plate, picked up a chicken leg and started eating under Jiang Qingyao's surprised look. Jiang Qingyao said with her face flushed immediately. Why are you pinching my chicken leg? Mine is not enough. Lu Fan had a nonchalant expression and ate the chicken leg happily. You. Jiang Qingyao wanted to say something, but shut up when she thought of the 50,000 yuan. Lu Fan looked at her deflated expression and couldn't help but smile. Jiang Qingyao glared at him. It was a very pleasant meal, and the food in the cafeteria was quite to Lu Fan's liking. Do you have time this afternoon? Asked Brother Lu. Jiang Qingyao was stunned for a moment, nodded, and then shook her head. Ha ha. Is there or not? Lu Fan smiled when he saw this. What are you going to do? Jiang Qingyao asked after holding it in for a long time. If I have time, I'll take you to an interesting place. Where are you going? Jiang Qingyao asked. Ring ring ring. Just then Lu Fan's phone rang. Lu Fan took a look and saw that it was Zhang Jie calling, so he picked up the phone. Hey. What's up? Master, it's urgent, I need your help. Zhang Jie's voice was a little hurried. What's the matter? Tell me about it. I was at the Tianma racing track, and a bunch of rich kids came from Kyoto and wanted to race with us. To be honest, we all lost. Zhang Jie's voice was a little lonely. You lost too? Lu Fan asked calmly. Yes. I'm sorry, master. I embarrassed you. Zhang Jie apologized embarrassedly. I'm just about to go out and have some fun, wait for me. Lu Fan hung up the phone. If you have time, come and play with me for a while. Lu Fan invited again. Jiang Qingyao had a general idea of the conversation between Zhang Jie and her husband just now. Okay. Jiang Qingyao agreed. The two drove straight to the Tianma racing circuit. Jiang Qingyao looked at the decoration inside the car and wondered why Lu Fan, who was so rich, drove such a car. She didn't know much about cars, but she felt that the interior of this car was a bit shabby. Lu Fan saw Jiang Qingyao's confusion. My car is a sports car. In order to pursue performance, I can only make the overall weight of the vehicle lighter, so the configuration of this car will not be too high. After listening to Lu Fan's explanation, Jiang Qingyao suddenly understood. Chapter 48 If you dare to give, I dare to take. Tianma Racing Circuit. Zhang Jie, are the people you called here? Why haven't they come yet? Are they scared and want to run away? At this time, a man with a pointed chin and monkey face said to Zhang Jie. Feng Yang. If you can't speak, just shut up. I have seen my master's driving skills with my own eyes. He is more than capable of dealing with them. Just wait. Ever since Zhang Jie lost to Lu Fan last time, he has admired Lu Fan immensely. In addition, Lu Fan has taught him a lot of techniques in recent times, so he has become even more obedient to Lu Fan. Hey, hey, hey! Are your people coming yet? Don't waste our time. It seems that the rich kids in Magic City are really a bunch of trash, ha ha ha. At this time, a young man standing opposite spoke with a Beijing accent. Zhang Jie and Feng Yang's faces suddenly turned dark. Although they usually didn't get along, they also knew the principle of uniting against external enemies. Damn it, it's a pity that my skills are not as good as theirs, otherwise I would definitely take care of these bastards. A big guy on Zhang Jie's side said angrily. Alright, Hong, you've already lost, what else can you say? Although Ah Hong was a little angry when he heard this, he lowered his head silently. Buzz. Just when Zhang Jie and the others were frowning, a roar of a car was heard. Zhang Jie raised his head and looked at the McLaren P1 that Lu Fan had driven. My master is here, that's great. Zhang Jie jumped up excitedly. However, Feng Yang and his companions did not take it seriously and were obviously not very optimistic about Lu Fan. The car stopped and Lu Fan and Jiang Qingyao got out. Zhang Jie saw Jiang Qingyao was stunned for a moment, then he leaned close to Lu Fan's ear with a smirk on his face. Okay, master, it's changed again. Get out. Lu Fan cursed with a smile. Zhang Jie walked away with a chuckle, but shouted something to Zhang Qingyao. Hello, master's wife. Zhang Qingyao was stunned when she heard Zhang Jie call her master's wife. You've got the wrong person, right? I'm not your master's wife? Zhang Qingyao blinked. Lu Fan is my master, and you are my master's wife. Zhang Jie explained. Zhang Qingyao's face turned red instantly. Lu Fan did not argue, but stood there watching the scene with a smile. Sha Jie, are they them? Lu Fan called Zhang Jie over and pointed at them and asked. Yes, master. That group of people are the rich young men from Kyoto. The leader is Yuan Haozhe. We all lost to him. Zhang Jie said as he lowered his head, looking very unwilling. If you lose, you lose. Why should you be unwilling? If you lose, just practice hard. You have no future. After hearing Lu Fan's lesson, Zhang Jie felt even more ashamed. Hey! Are you Zhang Jie's master? You don't look that great. Feng Yang walked over, glanced at Lu Fan and said. Lu Fan glanced at Feng Yang and smiled slightly, then ignored him. When Feng Yang saw that Lu Fan ignored him, his face darkened and he felt that his face was hurt. Ha 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 ha. Feng Yang, it seems like that handsome guy doesn't fancy you at all. Zhang Lili, stop gloating over other people's misfortunes. Lu Fan turned his head and glanced at Zhang Lili, who was smiling just now. Name, Zhang Lili. Age, 25. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Appearance, 85. Charge times, 256. Intimacy, 40. Lu Fan shuddered at the intimacy. Could it be that this lady has taken a fancy to me? Charging times 256? This is not a bus, this is a train. Seeing Lu Fan looking at her, Zhang Lili threw him a coquettish glance. My dear brother, if you can beat them, I will be yours tonight. Zhang Qingyao, who was behind Lu Fan, saw this and felt a little jealous for some reason. There really is nothing good about rich people. Zhang Qingyao stomped her feet, pouted, and said angrily. At this moment, those people from Kyoto walked towards Lu Fan. Lu Fan looked at the man named Yuan Haozhe, and Yuan Haozhe also looked at him. Are you the reinforcements they invited? Ha, do you know how big our bet is? Can you afford it? Yuan Haozhe obviously looked down on Lu Fan. Oh. Are you still gambling? Lu Fan turned around and asked Zhang Jie. Zhang Jie nodded somewhat guiltily. How much is the bet? 5 million. Zhang Jie raised his hand with concern. 5 million was his annual pocket money. Ha ha. Lu Fan smiled. He thought these rich second generations could gamble a lot. What? Are you scared or don't have money? Yuan Haozhe continued to mock, and the people behind him also laughed. Master, don't worry. I asked you to come here. It doesn't matter if you lose. I'll take the money. Zhang Jie whispered behind him. Count me in, too. And us. At this time, the man named Ahong and Zhang Lili both stepped forward. What surprised Lu Fan was that even Feng Yang, who had just mocked him, stood up. Lu Fan knew that they had just made a bet with Yuan Datu and lost, so they must not have much money in their hands now. Lu Fan didn't know this group of people, but he knew Zhang Jie very well. His family came to this company, but at best they only had tens of billions of assets, which was not even a top-ranked company in the metropolis of Shanghai. Lu Fan believed that Feng Yang's group was similar to Zhang Jie's family. Ha, it's just 5 million, no need. But I think the stakes are still too small, let's raise it a bit. Lu Fan said to Yuan Haozhe. Oh. Boy, you are quite arrogant. Just tell me how much you want to add and I will accompany you. Yuan Haozhe came from Kyoto. Although his family is not a top-notch family in Kyoto, it is definitely not comparable to Zhang Jie and the others. Then add a zero at the end. How about 50 million? Lu Fan said calmly. Ha ha. 50 million? Do you have that much money? Even if I give it to you, do you dare to take it? Yuan Haozhe's face darkened. 50 million was already beyond his budget. He thought Lu Fan would say 10 million, but he didn't expect it to be 10 times higher. He didn't have that much money. Then it's none of your business. If I lose, I will definitely give you the money. If you lose, you can take it if you dare to give it to me. Yuan Haozhe frowned. Okay. I promise you, I'll see what you can give me when the time comes. With that, Yuan Haozhe got into the car. Master. That's 50 million. I have never seen so much money in my life. What if I lose? Zhang Jie said worriedly. Qi Niao. Lu Fan ignored him and waved to Zhang Qingyao instead. What are you doing? Zhang Qingyao walked over. She had already realized that Lu Fan wanted to race with others and gamble. Are you interested in sitting in my passenger seat? Me. Zhang Qingyao was a little hesitant, but after thinking about it, she felt that racing must be very exciting, so she agreed. But she will regret it soon. Chapter 49. I'll give you a kiss if I win. Zhang Qingyao sat in the passenger seat and Lu Fan fastened her seatbelt, which made Zhang Qingyao blush. Yuan Haozhe looked through the car window and saw such a beautiful woman sitting next to Lu Fan, and he suddenly felt jealous. Ready. A girl in front raised the flag in her hand. Both cars made a deafening roar. Lu Fan's eyes were particularly focused at this moment. You haven't been serious since you acquired the god-level driving skills. This time, I'm going to use you as an experiment. Lu Fan raised an evil smile. Start. The flag fell. Lu Fan and Yuan Haozhe's cars were ejected. Yuan Haozhe glanced at Lu Fan's car, stepped on the accelerator deeply, and the car naturally overtook Lu Fan. However, Lu Fan followed Yuan Haozhe leisurely. Yuan Haozhe was somewhat surprised when he saw that he failed to shake off Lu Fan. You really underestimated him. Yuan Haozhe bit his lip, a hint of ferocity revealed in his eyes. He couldn't help but slow down the speed of the car, so that it was level with Lu Fan's car, and then he slammed into Lu Fan's car. Seeing this, Lu Fan stepped on the brakes and dodged. Humph! You're playing dirty tricks on me. Yuan Haozhe's car pulled into a parking space, and when he saw that Lu Fan had been left behind, he smiled wickedly. Fight with me, 50 million, let's see how you can come up with it. At this time, in the stands, Zhang Jie was furious when he saw Yuan Haozhe using such a dirty trick. Yuan Haozhe, you bastard, you are committing murder, I'm running away. #AMP$3. Zhang Jie cursed while jumping to his feet. Alas! After all, I am still not as good as others. Feng Yang sighed. He also hoped that Lu Fan could win. After all, Lu Fan represented the rich young men in their magic city. Ah Hong and Zhang Lili standing by also looked extremely nervous. Brother Zhe, well done. Brother Zhe is so awesome. The group of people in Kyoto called Yuan Haozhe and shouted happily that he was in the lead. Zhang Jie gritted his teeth as he watched. Master, come on, master, get rid of this bastard. Hey, hey, hey! How can you talk like that? The people in Kyoto expressed their dissatisfaction when they heard Zhang Jie's words. Zhang Jie was not to be outdone. I really want to, you bite me? One sentence left them speechless. It's really unreasonable. While the two sides were arguing, the two cars on the track had already completed half the distance. Qi Niao. Are you okay? Lu Fan noticed that Zhang Qingyao's face was pale at this moment, and her plump big white breasts were heaving up and down. No, it's okay. But Lu Fan, you seem to be losing. It was rare for Zhang Qingyao to be able to speak at this time. Maybe. You don't want me to lose, right? Lu Fan asked back. Of course I don't want that. That guy was so arrogant just now, and if you lose, you have to give him 50 million. I know 50 million is nothing to you, but I don't want you to lose either. Lu Fan calmed down for a moment and said nothing. There is only 1/3 of the distance left. At this time, Zhang Jie and others in the stands were very disappointed. It's over, it's completely over. There's less than 1/3 of the distance left. Master is going to lose. Zhang Jie sat down on the ground suddenly, his eyes empty. Feng Yang and his companions also felt a little lonely. Lu Fan. If you can win the game, I will let you kiss me. At this moment, Zhang Qingyao, who was sitting in the passenger seat of Lu Fan, shouted loudly. If you want to say that, I've been waiting for you to say that. At this moment, Lu Fan was like eating a Snickers bar, sweeping away his hunger and becoming himself again. Hold on tight. Lu Fan's expression was not as calm as before, but became fierce. I stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and the car rushed out suddenly. Look, Master has accelerated. Zhang Jie said excitedly as he saw that Lu Fan's car was obviously faster than before. It's useless. There are still several bends, unless he doesn't slow down when passing the bends, but how is that possible? Feng Yang shook his head and was not very optimistic about Lu Fan. Zhang Jie's heart also tightened. Lu Fan's car was getting closer to Yuan Haozhe little by little. Yuan Haozhe saw Lu Fan approaching him through the rearview mirror, but he was not panicked at all. He didn't think Lu Fan could surpass him. He slowly slowed down his speed and got closer to Lu Fan, blocking Lu Fan's overtaking route. Seeing this, Zhang Jie in the stands greeted Yuan Haozhe's 8 generations of ancestors again. The last right turn is approaching. Lu Fan turned left suddenly, and Yuan Haozhe also turned left in an attempt to block Lu Fan from overtaking. Unexpectedly, Lu Fan was just fainting, turning right sharply and driving directly into the inner lane. The car did not slow down at all and he overtook the car in just 2 seconds. There was a sudden silence in the stands, as everyone stared at the scene in amazement. Yuan Haozhe didn't expect that Lu Fan would choose to overtake him this way. He was stunned for a moment, and the car drove directly into the lawn and finally hit the guardrail. And Lu Fan crossed the finish line slowly. Zhang Qingyao was breathing heavily in the car. When Lu Fan overtook her just now, she felt like her heart was about to jump out. She sat in the car for a long time and couldn't calm down. "Are you okay?" Lu Fan asked with some concern. "No, it's okay. It's so exciting." Zhang Qingyao forced a smile. "Ha ha. Don't forget your promise," Lu Fan reminded before getting off the car. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyao's pretty face flushed. She didn't want Lu Fan to lose, so she said this in excitement. After Lu Fan got off the car, Zhang Jie and Feng Yang and others walked towards Lu Fan. "Master, you are so awesome." If Zhang Jie regarded Lu Fan as his idol before, then after this incident, Zhang Jie simply regarded Lu Fan as a god, and he was just short of kneeling down and burning incense. Feng Yang, Zhang Lili, and the other 2 also gave Lu Fan a thumbs up. Just based on the overtaking skills that Lu Fan had just demonstrated, Feng Yang and the others knew in their hearts that they couldn't have done it. They had previously been sarcastic towards Lu Fan, but now they felt a little ashamed. Just then, Yuan Haozhe squeezed out of the car. He limped towards Lu Fan, covered in dust and dirt. "Boy, do you want to live?" Yuan Haozhe said to Lu Fan angrily. "Hey! Are you concerned about me? Give me the money." Lu Fan laughed and waved at Yuan Haozhe. "Humph. I, Yuan Haozhe, am willing to accept defeat, but I don't have that much money right now. Give me a card number and I'll give you the money when I get back," Yuan Haozhe said with a cold face. "Do you think I will believe you?" Lu Fan didn't believe such an irrelevant person. "Where can I find you when you return to Kyoto? You don't believe me? I, Yuan Haozhe, never owe anyone money." Yuan Haozhe became angry when he saw that Lu Fan didn't believe him. "Mr. Lu. I've heard of Yuan Haozhe. Although he's rather arrogant and sinister, he's still a trustworthy person. You can trust him." At this time, Feng Yang came over and said in Lu Fan's ear. When Lu Fan heard Feng Yang addressing him, he was looking down on him just now, but now he called him young Master Lu. It seemed that Feng Yang was also a man of temperament. "Okay. I'll give you 3 days." Lu Fan nodded in agreement. Yuan Haozhe nodded and left with the help of people around him. After Yuan Haozhe left, Feng Yang sighed. "Thank you, Mr. Lu, for fighting for us Shanghai people. To celebrate the victory, I'll treat everyone to a drink. I hope Mr. Lu can do me the honor," Feng Yang said happily. Lu Fan glanced at him. Although Feng Yang's sarcasm towards him just now made him feel a little uncomfortable, after all, the 2 of them did not have any deep hatred, so he nodded and agreed. Lu Fan got in the car. Zhang Qingyao was still sitting in the car, but her restless heart seemed to have calmed down a lot. "Qingyao, isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise?" Lu Fan looked at Zhang Qingyao with a sly smile. "What promise?" Zhang Qingyao blushed and pretended not to know. "What? You don't keep your word? My car has a dashcam. Do you want me to review it for you?" "I don't care, I just didn't say that." Zhang Qingyao just refused to admit it, and Lu Fan had no choice. Alas! A good man doesn't fight with a woman, and Lu Fan was not in a hurry. He drove away from the Tianma racing track with Feng Yang. Chapter 50 The Emperor of Shanghai. Feng Yang booked a private restaurant on the Bund, and the group of 6 chose a large private room. Brother Lu, I offended you with my words today. I will use tea instead of wine to apologize to you. Feng Yang stood up and raised the teacup in his hand to apologize to Lu Fan. Forget it, I'm not a stingy person, but don't be a frog in a well in the future. Lu Fan forgave him. I understand, little brother. Feng Yang was very happy to see that Lu Fan had forgiven him. He did this for a reason, which was that he wanted to worship Lu Fan as his master and learn driving skills. There were young people at the table, so the atmosphere was very good. After the meal, except for Zhang Lili who always tried to get close to Lu Fan was very satisfied with everything else. Zhang Qingyao, who was sitting next to Lu Fan, looked at Zhang Lili with a hint of disgust in her eyes. Although Zhang Lili's appearance could be considered outstanding, she still paled in front of Zhang Qingyao. Perhaps feeling Zhang Qingyao's gaze, Zhang Lili, feeling ashamed of herself, gave up the idea of seducing Lu Fan. Zhang Qingyao didn't know what was wrong with her. Why did she get jealous when she saw Zhang Lili approaching Lu Fan? Could it be that she fell in love with Lu Fan? Impossible, they had just met today. After dinner, Feng Yang suggested going to TAXX bar for a drink. They didn't drink during the meal. According to Zhang Jia, there was no atmosphere for drinking here. TAXX bar? Lu Fan remembered that some minor incidents happened when he went there last time with Shinseki's roommates. Finally, I met the bar owner Wu Kun, but so much time had passed and the two of us had no interaction. Just then, Lu Fan's cell phone rang. Lu Fan took out his cell phone, looked at the name on the screen and smiled slightly. It was true that the person who called Lu Fan was none other than Wu Kun, the owner of TAXX bar. Lu Fan answered the phone. Brother Lu, long time no see. What have you been busy with recently? When the phone was connected, Wu Kun's cheerful voice was heard. I'm not busy with anything, just some company stuff. Lu Fan pretended and lied. Where are you now? Do you have time to come over to my place in the evening? I can introduce you to some friends. Wu Kun said. I was wondering if you had placed a spy around me. It just so happens that I'm going to visit your place with a few friends. Lu Fan also said with a smile. Haha, that's great, bring them together and I'll have someone pick you up at the door, that's it. Wu Kun hung up the phone. Then let's go. Lu Fan looked up at Zhang Jia and others. At this time, Zhang Jia and others looked at Lu Fan with their eyes wide open, because they heard that the person who called Lu Fan seemed to be the owner of TAXX bar. Master. Do you know Wu Kun, the owner of TAXX bar? Wu Kun is a famous rich second generation in Shanghai. Rich second generations like Zhang Jia are just little brats in front of Wu Kun and they don't even have the chance to meet him. Oh. Just a friend. He said indifferently. Are you interested in going to the bar with me? Lu Fan said this to Zhang Qingyao. I've never been to that kind of place. A good girl like Zhang Qingyao always felt that places like bars were not for good people to go to, otherwise she wouldn't still be alone at the age of 29. It's okay, you don't have to be afraid, I'm here. Lu Fan comforted her, and Zhang Qingyao had no choice but to nod. Just like that, a group of 6 people drove 5 sports cars straight to the TAXX bar. Seeing so many sports cars together was rare even in Shanghai, and attracted the attention of passers-by. Some people even took out their mobile phones to take pictures of them. When they arrived at the bar, Wu Kun had indeed arranged for a waiter to wait for Lu Fan at the door. Are you Mr. Lu? Do you know me? Our boss said that no matter how much you know everyone else, you have to know Mr. Lu. The waiter's flattery really suited Lu Fan's taste. She took out a stack of $100 bills from her bag, which looked like at least 2,000 yuan, and stuffed it into the waiter's hand. The waiter immediately became more enthusiastic and said thank you several times. Led by the waiter, Lu Fan and his companions went straight to Wu Kun's private box. As soon as he walked in, Lu Fan saw a lot of people sitting in the box. Wu Kun was sitting in the middle drinking with a thin man, and there was a girl sitting next to them who was wearing revealing clothes. Brother Lu, you are finally here. Let me introduce some friends to you. Wu Kun saw Lu Fan happily stand up and introduced the friends in the box to Lu Fan. This is Zhao Nan. His family runs a supermarket. Even though it's just a supermarket, it's a national chain. Wu Kun introduced. Lu Fan did not look down on Zhao Nan just because his family ran a supermarket. As a nationwide chain, this business was not small. You should know that the assets of the Donglai supermarket in Zhongyuan province alone exceeded 10 billion, and this was because the Donglai supermarket was only opened in Zhongyuan province. This is Lu Cohen, his family is in the air conditioning industry. Lu Fan nodded in agreement with them one by one. Zhao Nan and Lu Cohen were not arrogant and came forward to greet Lu Fan warmly. Brother Lu, I believe you should know this last person who is as thin as a monkey? Wu Kuan introduced the last person. Of course, I know the great Emperor Qingjin of Shanghai. Lu Fan said with a smile. No, I don't deserve the title of Emperor of Shanghai. There are many hidden talents in this magic city. I won't get involved with it. Qingjin waved his hand and said, he was very kind. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the man I often mention to you, Brother Lu Fan. Don't underestimate Brother Lu because he is the chairman of Han Yuan Group. As soon as Wu Kun said this, except for Qingjin, everyone else including Zhang Jie behind Lu Fan took a breath of cold air, even Jiang Qingyao beside him. Brother Lu was really young and promising. Lu Fan also smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he would keep a low profile. Lu Fan also introduced Zhang Jie and others behind him to Qingjin, Wu Kun and others. Qingjin and the others nodded, obviously not taking Zhang Jie and the others seriously. In fact, it was not Qingjin's fault. After all, they were not of the same size or in the same circle. If it weren't for Lu Fan, Zhang Jie and the others wouldn't even have the chance to sit down and drink with Qingjin. Zhang Jie and his companions were not angry either. They knew very well the gap between themselves and Qingjin and his companions, so they sat down obediently. Lu Fan was brought to his seat by Wu Kun and sat between him and Qingjin. This position was not for casual sitting. Only those approved by Qingjin could sit here. Obviously, Lu Fan was that person. At the age of 24, he could become the chairman of a multi-billion-dollar company. He must have a background. They would not believe that Lu Fan had achieved this all by himself. Jiang Qingyao also sat next to Lu Fan. Wu Kun saw Jiang Qingyao stunned for a moment, and then a thoughtful smile appeared on his face. Qingjin also noticed Jiang Qingyao at this time. He was sure that she was one of the most beautiful girls he had ever seen, but he was also very principled. Since he accepted Lu Fan as his friend, he would not even look at Jiang Qingyao twice. In order to avoid suspicion, he switched seats with a girl next to him. Brother Lu, have you changed again? Wu Kun whispered in Lu Fan's ear in a mean way. Of course Lu Fan knew what he was talking about. Get lost. Lu Fan scolded with a smile. Jiang Qingyao hadn't been taken by him yet. If she knew that he had a girlfriend, and so many of them, wouldn't that mean he would have no chance? Wu Kun smiled and moved away, giving Lu Fan a look that said I understand. Chapter 51 This is also my first kiss today. Lu Fan and his friends were drinking and chatting, while Zhang Jie and his friends were sitting in the corner, listening quietly and not daring to speak. What kind of occasion is this? It's better for these little karamis not to say too much. Jiang Qingyao sat next to Lu Fan and yawned. What's wrong? Are you sleepy? Lu Fan asked when he saw him. It's okay, you guys chat. Jiang Qingyao shook her head. She didn't want to disturb Lu Fan and the others' conversation because of herself. Old Wu, old Qin, I'm leaving first. I'll meet you for a drink another day. Lu Fan stood up and said goodbye to Qingjin and the others. Qingjin and Wu Kun glanced at Jiang Qingyao and gave each of them a look that said I understand. Lu Fan rolled his eyes without explaining. Let my driver take you back. And your car? Qingjin said. Okay. Thank you for your help then. Lu Fan was not polite. Lu Fan had left, and Zhang Jie and others also stayed here, so they also said goodbye to Qingjin and others. Qingjin and Wu Kun nodded, but did not keep them. After all, they were not in the same circle and had nothing to talk about. Although Qingjin has many sports cars, he usually chooses to take this nanny car when he goes out to drink, just for 2 words convenience. Mr. Lu, Miss Jiang, please get in the car. Qingjin's driver was very considerate and opened the door for Lu Fan and the other person. These were good friends of their young master, so he dared not neglect them. Lu Fan said thank you and got into the car with Jiang Qingyao. Go home? Lu Fan suddenly asked while sitting in the car. What else? Jiang Qingyao asked puzzledly. Ha ha. No, it's just that you seem to owe me something. Lu Fan said with a wicked smile. Jiang Qingyao didn't say anything, but Lu Fan could see that she was shy. Lu Fan didn't force her, and the two of them just sat quietly in the car. The car first arrived at the gate of Jiang Qingyao's community, but Jiang Qingyao did not get out of the car. Her hands were entangled together. She was not the kind of person who did not fulfill her promises, but she felt a little embarrassed about this promise. This was her first kiss. The driver got out of the car sensibly and left the space for the two of them. Lu Fan, close your eyes. Jiang Qingyao spoke after a long time. What for? Lu Fan asked, pretending not to know what Jiang Qingyao was going to do. Oh. Close your eyes. Jiang Qingyao said coquettishly. Lu Fan stopped teasing her and closed his eyes obediently. Seeing that he closed his eyes, Jiang Qingyao seemed not so shy anymore and slowly moved closer. Unexpectedly, when Jiang Qingyao's mouth just got close to Lu Fan's face, Lu Fan suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head away. Suddenly, Jiang Qingyao felt the softness and a little wetness on her lips. She subconsciously wanted to push Lu Fan away, but Lu Fan suddenly put his hand behind Jiang Qingyao's head to prevent her from leaving. This feeling is so wonderful. Jiang Qingyao thought to herself. Slowly, Jiang Qingyao relaxed and allowed Lu Fan to take what she wanted. After 10 minutes, when she felt Lu Fan's big hands moving around on her body and was about to reach the climax, Jiang Qingyao suddenly pushed Lu Fan away. Who? The two people were panting. Jiang Qingyao avoided Lu Fan's eyes and didn't dare to look at his face. That. Lu Fan was also a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Rogue. Jiang Qingyao squeezed out 2 words from between her teeth. This is my first kiss. Jiang Qingyao's voice was tinged with tears. This is also my first kiss. It was just today's first kiss, so of course Lu Fan wouldn't tell her. After a while, Jiang Qingyao straightened the wrinkles on her clothes, which were caused by Lu Fan just now. I'm going home. After saying that, Jiang Qingyao got out of the car. Do you need me to accompany you? Lu Fan said jokingly. Humph. No way. Jiang Qingyao turned around and gave Lu Fan a blank look. Ha ha. Lu Fan didn't make a fuss and asked the driver to go home. Jiang Qingyao, who had just walked into the gate of the community, turned around and looked at Lu Fan, who had already left. Humph. Bad guy. When they arrived at Gubei number 1, Lu Fan gave a stack of 100 yuan bills to the driver and the driver of his own car behind him. Ever since Lu Fan became rich, he always carries some cash in his wallet. Mr. Lu, I dare not accept this money. If my young master knew about it, he would blame me. The driver waved his hands quickly. It's okay, just take it if I tell you to. If Lao Qin blames you later, I'll tell him. Lu Fan said. This. Finally, the driver accepted Lu Fan's reward, said thank you and went back. After returning home, Lu Fan found Li Qingru here. You're back? Where have you been so late? Li Qingru personally brought a pair of slippers to Lu Fan. Just now, Lu Fan was aroused by Jiang Qingyao and now he needed to put out the fire urgently. Amid Li Qingru's exclamation, Princess Lu Fan picked up Li Qingru and ran straight to the bedroom. They stayed silent all night. Sun rises. Lu Fan felt a little itchy on his face and opened his eyes. It turned out that Li Qingru was teasing him with her hair. Little girl. Lu Fan pinched Li Qingru's little face. Don't you have to go to work today? Hearing this, Li Qingru complained with a bitter face. Who told you to be like an animal yesterday, not knowing how to be gentle with women? I'm still in pain now. Lu Fan smiled awkwardly, feeling somewhat guilty in his heart for being a little impulsive yesterday. After getting up, Lu Fan washed up and ordered takeout. I don't want to get up, feed me. Li Qingru said coquettishly while lying on the bed. Okay. Of course I have to satisfy my wife's request. Be good, baby, and eat. Lu Fan said as if he was coaxing a child. Put. Li Qingru couldn't help laughing when she heard Lu Fan's address to her. Are you treating me like your daughter? Lu Fan smiled without saying anything. He fed Li Qingru a mouthful of food and blew on it considerately. Li Qingru also enjoyed the feeling of being served, and opened her mouth waiting for Lu Fan to feed her. Honey, what do you think I should do if I'm pregnant? Li Qingru suddenly asked. The chopsticks in Lu Fan's hand paused for a moment. He had never thought about this question, but he did not take any protective measures when he did that with his girlfriends. When Li Qingru saw that Lu Fan did not answer her, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. When we have a baby, we will give birth to it, and then I will marry you. Lu Fan seemed to have made some kind of decision. Really? Aren't you afraid that your other girlfriends will ignore you? I'm afraid. But I don't want to hurt you even more. Lu Fan kissed Li Qingru on the forehead lovingly. When people come, they will stop them when water comes, earth will cover it when people reach the mountain, there will always be a way when the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally go straight. Let's talk about it when the time comes. This is what Lu Fan thought in his mind. Husband, you are so nice. Li Qingru hugged Lu Fan. She thought Lu Fan didn't want to have a baby with her. Lu Fan's body trembled, he stared at Li Qingru with wide eyes and asked in disbelief. You're not really pregnant, are you? Li Qingru rolled her eyes at him. How is this possible? How can it be such a coincidence? My period is normal this month. Lu Fan heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. He didn't want to be a father yet. He hadn't had enough fun yet. However, it would be nice to be a father sooner rather than later. Chapter 52. Do you listen to others? After dinner, Lu Fan looked at the beautiful woman beside him and his body reacted again, but considering that Li Qingru was unwell, he took a cold shower and forced himself to put out the fire. Li Qingru looked at Lu Fan who was taking care of his body, and her heart suddenly felt warm. What a fucking formal marriage, it's better than anything else for me. Li Qingru has now given herself wholeheartedly to Lu Fan and is determined to be Lu Fan's woman for the rest of her life. Ding! The intimacy with Li Qingru has reached 99, triggering a critical hit reward, and the ownership of the Tianma racing circuit. Achoo! Lu Fan, who was taking a cold shower in the bathroom, sneezed when he heard Brother Tongzi's voice. Brother Tongzi. What did you say? Li Qingru's intimacy has reached 99? Lu Fan widened his eyes. In other words, Li Qingru will never betray me in this life and will obey me every word? Ha 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 ha. Lu Fan was happy for a long time. Tianma Racing Track is the largest racing track in Shanghai. Although the track is a bit short, it is considered to be top-notch among all the racing tracks in the country and is worth a lot of money. Lu Fan was extremely satisfied with this reward. The system's reward offset Lu Fan's physical discomfort. After drying his body, he walked out of the bathroom with a happy face. If it were in the past, Li Qingru would definitely be shy seeing Lu Fan naked. Although the two of them had already had negative contact, Li Qingru's personality made her shy easily. But for some reason, when looking at Lu Fan naked, Li Qingru's eyes were filled with fiery passion and no shyness at all, which made Li Qingru feel very strange. Wife, how was your rest? Can your husband take you shopping? Shopping is a woman's nature. No matter what state she is in, she will immediately become excited when she hears about buying things. Okay, I've rested a long time ago. My husband is so nice. I'll go wash up. Li Qingru jumped off the bed and went to the bathroom happily. Lu Fan looked at Li Qingru who was in helplessness and felt that his cold shower was in vain. Half an hour later, Li Qingru finished her makeup and went to Plaza 66 with Lu Fan. Although Li Qingru's salary was not low, she was a low-key person and had the habit of saving money, so she basically did not buy luxury goods before she met Lu Fan. When they arrived at the square, Lu Fan let Li Qingru try on clothes one by one. As for bags and watches, Lu Fan bought all of them as long as Li Qingru had tried them on, not for anything else, just to make Li Qingru happy. Finally, after Li Qingru's refusal, Lu Fan put away his bank card. Since the two people bought so many things, Lu Fan had to ask the square to deliver the goods to their door. It seems that we need to buy a new car. Lu Fan sighed. Although the McLaren is good, it is indeed inconvenient. Not only can it not fit many things, but even the two of them cannot perform some small actions in the car. Today, Lu Fan devoted all his time to Li Qingru. The two of them ate and drank everywhere, making Li Qingru not want to go back to work. Actually, it's pretty good to follow my husband around like this. My husband can support me anyway, but... Thinking of this, Li Qingru remembered that Lu Fan had more than one girlfriend, and it was already very good that he could accompany her for a day today. Although she felt a little lonely, she didn't think it was Lu Fan's fault at all. After all, the intimacy level had reached 99, and whatever Lu Fan did was right in her eyes. After shopping all day, the two of them had some intimate interaction after returning home. From the head to the foot of the bed, from the bedroom to the living room, traces of the two of them were left everywhere. Finally, the fight ended after Li Qingru begged for mercy, and the two fell asleep in each other's arms. At noon the next day, when Lu Fan opened his eyes, Li Qingru had already gone to work. Ring ring ring. Just then, Lu Fan's phone rang. It was Qin Jin calling. Hello? Lao Lu, why did you answer the phone just now? Did you fight again yesterday? Xinjian's teasing voice came from the phone, and there were also some laughter from other people. Lu Fan could tell that it was Wu Kun's voice. Did you two sleep together yesterday? You're together so early. I wish you a baby soon. Lu Fan retorted without giving in. Get lost. Look at the time now. Lao Wu and I called you several times but you didn't answer. I have good news for you. There is a grand auto show in Shanghai today. I heard there are many limited edition sports cars there. Old Wu said you were very interested in sports cars, so I wanted to tell you, how about coming? Lu Fan sat up suddenly. He was planning to buy some new cars yesterday, but how come there was another car show the next day? Lu Fan suspected that it was Brother Tonzi who was behind this. System, Omega has nothing to do with me, it's purely coincidental. Of course I went. I was planning to buy a batch of cars to supplement my garage, said Lu Fan. When the system first provided this Gubei number 1, it also provided 5 parking spaces. Unfortunately, Lu Fan only had 2 cars, one of which was left in Sioux City. Well, we'll wait for you at the venue, right in the convention center. After hanging up the phone, Lu Fan was very excited. He quickly washed up, got dressed, and ran straight to the convention and exhibition center. When he arrived at the exhibition center, Lu Fan saw a fat man and a thin man standing together. The scene was very funny. Wu Kun looked like he weighed almost 200 pounds, but did Xinjian weigh 100 pounds? The two men saw Lu Fan and walked over. Why didn't you go in first? Lu Fan asked. I originally wanted to go in and see the car first, but old Wu said he should wait for me outside, Xinjian explained. He. How about it? Are you moved by me? Wu Kun looked proud, as if he was waiting for Lu Fan to praise him. Oh. Let's go then. Forehead. Ha 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 ha. The three of them walked into the exhibition center while playing and joking. Xinjian is known as the king of Shanghai. There is no one in this magic city who doesn't know him. When people in the entire convention and exhibition center saw Xinjian's arrival, they all took out their mobile phones to take pictures, making him as exposed as a big star. No, his exposure is even higher than that of a star. In addition, they were curious about Lu Fan's identity. It was no secret that Xinjian and Wu Kun were good friends, and the two often went out to various places. This time, there was an extra Lu Fan, and he was standing between the two people, which made them very curious. Xinjian was very calm, as he was used to these things. Lu Fan felt a little embarrassed. Lao Qin, it seems that there is no privacy when being friends with you. Lu Fan said helplessly. With your looks and your wealth, you will be exposed by these people sooner or later. Just wait. Xinjian patted Lu Fan on the shoulder. I don't want to. Lu Fan shook his head. If his private life was exposed, how could he pick up girls? A group of 3 walked into the convention and exhibition center. The cars outside were all well-known cars to the public. To put it bluntly, they were all fake luxury cars. The real limited editions were all inside. Old Lu, are you planning to buy a car today? Wu Kun asked. Why would I come here if I'm not going to buy a car? Lu Fan rolled his eyes, thinking that Wu Kun's question was nonsense. So what kind of car are you planning to buy? I don't know yet. Let's wait and see. If I like something, I'll buy it. It will be a good opportunity to fill up my garage. The parking spaces in Gubei number 1 are very expensive. It's such a waste to leave them empty. Lu Fan said expressionlessly. Wu Kun was not calm anymore. Are you buying a luxury car to fill up the parking space? Do you listen to what others say? Chapter 53 Auto Show. The 3 of them walked deeper into the convention and exhibition center. Flashes of light kept flashing along the way, and Lu Fan's ability to adapt was very strong. Sure enough, the further you go inside, the more classic luxury cars emerge from the water, and there are also many internet celebrities live streaming with their phones. I don't know if it's Lu Fan's psychological effect, but he feels that the car models inside are more beautiful than those outside, huh? Old Lu, let's split up. Xinjian said at this time. Okay. Lu Fan knew that Xinjian and Wu Kun were also here to buy a car. After the 3 people separated, Lu Fan continued to walk inside. Lu Fan exclaimed, no wonder there are so many people at this auto show, some luxury cars that you usually don't see on the road are all here. Lu Fan had actually thought it through on the way here. It would be best to get all three great cars together at the auto show this time. That is, Ferrari's LaFerrari, Porsche's 918, and his own McLaren P1. For no other reason, Lu Fan has loved collecting cards since he was a child. I remember that when he was a child, Lu Fan ate more than 10 packs of Little Chef instant noodles a day in order to collect water margin cards in instant noodles. As Lu Fan was walking, he stopped because there was a booth surrounded by a lot of people. Driven by curiosity, Lu Fan went over. It turns out to be a Mercedes-Benz G63. Lu Fan suddenly realized when he walked up to it. However, although cars like the Mercedes-Benz G63 also belong to the luxury car series, they are not very scarce. At least they can be seen everywhere on the roads in Shanghai. Why is it placed in such a position and surrounded by so many people? Lu Fan was a little confused, so he squeezed in, which caused dissatisfaction among many people. However, when they saw Lu Fan's tall and strong figure, they all shut their mouths. There were many car bloggers doing live broadcasts around the Mercedes-Benz booth. Suddenly, Lu Fan found something wrong. This Mercedes-Benz G63 was different from the ordinary ones. Although the overall appearance was similar, there were many details that were different from the ordinary G63. Finally, after the shopping guide's explanation, Lu Fan learned that this was a Brabus kit modified for the Mercedes-Benz G63, and it was an original factory modification. There should be no man who doesn't like the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, let alone a Brabus one. Lu Fan is no exception. He becomes more and more excited as he looks at this car. Hello? I would like to ask, how long will it take to drive this car away? Lu Fan's voice immediately attracted the attention of those around him. Even the car bloggers who were live streaming came over to watch. Ah! I remember now, isn't this the handsome guy who was walking with Qin Jin just now? At this time, someone in the crowd recognized Lu Fan. Lu Fan never expected that he would become a public figure one day, and he smiled helplessly. The shopping guide also heard the voices in the crowd and realized that this tall and handsome man should be a rich second generation from Shanghai. He walked up to Lu Fan with a flattering look on his face. Sir, if you buy this car now, you can drive it away in about 2 hours. We will cover the insurance and license plate. Lu Fan listened to the shopping guide's words and nodded. Oh. Then please help me with it. I want this car. Lu Fan said calmly. Looking at Lu Fan's bland expression, the shopping guide was stunned for a moment, and then that ugly face became even more compact, with all the facial features squeezed together when he smiled. He is just a small supervisor in a Mercedes-Benz branch and his salary is not that high. But it is a different story if he sells this car. The commission alone is higher than his annual salary. Sir, please wait a moment. I will print the contract for you right away. Please sit down for a while. The shopping guide gave an instruction behind him and walked into the backstage. Lu Fan sat down, and a young girl handed a bottle of water to Lu Fan. Not sure if it was intentional or not, the girl's fingertips stroked Lu Fan's hand. Lu Fan raised his head and glanced at her, then ignored her. Although Lu Fan likes beautiful women, he doesn't want just any beautiful woman. The girl left embarrassedly when she saw that her seduction had failed. After a while, the strange-looking shopping guide came over with the contract. After Lu Fan took a look at the contract and found that there was no problem, he swiped his card and signed it to the surprised expressions of the people around him. Wow! You bought it without even asking the price? Are you buying a car or cabbage? After signing the contract, Lu Fan gave a few instructions and left in a hurry. He didn't come here for a car this time, this is just a quarter of it. Another thing is that when he was sitting there just now, many girls came up to him and asked for his contact information, and Lu Fan really couldn't stand it. Took another walk around. Old Lu. At this time Qin Jin and Wu Kun came over. Looking at their smiling faces, Lu Fan knew that they had bought the car they liked. How is it? Did you gain anything? Wu Kun asked. It's okay, I bought a Mercedes G63 Brabus. Qin Jin and Wu Kun didn't say anything. Although Babos was very good, he was just so-so to the two super-rich second generations like them. But Lu Fan's next move almost made their jaws drop. In just 1 hour, Lu Fan bought 3 more cars, all of which were super luxury cars. Among them is the Porsche 918, one of the 3 legendary cars that Lu Fan has always dreamed of. Old Lu, what does your family do? Qin Jin stared at Lu Fan with wide eyes, and Wu Kun had the same expression. Don't you know? I'm the chairman of Han Yuan Group. Lu Fan smiled. Qin Jin and Wu Kun obviously didn't believe Lu Fan's answer, but since Lu Fan didn't say anything, they didn't ask more questions. They are well aware of the market value of Hongyuan Group, which is only a few hundred billion. For people like them whose family assets are over hundreds of billions, it is basically just a little brother. But Lu Fan actually bought 4 luxury cars in one day without even blinking an eye, which made them very suspicious. You know, market value is not cash, and it is not easy for a boss with a market value of hundreds of billions to take out a few hundred million. Lu Fan thought it was almost done. He had gained a lot today. Although he didn't collect all 3 magical cars, Lu Fan was very satisfied. He would talk about it later when there was a chance. Since Lu Fan drove here, he asked them to send the car to Gubei number 1. After saying goodbye to Qin Jin, Lu Fan drove straight to the company. He hadn't been to the company for several days, which was really inappropriate. Lu Fan came to the company and went straight to Li Qingruo's office. "What's the matter?" Li Qingruo was handling official business and asked when she heard someone coming in. "I came to see my wife," Lu Fan said with a smile. "Honey, why are you here?" Li Qingruo stood up happily. "I'm here to pick you up from get off work." Lu Fan reached out and held Li Qingruo in his arms. "Stop making trouble, what if someone sees us?" Li Qingruo said shyly. Just as he finished speaking, a figure pushed the door open and walked in. It's Li Qingruo's secretary Zhang Qian. "Oh. Sorry, Mr. Li, Mr. Lu, I'll go out now." After saying that, Zhang Qian hurriedly retreated. Why do I always run into them being affectionate? Can't they consider the feelings of the single guys? Zhang Qian pouted and complained. In the office, Li Qingruo's face turned red and she punched Lu Fan on the chest. "It's all your fault. Tell me, how many times has Qian found out about this?" Li Qingruo blared at Lu Fan accusingly. "Yeah. Is this girl born to be incompatible with me?" Chapter 54 is trending on the internet? After Zhang Qian left, Lu Fan let go of Li Qingruo, smiled foolishly, and sat on the sofa waiting for Li Qingruo to get off work. Although Li Qingruo, as the general manager, can leave work an hour earlier than other employees, Li Qingruo always leaves work on time every day and occasionally works overtime until very late. However, since Lu Fan became the chairman of Hanyuan, he no longer allowed Li Qingruo to work overtime or stay up late. However, at Li Qingruo's insistence, she still worked until 5 in the evening like other employees. After finishing the last business, Li Qingruo put down the documents in her hand and stretched her joints. Lu Fan walked behind her with some heartache and massaged her shoulders. Li Qingruo also closed her eyes and enjoyed Lu Fan's service. It's soon time to get off work. Lu Fan held Li Qingruo's hand and walked out of the company. At first, Li Qingruo felt a little embarrassed, afraid that others would talk about her. Later, Lu Fan told her that the mouth is on other people's faces, so let them say whatever they want, and besides, they are in a normal relationship. On the way home, Lu Fan's cell phone rang. "Qingruo, please answer the phone for me." Unexpectedly, Li Qingruo was very happy to hear Lu Fan's casual words. It is not easy for a man to hand over his mobile phone to his girlfriend without any worries. Li Qingruo answered the phone. "Did you call the wrong number? We didn't buy a car?" Li Qingruo pretended to hang up the phone. "Don't hang up, I bought this car." Lu Fan stopped him. "You bought another car?" Li Qingruo was a little surprised, but on second thought it made sense. In Shanghai, every rich second generation has luxury cars and women around him. It's a bit unreasonable that Lu Fan has so many women but only has this one luxury car. The two men arrived at the gate of the community, only to see 4 trailers stopped by security guards at the gate. Lu Fan walked over with the stunned Li Qingruo. "Hey! It's Mr. Lu. You're off work." Lu Fan was very familiar with the security guard at the door. Occasionally, Lu Fan would bring him cigarettes and alcohol, so he was very respectful to Lu Fan. "Yeah, it's time to get off work." At this time, 4 people walked down from the trailer, 2 men and 2 women. One of them left a deep impression on Lu Fan. Wasn't it the shopping guide of the Brabus? That face left a deep impression on Lu Fan. "Mr. Lu Fan, do you still remember me?" I don't quite remember it." Although I thought so in my heart, Lu Fan still nodded. The other 3 people also came to deliver the car to Lu Fan. Although Lu Fan didn't remember them, he still greeted them politely. After informing the security guard, he let him in and helped Lu Fan park his car in the parking space. Lu Fan did not let them make a wasted trip. He gave each of them a few hundred yuan as hard work pay. After all, they had been waiting at the door for a long time. After they left, Lu Fan stood in front of his beloved cars and admired them. "Honey, are these the cars you bought today?" Li Qingru looked incredulous. "How much would so many sports cars cost?" Lu Fan smiled and nodded. "How much do these cars cost?" Li Qingru asked puzzledly. "The prices of these 4 cars vary. The Mercedes-Benz and this Bentley are relatively the cheapest. The 2 cars together cost just over 10 million. Lu Fan introduced them to Li Qingru one by one. Li Qingru widened her eyes when she heard the price of the Porsche 918, but when she heard that the price of the Lamborghini Veneno was more than 90 million, Li Qingru was shocked. Looking at Lu Fan's face, a feeling she had never had before emerged in her mind, that is, she felt that she was not worthy of Lu Fan. This is the first time that Li Qingru has ever had such a thought since being with Lu Fan. Yes, Lu Fan is handsome and considerate. He is also very powerful and rich. He bought 4 cars at one time, with a total value of more than 100 million. Li Qingru lowered her head silently. A woman actually felt ashamed in front of a man. Perhaps sensing Li Qingru's emotions, Lu Fan gently hugged her shoulders. "Wife, what's mine is yours." Listening to Lu Fan's warm voice, Li Qingru felt relaxed. "No. It's ours." Lu Fan didn't know whether the Li Qingru mentioned referred to the 2 of them or Lu Fan's girlfriends. After returning home, Li Qingru personally prepared a sumptuous dinner for Lu Fan. After dinner, there is naturally a negative exchange. The commotion lasted until midnight. It was already noon when I woke up the next day. As usual, Li Qingru was not beside Lu Fan. He must have gone to work again. Last night Lu Fan asked Li Qingru to pick one of his cars to drive, but Li Qingru refused. She said she didn't like driving a sports car, and Lu Fan didn't force her to drive it. Lu Fan rubbed his messy hair and walked out of the bedroom. Looking at the breakfast on the dining table, Li Qingru made it for him when she got up in the morning. There was not only soy milk and fried dough sticks, but also a heart-shaped poached egg, but it was already cold. Lu Fan sat down, eating the food on the table bite by bite, while watching a video. Occasionally, he would laugh out loud when he saw an interesting video. Ring, ring, ring. Just then Xinjian called. "Hey! Old Lu, are you awake?" Xinjian's voice was a little hurried. "I just woke up, what's wrong?" Lu Fan asked. "What's wrong? You're famous, you know?" "What kind of fame?" Lu Fan was confused. "Oh my! You're on the trending search, go check it out, I just saw it when I woke up too." Lu Fan hung up the phone. He usually just watched short videos and basically didn't look at Weibo. When he opened Weibo, Lu Fan saw that several trending searches were related to him. A mysterious tycoon suddenly appeared in the Shanghai Exhibition Center, spending billions on luxury cars. Who are the young men around the emperor? The new rich second generation in Shanghai. The new national husband. There are several hot searches like this. The following comments are even more outrageous. Some say that Lu Fan is the only son of a mysterious family, and some say that his father is a foreign tycoon. There are also people who want him to enter the entertainment industry. The most terrifying thing is that some girls all want to give birth to babies for him. Then I am the flower fruit mountain? After taking a few glances, Lu Fan walked out. He didn't care about these things. Everything can be achieved with money. He just wanted to be a rich second generation in a down-to-earth manner. As for wanting to be famous, that doesn't exist at all. Lu Fan has long understood the truth that the more famous you are, the more gossip you will have. Once upon a time, he was also a big troll on the internet. However, this did remind Lu Fan that he now has no real business except Hongyuan Group. He doesn't need to take care of Hongyuan, and there is Jiang Qingyao in the financial building. Should I start a company? Lu Fan was thinking. Of course, you can make money by running a company, but you definitely can't manage yourself. It's not that you can't do the business, but that you can't do it in terms of time. I have so many girlfriends and I manage the company, who will accompany them? I can't do such a wicked thing. Chapter 55. The financial building is yours? As for the candidate for cooperation, Lu Fan has made up his mind. Thinking of this, Lu Fan finished the dinner on the plate in a few bites and drank the soy milk in the cup in one gulp. After putting on his clothes, he planned to set off directly, but Lu Fan was troubled about which car to drive today. Stir-frying beans in a frying pan will make them stinkier and stinkier. When they stink, throw them behind the house. There is a dog behind the house that will bite your butt 3 times. Lu Fan left it to fate what car to drive today. Finally, Lu Fan drove out in the Lamborghini Veneno. First, he called Jiang Qingyao and asked her to wait for him at the company. When he arrived at the financial center, Jiang Qingyao was waiting for him at the gate. They had not been in touch since their last exchange of words. This doesn't mean that Lu Fan is taking advantage of Jiang Qingyao and then he will ignore her. He is just giving Jiang Qingyao some time to buffer. Under Jiang Qingyao's gaze, Lu Fan got out of the car. Lu Fan, is this the new car you bought? Jiang Qingyao asked in surprise, looking at the majestic and profound Lamborghini. Oh. Yes, I bought it yesterday. Lu Fan was delighted to see that Jiang Qingyao was not so shy when she saw him. I really don't understand you rich people. Jiang Qingyao rolled her eyes and said. The two of them walked into the elevator side by side and headed straight for Lu Fan's office. Then Lu Fan called Qin Jin and Wu Kun and invited them to come to the building. Originally, Lu Fan wanted to talk about starting a business when he invited them to dinner. Later, he changed his mind and decided that it would be more appropriate to do it in his own territory. The company's address would also be in the financial building. After all, it was his own territory, so he wouldn't have to consider rent or anything, and he wouldn't have to pay the renters respect. Although Qin Jin and the other person were confused about Lu Fan's invitation, they did not ask too many questions. They just agreed and came over. Lu Fan hung up the phone. Lu Fan's office is relatively spacious, with a bedroom inside. It is similar to Li Qingrou's office, but it is much larger than hers. Lu Fan stared at Jiang Qingyao, and the room felt a little awkward for a moment. Qingyao, I. Lu Fan was a little nervous and didn't know what to say. What do you mean by you? You stole my first kiss last time and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Jiang Qingyao said angrily with a frown and a pout. In fact, Jiang Qingyao had thought a lot in the past 2 days. She asked herself in her heart, do you hate Lu Fan? It seems that she didn't. Do you like Lu Fan? Probably a little bit. But there is still a knot in her heart. In her eyes, the private lives of rich people are very chaotic, and someone like Lu Fan, who is tall, has a nearly perfect face, and is so rich, is bound to have many suitors around him. Even Jiang Qingyao didn't have much confidence in herself that she could withstand him. What if he was just interested in her for a while and didn't want her anymore after that period? Qingyao, I was wrong last time. I was too impulsive. There was nothing I could do. You were thinking about such a beautiful girl that I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry. Lu Fan scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed about his behavior that day. Put. Seeing Lu Fan's helpless look, Jiang Qingyao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lu Fan, do you really like me? Jiang Qingyao put away her smile and asked with a slightly flushed face, but her eyes were always fixed on Lu Fan's eyes. Of course it's true, Qingyao, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. It's just that I'm shy and I'm a little embarrassed. After saying this, Lu Fan scratched his head in embarrassment. Just you? Still shy? Jiang Qingyao certainly didn't believe it. Not to mention her, even Lu Fan himself didn't believe it. Qingyao, be my girlfriend. I promise you that I will treat you well for the rest of my life. Lu Fan walked in front of Jiang Qingyao and looked at her. Is this your confession to me? Jiang Qingyao raised her head and asked tactfully. Lu Fan nodded, his eyes never leaving Jiang Qingyao's face, trying to capture her expression at every moment. I promise you. After a long time, Jiang Qingyao nodded. Lu Fan was overjoyed and hugged Jiang Qingyao amid her exclamation. Qingyao, can you let me kiss you? After putting Jiang Qingyao down, Lu Fan could no longer control his emotions and asked with a somewhat rapid breath. Jiang Qingyao lowered her head shyly, neither agreeing nor refusing. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent? Lu Fan said with a smirk. Lu Fan slowly lowered his head. He could feel Jiang Qingyao's heart beating rapidly. Finally, he kissed those soft lips. Jiang Qingyao's kiss was very immature, and Lu Fan thought he would have to develop it slowly in the future. But at this moment, an untimely voice was heard. Old Lu, what do you want us to do here? Wu Kun and Qin Jin arrived, but before they could finish their words, they saw Lu Fan and Qin Jin kissing passionately. Hearing someone coming, Jiang Qingyao pushed Lu Fan away, and her pretty face turned red to her neck at a speed visible to the naked eye. Didn't we two come at a wrong time? Xinjin said somewhat embarrassedly. Lao Lu, sister-in-law, it's all my fault. You guys continue, and we two will go out. Zhang Qingyao's face turned even redder when she heard Xinjin's words. Why are you going out? Come in quickly, I called you here for something. Lu Fan was a little embarrassed at this time. Even though he was thick-skinned, he still felt embarrassed when being caught in such a thing. He. I'm so sorry, sister-in-law, I'm really sorry. It's all Lao Qin's fault. He kept urging me. Wu Kun apologized to Zhang Qingyao with a flattering face. When did I urge you? Xinjin immediately expressed his injustice. All right, why are you arguing? I have something serious to discuss with you. Lu Fan rolled his eyes at the two people. Well, you guys chat first, I'll be out. Zhang Qingyao wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. Qingyao, you don't have to go. We need your help with this matter. Lu Fan stopped her. Zhang Qingyao had no choice but to stay. Old Lu, what's the matter with you calling me an old Wu over here? And why are you here? Xinjin asked puzzledly. I want to start a company. Are you interested? Lu Fan did not waste time. Including Zhang Qingyao, the three people were a little surprised when they heard Lu Fan's words. You don't have a fever, do you? Are you sure? Does your old man support you? Why do you say that? Lu Fan was a little confused. Ha ha. There is a saying in the second generation circle, we are not afraid of the second generation squandering, but we are afraid of the second generation starting a business. Wu Kun said with a smile. Yes, at my age, the best I can do is take over the family company. My father would never let me start my own business. Xinjin shook his head. Yeah, I'm just running that small bar. If I go home and tell my grandfather that I want to start a business, he'll beat me to death, Wu Kun also said. I don't have so many concerns. My grandfather is very open-minded, and I also believe in my own strength. Lu Fan smiled. Just kidding, with the support of the system, Lu Fan will never lose. By the way, let me answer one more question for you. This financial building is mine. The financial building is yours? Xinjin and Wu Kun stared at Lu Fan with wide eyes. Chapter 56 Chungfeng Entertainment. Xinjin and Wu Kun both widened their eyes and leaned closer to look at Lu Fan in disbelief. Stay away from me, you want to kiss me? Lu Fan pushed their heads in disgust. No, I just want to know how much trust your old man has in you. Why would he let you run such a financial building? Wu Kun looked incredulous. The two of them always believed that Lu Fan was the young master of a big family who came out to gain experience. Lu Fan glared at them unhappily. Do you really think I'm a useless person who just wants to eat and wait for death? Although Lu Fan didn't have much money in the past, his business ability was outstanding, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to work at Jinfeng Technology right after graduating from university. If I say that this financial building is mine and I didn't spend a penny from my family, would you believe it? Lu Fan said with a smile, looking as cheerful as a spring breeze. Xinjin and Wu Kun shook their heads without thinking. How is that possible? How old is Lu Fan? He was able to take over a financial building within 2 years of graduating from college without relying on his family? Is the bank owned by your family? Lu Fan had already guessed that they didn't believe it, but he didn't explain. How can I explain it? Say I have a universal system? If you don't believe me, forget it. This building is mine anyway, so I don't have to worry about the office location. I just lack a team. So I'm looking for you to invest in it. Lu Fan expressed his thoughts. Brother, may I ask you a question? How much investment money did your father give you? Xinjin did not agree immediately, but asked back. This sentence made Lu Fan stunned for a moment. He hadn't checked his bank card balance for a long time. Lu Fan didn't answer, but took out his mobile phone to check the balance of his bank card. You won't know how shocking it is until you see it. The balance in your account is 1,862,357,703 yuan. Lu Fan didn't expect that his assets would reach nearly 2 billion in such a short time. He handed the phone to Xinjin and Wu Kun. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. 1.8 billion? Xinjin and Wu Kun counted to the end, stared at the phone with numb faces, then raised their heads tremblingly and looked at Lu Fan for a long time. Well, old Lu, does your grandfather still need a son? Wu Kun looked at Lu Fan with a flattering face. My old man doesn't need one, but I do. Are you interested? Lu Fan said unhappily. He. Zhang Qingyao on the side covered her mouth and laughed. Wu Kun suddenly became dispirited. Hey! They are both rich second generations, but why is there such a big gap between them? Xinjin said helplessly, shaking his head. Old Lu, what kind of company are you planning to start? Wu Kun was not sentimental. I plan to set up an internet celebrity company, mainly doing live streaming and selling goods. If it develops well in the future, I may also develop into the entertainment industry. Lu Fan expressed his thoughts. So how much money do you plan to invest in the first step? Xinjin asked. Lu Fan smiled and held out 5 fingers. 50 million? Lu Fan shook his head. 500 million. This shocked Xinjin and Wu Kun. What kind of company needs a registered capital of 500 million? You know, there are many companies in the market that have been operating for decades, but their market value has not reached 500 million. There is a reason why I do this. Lu Fan explained to them. Having a large registered capital will let them know that we are not short of money. Some internet celebrity companies owe anchors labor and deduct money. The main purpose of doing this is to make them feel at ease to join our company. After listening to Lu Fan's explanation, Xinjin nodded. Sure. Then I'll take part in it. I'll invest 100 million. Then I'll also invest 100 million. Wu Kun also said with a smile. So decisive? Aren't you afraid of losing money? Lu Fan reminded with a smile. Good friends are good friends, but when it comes to money matters, it is better to be clear. It's okay. Don't forget that I'm a top rich kid. Even if I lose, the worst that can happen is that I can just save a little in the future. Wu Kun waved his hand nonchalantly. Xinjin also nodded. In this way, Lu Fan invested 500 million, Xinjin invested 100 million, and Wu Kun invested 100 million, with a total of 700 million yuan to register an internet celebrity company. What the three of them didn't expect was that this internet celebrity company would become the largest entertainment company in the world in a few years. But that's a story for later, and we won't talk about it now. Lu Fan gave the money to Zhang Qingyao and asked her to help register the company. Zhang Qingyao was very familiar with these businesses, so she naturally agreed. Besides, she was already with Lu Fan, so wouldn't she be the boss lady of the company in the future? One of them. They had the money and plans for the future, but Lu Fan and his colleagues were worried about the future name of the company. I think, if we don't want to go, we should just call it Tianba Entertainment. What do you think of this name? Isn't it very domineering? Wu Kun said, slapping his thigh. Lu Fan and Xinjin looked at each other, and both saw contempt for Wu Kun in each other's eyes. Then he turned around and gave Wu Kun a middle finger. What's a good name? The three of them lay on the sofa, shaking their heads. Zhang Qingyao made a cup of coffee for the three of them. Or, how about calling it Chungfeng Entertainment? Zhang Qingyao said at this time. What's the meaning? Lu Fan asked. Ride the wind. Of course it means riding the wind in waves. It represents the company's future momentum of riding the wind in waves and moving forward courageously. Zhang Qingyao explained. Lu Fan's eyes lit up. Xinjin also thought the name was good, and Wu Kun nodded thoughtfully, feeling that it was a little better than his Tianba Entertainment. Finally, the company's name was decided, Chungfeng Entertainment Media Company. A week later, Zhang Qingyao successfully registered the company. When the Industrial and Commercial Administration Bureau heard that the registered capital of Chungfeng Entertainment was as high as 700 million, they were shocked and their eyes widened. In the following time, Xinjin and Wu Kun were busy with company matters and had no time to go to the bar. Both of them came from families with professional backgrounds, and knowing that the company lacked talent, they used their connections to recruit talent. They poached those who could be recruited with money, and spent more money on those who could not be recruited. Because Lu Fan told them that money makes the world go round, there is nothing that cannot be done with money, the only thing that cannot be done is that there is not enough money. Of course, Lu Fan would not be a hands-off boss, at least not now. He couldn't have all the people in the company be Xinjin and Wu Kun's confidants, he also had to have his own team. With the help of Zhang Qingyao, Lu Fan poached 3 talents from other companies, including one in network operations, one in finance, and one in management. For a company, especially an internet celebrity company, these 3 positions are the most important. Of course, Lu Fan has to use people he trusts. Of course, Lu Fan also paid a huge price, which was nothing more than a financial price, otherwise why would others be so devoted to you? But Lu Fan didn't care. The more money he made, the more he earned. He really looked down on this little money. After the company's team was established, welcomed the first anchor Shinseki. Chapter 57 Assistance from Shinseki. Shinseki was originally a live broadcaster, but she had never been very popular before she met Lu Fan, with only a few dozen people in her live broadcast room. But Lu Fan didn't care about these. He believed that with his help, Shinseki could become a big internet celebrity. Shinseki was very surprised at first when she learned that Lu Fan had opened an internet celebrity company. But when she heard that Lu Fan was planning to sign her, she became even more excited. Shinseki was already a junior in college, and she had very few courses at school, so she had plenty of time and agreed without thinking. But on the day of signing, what surprised Lu Fan was that not only Shinseki came, but her roommate and best friend Yi Ching also came. You want to be a host too? Lu Fan was a little surprised. Yi Ching nodded. Previously, Lu Fan learned from Shinseki that Yi Ching's family was well off and her parents were both executives of well-known companies. Although she could not be called a rich second generation in the metropolis of Shanghai, she had no worries about food and clothing. With her outstanding appearance, excellent professional performance, and the help of her parents, it would not be a problem for her to enter a large enterprise after graduation. Lu Fan didn't know why she wanted to be an anchor. Although Shinseki is Lu Fan's girlfriend, all the necessary procedures must be followed. On the day of the interview, Lu Fan, Zhang Qingyao, Qin Jun, and Wu Kun all participated in the interview. Zhang Qingyao also sensed a hint of ambiguity in the way Shinseki looked at Lu Fan, but she didn't say much. She knew in her heart that Lu Fan had more than just these female confidants. But when she looked at Yi Ching, she also saw something wrong in her eyes. Women's intuition is always very accurate. This time Zhang Qingyao was a little angry. How many women does this guy have? Zhang Qingyao was unhappy during the interview. No, this matter is not over yet. Without 99 roses, I can't calm down the anger of this fairy. When Zhang Qingyao was examining Shinseki, Shinseki also noticed the beautiful woman sitting next to Lu Fan. Shinseki's appearance is already very high. Even in the entertainment industry, an appearance score of 92 is rare. But when she saw Zhang Qingyao, she felt a little ashamed. It was not that Zhang Qingyao was much prettier than her, but because Zhang Qingyao had a more mature charm than her. After all, there was an 8-year age difference between them. Moreover, Shinseki also felt that the relationship between Lu Fan and this beautiful woman was not that simple. The interview process was quick and ended after 10 minutes. Come here. Seki, let me introduce them to you. Lu Fan introduced Qin Jin and Wu Kun to Shinseki, but when it came to Zhang Qingyao, Lu Fan hesitated. He didn't know how to introduce them because these two women were his girlfriends. He was afraid that a mistake would put him in an irretrievable situation. Although Shinseki was young, she was very insightful. Seeing Lu Fan's somewhat embarrassed expression, she immediately confirmed her guess. After a moment of hesitation, he took the initiative to talk to Zhang Qingyao. Sister Qingyao, can I call you that? Faced with Shinseki's initiative, Zhang Qingyao didn't know what to say for a moment. Oh. Sure. Zhang Qingyao replied. Sister Qingyao, you are so beautiful, even prettier than a big star. Zhang Qingyao's pretty face turned slightly red after hearing Shinseki's flattery. She was just about to give Shinseki a warning, but when she saw Shinseki being so proactive towards her, she suddenly felt a little guilty for her pettiness. Not long after, the two women sat together and chatted like sisters, and Lu Fan felt relieved when he saw this scene. Qin Jin and Wu Kun on the side seemed to have guessed something and looked at Lu Fan with a sly smile on their faces. Brother, you are playing very wildly. Wu Kun leaned close to Lu Fan's ear and said in a mean manner. Get out. Lu Fan elbowed him angrily. I will not participate in the interview this afternoon. You two will be responsible for it. After saying that, Lu Fan took Zhang Qingyao, Shinseki, and of course Yi Ching out of the office. Wu Kun and Qin Jin opened their mouths wide but couldn't utter a word. He finally uttered a word after Lu Fan left. Damn it. What a person who has no humanity towards the opposite sex. A man and 3 women walked out of the company, and Lu Fan finally agreed to treat them to a meal. Lu Fan was driving the Brabus today, so it was more than enough room for the 4 of them. Several people came to young Master Huang's restaurant. This place has almost become Lu Fan's private restaurant. Since coming to the Magic City, Lu Fan has been here almost 50 times. Sitting in the box, Jiang Qingyao and Shinseki kept talking. He Qing also said a few words occasionally, but Lu Fan was left aside. During this time, He Qing went to the bathroom. Jiang Qingyao and Shinseki then turned their eyes to Lu Fan, who was playing with his mobile phone. Sensing this, Lu Fan raised his head and looked at the two of them. "Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you want to give us an explanation?" Jiang Qingyao said. Looking at that unfriendly gaze, Lu Fan broke out in a cold sweat. "Well, don't you already know it clearly? Do you still want me to explain it myself?" Lu Fan said cautiously. "How can it be the same? We know it well, and being honest with you is two different things." Shinseki also chimed in. "Ahem. Well, let me introduce myself again. Shinseki is my girlfriend. Jiang Qingyao is also my girlfriend. You two should get along well with each other." Lu Fan stood up and said this before sitting down hurriedly. "Why do I feel a little awkward?" Lu Fan murmured. "Humph. You playboy, you are only allowed to have two of us as girlfriends from now on. If you have other women, I will kill you," Jiang Qingyao said viciously, gesticulating with her hands. Lu Fan suddenly felt a chill in his crotch. "Well, Sister Qingyao, I'm afraid there are more than just the two of us," Shinseki said at this time. "In the Magic City, there is another Li Qingru. Shinseki and Li Qingru are now good sisters. When they have nothing to do, they often chat on their mobile phones and have a very good relationship." Listening to Shinseki's introduction, Jiang Qingyao knew that she was a latecomer and looked at Lu Fan with anger. "Then, only the three of us are allowed, no one else." "Sister Qingyao, I'm afraid it's impossible for the three of us." Shinseki pointed outside the door. Jiang Qingyao suddenly realized that he had noticed something was wrong just now. Lu Fan was still kept in the dark at this time and looked at the two people with some confusion. Seeing Lu Fan's confusion, Shinseki spoke first. "Husband, He Qing likes you, why don't you take her in too? But let me tell you in advance that you can't look for other women anymore." Lu Fan's eyes widened as he listened to Shinseki's words. "What's going on? Is your girlfriend pimping for you?" To be honest, He Qing was also very beautiful, at least on the same level as Shinseki. It would be a lie for Lu Fan to say that he didn't like her. It was just because of Shinseki that Lu Fan had never dared to think too much about it. He didn't expect that Shinseki could actually see through it. After a while, He Qing opened the door and walked in. "Why are you looking at me like that?" He Qing saw Shinseki and Jiang Qingyao looking at her with smiles on their faces, but Jiang Qingyao's smile seemed a little forced. "Qing, do you like my husband?" Chapter 58 Lu Fan's Happy Life. When He Qing heard Shinseki's question, a look of panic suddenly appeared on her face. No, Seki, don't get me wrong, I don't like Lu Fan." He Qing quickly waved her hands. Shinseki and Jiang Qingyao smiled when they saw the panic on He Qing's face. "Is that so? I wanted my husband to accept you. Since you don't like him, forget it." Shinseki said this deliberately. He Qing was stunned for a moment when she heard Shinseki's words, and then looked at her and Jiang Qingyao in disbelief. "Seki, He Qing wanted to admit that she liked Lu Fan, but she was too embarrassed to speak, so she lowered her head with a red face. Seeing that He Qing looked shy, Shinseki stopped teasing her, stood up and walked to He Qing's side. "Qing, don't worry, I don't care. Besides, even if this bad guy Lu Fan doesn't look for you, he will look for someone else. It's better for us sisters to just squeeze him dry," Shinseki said with a smirk. He Qing looked at Shinseki in surprise. She didn't expect Shinseki to say such a thing, and she immediately lowered her head shyly. Lu Fan didn't say anything either, just looked at the three women quietly. He seemed calm on the surface, but Lu Fan was extremely excited at the moment. One dragon and three phoenixes, Lu Fan has never tried it before, and he feels hot all over just thinking about it. Soon, the meal was almost finished, and Shinseki deliberately pushed He Qing next to Lu Fan. He Qing did not refuse, but she was too shy to look up while eating. Lu Fan just smiled foolishly without saying anything, and occasionally picked up some food for He Qing, who would shyly say thank you. After dinner, Lu Fan brought the three women to Plaza 66. There was a new addition to his harem today, so Lu Fan was happy and of course he had to spend some money. However, Lu Fan regretted it less than an hour after shopping. It was usually okay to bring a girlfriend here to shop, but this time there were 3 of them, and as a man he couldn't let his girlfriends, carry things, so Lu Fan carried all the things he bought by himself. After a long time, Lu Fan felt his arms a little sore. After finally finishing shopping, Lu Fan breathed a sigh of relief and drove home. The 3 women naturally followed Lu Fan back home. Shinseki comes here often, but this is the first time for Jiang Qingyao and He Qing. Wow! Lu Fan, you actually live in such a big house by yourself? After Jiang Qingyao came in, she walked around with He Qing. Hee, if you want to live here in the future you can. Lu Fan smiled. Really? Jiang Qingyao asked. Of course. Then Jiang Qingyao lowered her head. Forget it. I heard you have a girlfriend. It would be so embarrassing if we bump into each other. I'd better go back to my home. It's okay. Qingru is a very nice person and she won't get angry with you. That's right, Sister Qingru is a really nice person. Shinseki also said. Lu Fan secretly gave her a thumbs up. Because Shinseki and the other 2 were going to stay here tonight, they each chose their own bedroom. Lu Fan felt emotional as he watched the 3 women happily choosing their bedrooms. It seems like I have to buy a big house in the future, otherwise there won't be enough space for all these girlfriends. After Shinseki and the others chose the room, they discussed who would accompany Lu Fan first tonight. Of course, Lu Fan didn't know all this. Before he knew it, it was dark. Lu Fan ordered takeout for dinner. He really didn't want to go out again. Late at night, Lu Fan went into the bedroom early, took a shower, changed into a bathrobe, and lay on the bed waiting. After a while, the door of Lu Fan's master bedroom opened, and Jiang Qingyao walked in shyly, lowering her head and not daring to look at Lu Fan. Lu Fan moved inside, patted the empty seat next to him, and motioned Jiang Qingyao to come over. Jiang Qingyao slowly sat down on the bed. The bedroom was very quiet. Lu Fan could even clearly hear Jiang Qingyao's somewhat rapid breathing. Qingyao. What? Jiang Qingyao asked embarrassedly after hearing Lu Fan's voice. I like you, don't worry, I will love you well. Lu Fan couldn't help himself anymore when he looked at the cute Jiang Qingyao. Ah! For a moment, the whole bedroom was filled with spring scenery, and an hour had passed when the battle ended. Jiang Qingyao now felt sore all over and had no strength left. However, thinking that Lu Fan would have to receive other sisters soon, she forced herself to return to her bedroom. Sure enough, not long after Jiang Qingyao left, He Qing walked in. Of course Lu Fan enjoyed this very much, so he didn't say much and went straight to the point. Lu Fan, you have to have mercy on me. Another hour later, He Qing walked out with a painful look on her face. Lu Fan clearly heard He Qing muttering at the door. Damn Lu Fan, you don't know how to pity others at all, humph. Lu Fan listened to He Qing's complaints and smiled maliciously. About half an hour after He Qing left, Shinseki came in. After all, Shinseki had had sex with Lu Fan several times, so naturally she wasn't as embarrassed as He Qing and Jiang Qingyao. How is it, husband? Are you okay? Shinseki looked at Lu Fan provocatively. The old shoulders were very smooth, revealing a hint of white. Little girl, you dare to underestimate me? I can handle another round without any problem. Really? Hubby is awesome, I'll do it then. By the time it was over, it was already past midnight. Even though Lu Fan had the help of his golden kidneys, he was still a little tired. After Shinseki left, Lu Fan had fallen asleep and was snoring. What is interesting is that not long after Lu Fan fell asleep, a figure came into the room and crawled into Lu Fan's bed. Feeling the warmth around him, Lu Fan subconsciously hugged him. The person who came in was Jiang Qingyao. At this moment, Jiang Qingyao felt a little embarrassed. After all, she had agreed with Shinseki and the others to return to her bedroom after the event, but she betrayed them. But there was no way. After that with Lu Fan, Jiang Qingyao couldn't sleep. She always felt like something was missing in her arms. Lu Fan's quilt is so warm. Jiang Qingyao felt Lu Fan's embrace. Just when she was about to go to bed, she heard the sound of the door opening. In the moonlight, she clearly saw a dark shadow tiptoeing over and squeezing into Lu Fan's quilt. Who? Jiang Qingyao suddenly said. Ah! The black shadow exclaimed and then covered his mouth. He. Xing, it's you? Jiang Qingyao said with a wicked smile. He Qing felt shy, as if her lie had been exposed by Jiang Qingyao. I don't want to live alone anymore. He Qing said with her head down. Then let's accompany our husbands together. Maybe Siki won't be able to hold on any longer. Jiang Qingyao guessed. Sure enough, Shinseki tossed and turned in her bedroom, unable to sleep. However, she had agreed with her sisters to go back to her own room, so she was afraid of being laughed at by her sisters if she rashly went to Lu Fan's room. Finally, Shinseki gritted her teeth. Nothing was more important than her husband's arms. She tiptoed out of the bedroom and listened at the door of Jiang Qingyao and He Qing's bedrooms. When she heard no sound, Shinseki went to Lu Fan's bedroom with excitement. When Shinseki opened the door and was about to get into Lu Fan's arms, a voice came and scared her. Why did you come just now? Ah! Shinseki screamed, obviously frightened, but then she covered her mouth. Why are you here? Shinseki saw two figures and there was no one else in the room. He. The two of us have been waiting for you for a long time. I guessed that you would come. Jiang Qingyao had an expression that said, I'm so awesome. Shinseki looked shy and a little embarrassed. Come up quickly, I'm sleepy. You're too late. Jiang Qingyao yawned. As a virgin, she could hardly bear it anymore. Shinseki got on the bed and squeezed in between Lu Fan and Jiang Qingyao, who was annoyed. But in the end, I succumbed to sleepiness and fell asleep unknowingly. The triple bed that Lu Fan ordered was a bit small for 4 people to squeeze together, but fortunately Shinseki and the others were petite, so it was big enough for them to live in. The next day, when the sun was already high in the sky, Lu Fan was the first to open his eyes and felt as if something was squeezing him from the front and back. I reached out my hand and felt something soft. He looked up and realized there were 3 people on his bed. They haven't woken up yet. Lu Fan looked at the sleeping faces of his 3 girlfriends and smiled proudly. My happy life has begun.